Luna del Caribe. Betrayed by my alpha, loved by his enemy. Chapter 1. Moonlight over Little Havana. Elena Mendoza's muscles burned as she balanced 3 steaming plates of ropa vieja along her forearm, a skill perfected through years of necessity rather than choice. The familiar aroma of slow-cooked beef, peppers, and her abuela's secret blend of spices wafted up, momentarily masking the scent of too many humans packed into too small a space. Cuidado, Miguel shouted from behind the bar. She pivoted gracefully, dodging a curly-haired toddler who raced between tables with the determined focus only 3-year-olds possess. The little boy's mother followed with an apologetic smile, but Elena had already adjusted her trajectory, her wolf reflexes compensating despite her exhaustion. Friday nights at Café Mendoza were always chaotic, the one blessing in their increasingly dire financial situation. At least tonight they had customers, even if the ancient air conditioning system sounded like it was taking its final breaths. Table 12 wants to know if we have plantains that aren't, and I quote, cremated, Elena said in rapid-fire Spanish as she passed Miguel. Her cousin snorted, not looking up as he mixed a mojito with practiced efficiency. Tell them this isn't a Burger King. They can't have it their way unless they want to come back and cook it themselves. I'll be sure to phrase it exactly like that, she replied dryly, because we're definitely in a position to chase away paying customers. Miguel glanced up, meeting her eyes with a flash of gold that wasn't entirely human, a flicker of his wolf nature that he needed to learn to control better. Sorry, Prima, I'm just tired of the complaints. 3 double shifts this week? Join the club, Elena muttered, as a single bead of sweat made its way down her spine. Her own wolf stirred restlessly beneath her skin, unhappy with the long hours, the noise, the heat. Not now, she commanded silently. 2 more days until the full moon. The thought sent a ripple of anxiety through her. Full moons were never easy for werewolves, but they were downright dangerous for ones like Elena and Miguel, the last remnants of a once proud pack, with no alpha to stabilize them, no pack bonds to ease the transition. With practiced grace, Elena delivered the steaming plates to table 7, and Mrs. Fuentes and her daughters, weekly regulars since before Elena was born. The elderly woman reached out, her lined hand patting Elena's wrist with familiarity. You look tired, mijita, she said, concern etched in her face. You're working too hard. Elena summoned a smile. I'm fine, Mrs. Fuentes, just the usual Friday madness. Your parents would be proud, the woman said, her eyes soft with memory. They built something special here. The unexpected kindness made Elena's throat tighten. Thank you, she managed before the ancient overhead air conditioner gave a dramatic rattle, wheezed pathetically, and died with a final metallic clunk. Collective groans rose from the packed restaurant. Customers instantly reached for menus, makeshift fans becoming Miami's version of emergency equipment. The temperature seemed to rise 5 degrees in 30 seconds. The circuit breaker. Already on it, he responded, ducking through the kitchen door. Elena hurried to the next table, forcing brightness into her voice. Who needs another round of sangria? On the house, for your patience with our vintage cooling system. The offer of free alcohol worked its magic, easing the tension as Elena wound her way to the register. As she punched in an order, her eyes caught on the stack of bills partially hidden beneath the counter. The red, final notice stamp seemed to glow like warning lights. Electric, water, suppliers, property tax. Her stomach knotted with the same worry that had become her constant companion. Business had been declining steadily for the past 2 years, but the last 6 months had been brutal. The newer, trendier restaurants opening in Little Havana had sleek interiors, craft cocktails, and social media presences. Café Mendoza had decades of tradition, her abuela's recipes, and an increasingly unreliable infrastructure. The register drawer stuck as it opened, requiring Elena to jiggle it with the precise combination of force and finesse that all the cafe's equipment now demanded. As she sorted bills, her mind drifted to another Friday night years ago when she was 12, before the attack that had decimated their pack and killed her parents. The cafe had hummed with a different energy then. Her father, Antonio, moving through the dining room with easy charm, knowing every customer by name. Her mother, Lucia, her laugh ringing out from the kitchen as she created magic from simple ingredients. The restaurant overflowing not just with customers but with pack members. Extended family bound by blood and bone, and the moon. And the moon. The memory was so vivid, Elena could almost smell her mother's perfume mingling with the scents of saffron and garlic, could almost hear her father calling out greetings in his booming voice. "Elena, order up!" Rosita's call from the kitchen yanked her back to reality. The register drawer slammed shut on her finger, and Elena bit back a very unwaitress-like curse. There was no time for memories, no space for grief, not when survival of both her family and their business hung by an increasingly frayed thread. Miguel emerged from the back, shaking his head. "Circuit breaker isn't the problem. The whole unit is fried, again." "En serio? Now?" Elena hissed, conscious of nearby customers who might overhear. "Please, tell me Jose can fix it." Her cousin's expression wasn't encouraging. "He said he's patched it so many times there's more solder than original parts. We need a new system." "Great. I'll just check under the floorboards for that pile of cash we've been hiding." The sarcasm couldn't quite mask the edge of panic in her voice. "We could always rob a bank," Miguel suggested, wagging his eyebrows with mock seriousness. "You distract them with your waitressing charm, I'll vault over the counter." Despite everything, Elena felt a reluctant smile tug at her lips. "Your criminal mastermind skills need work." "I'm just saying, those reflexes aren't only good for dodging toddlers and carrying plates." He nodded toward the kitchen. "Rosita's giving you the death glare. Table 9's order's getting cold." Elena grabbed the waiting plates, inhaling deeply to center herself. The weight of the bills, the broken air conditioner, the upcoming full moon, all of it pressed down on her shoulders like physical burden. But Cafe Mendoza wasn't just a restaurant. It was the last connection to her parents, to their history, to the pack they had once been. And Elena would be damned if she'd let it slip away without a fight, even if that fight seemed more impossible with each passing day. "Miguel," she said as she balanced the new order, "call that repair guy in Hialeah, the one who gave us a discount last time. Tell him it's an emergency." She cast a quick glance at the front door, where more customers were arriving despite the heat. "And pray that we make enough tonight to at least pay the electric bill." Her cousin nodded, his eyes serious beneath his teasing demeanor. They both knew what was at stake. Not just a business, but their heritage, their home, the last physical piece of the Luna del Caribe pack. As Elena moved back into the crowded dining room, the evening sunlight slanted through the windows, painting the cafe in golden hues that momentarily transformed the worn surfaces and faded photographs into something magical, a glimpse of what once was and what, on her more hopeful days, Elena still believed could be again. Outside, the Miami night was falling, and with it, the faint pull of the waxing moon. 2 days from... Elena straightened her shoulders and pushed forward, ignoring both the moon's call and the wolf stirring beneath her skin. She had tables to serve, bills to pay, and a legacy to protect. The wolf's needs, like her own, would have to wait. 3 hours, 2 minor kitchen disasters, and 1 impromptu a cappella rendition of Happy Birthday later, Elena finally flipped the sign on the cafe door to a close. Her feet throbbed in protest as she leaned against the counter, watching Miguel wipe down the last tables. "Not our worst night," he offered, tossing the rag into a bucket. "Not our best either," Elena replied, pulling her phone from her apron pocket. The moment she unlocked the screen, her heart stuttered. The calendar notification glared up at her, a perfect circle symbolizing tonight's full moon. She'd been so consumed with the air conditioning crisis and keeping the customers happy that she'd lost track of the lunar cycle. A dangerous mistake for a werewolf. "Miguel," she called, a new urgency in her voice. "What's the time for moonrise tonight?" Her cousin checked his watch. "Shit, 20 minutes, maybe less." Elena's skin prickled with pins and needles, the first warning sign. "You need to get home now." Miguel nodded, already grabbing his backpack. Unlike Elena, he had reinforced his apartment with silver-lined walls and multiple deadbolts, expensive precautions that had drained his savings but gave him a safe place to shift each month. "You okay to close up?" he asked, concern evident beneath his hurry. "Go," she insisted. "I'll lock up and head straight home. Abuela's waiting." He hesitated only a moment longer before giving her a quick, rough hug. Be safe, Primo. The moment he was gone, Alina counted the knight's tips with trembling fingers. The total made her wince. Barely enough to cover the emergency air conditioning repair, let alone make a dent in their outstanding bills. She stuffed the cash into the restaurant's ancient safe, muscle memory guiding her through the combination as her focus began to fray around the edges. Her wolf was stirring now, anticipating the moon's rise. She could feel it pacing restlessly beneath her skin, like an animal sensing an approaching storm. She dialed Abuela's number as she shut off the lights and armed the security system. Elena, her grandmother's voice was tight with concern. ¿Dónde estás? I'm leaving now, Abuela, she answered, locking the cafe door behind her. I lost track of time. The air conditioner died again. Hurry, mijita. I have everything ready, but the moon rises early tonight. Elena broke into a jog the moment she ended the call, her wolf lending her speed despite her exhaustion. Little Havana transformed at night, from tourist attraction to living, breathing community. She passed Domino Park, where elderly men still hunched over games despite the late hour, their laughter and Spanish exclamations carrying on the humid air. A group of teenagers lounged on the steps of a building adorned with a vibrant mural of Celia Cruz, their music a pulsing backdrop to her rush. Under normal circumstances, Elena loved these streets, the colors, the smells, the undiluted spirit of her heritage. But tonight, each sensory input felt like an assault. The scent of roasting pork from the 24-hour cafeteria made her stomach clench with sudden hunger. The music from passing cars seemed to vibrate through her very bones. Even the streetlights felt too bright, her pupils contracting painfully as her vision began the subtle shift toward her wolf's superior night sight. A cramp seized her lower back, causing her to stumble. Alina caught herself against a wall, breathing through the wave of pain. The shift was coming faster than usual. Not here, she whispered to herself, to her wolf. Just a few more blocks. She pushed herself forward, ignoring the curious glances from passers-by who might mistake her urgent pace and pained expression for something mundane. Too much to drink, perhaps, or the aftermath of a lover's quarrel. If only they knew the truth that hid behind the everyday facade of their neighborhood. By the time Elena reached the small stucco house she shared with her grandmother, sweat plastered her work uniform to her skin, and the prickling sensation had intensified to the point of pain. She fumbled with her keys, biting back a curse as she dropped them twice before managing to unlock the door. Abuela, she called, stepping into the familiar warmth of their home. In the kitchen, Elena, quickly. The scent hit her immediately, the bitter tang of wolfsbane tempered with sweet basil, cinnamon, and other herbs from Abuela's garden. The traditional tea was already steeping, its steam curling invitingly from a worn ceramic mug. Carmela Mendoza might have been in her 70s, her once black hair now streaked with silver, but she moved with the efficiency of a woman half her age as she gathered supplies. Her hands, gnarled with arthritis but still strong, measured dried herbs into small sachets. Drink, she commanded, pushing the mug toward Elena. All of it. Elena didn't argue. The tea tasted as bitter as it smelled, but she'd long ago learned to swallow it without complaint. The blend wouldn't prevent the change, nothing could do that, but it might ease the transition and help her maintain some semblance of control during the night ahead. The moon rises in 10 minutes, Abuela said, moving to the windows to draw the heavy blackout curtains. Your clothes are laid out downstairs. Elena nodded, following her grandmother toward the reinforced door that led to their basement. Another cramp hit, this one sharper, and she couldn't suppress a gasp of pain. Abuela turned, her dark eyes softening as she cupped Elena's face in her hands. It gets worse each month, she observed quietly. It wasn't a question, but Elena nodded anyway. The shift takes longer, it hurts more. It's the lack of pack bonds, Abuela said, her tone matter-of-fact but tinged with old grief. Wolves aren't meant to shift alone, Elena. The Luna del Caribe were once hundreds strong across the Caribbean. Our ancestors could change as easily as breathing. So you've told me, Elena managed through gritted teeth. And I'll keep telling you until you understand what we've lost. Abuela's voice took on the cadence of a well-rehearsed teaching. Her bloodline is ancient, descended from the first wolves who crossed from Spain to Cuba, then to Florida. We carried abilities other packs envied. Abuela. Elena interrupted, a fresh wave of pain making her impatient. The history lesson can wait. Her grandmother's expression grew stern. Knowledge is power, nieta, especially for those of us with so little of it left. Another spasm hit, and Elena clutched the banister. I know, I'm sorry, but please. Understanding replaced sternness in Abuela's eyes. She reached for the large brass key hanging from a chain around her neck, the key to the reinforced basement door designed specifically for full moon nights. Go, she said softly. I'll secure the door. Elena descended the stairs on increasingly unsteady legs. The basement had been transformed over generations from a simple cellar to a secure holding area for shifting werewolves. The walls were reinforced with steel beams, the small windows covered with metal shutters. A single mattress lay in the corner, covered with sheets that would need to be replaced tomorrow. Next to it sat a plastic container of water and the clothes Abuela had mentioned. Simple, loose items that would be easy to put on after the shift back to human form. Elena stripped quickly, folding her uniform with trembling hands. Nudity was a practical necessity during transformation. Clothes didn't shift with the wolf and would only be shredded in the process. She moved to the center of the room, her feet cold against the concrete floor, and took deep breaths as she tried to center herself. Above, she heard the heavy door close and the multiple locks engage as Abuela secured it. The first real pulse of moonlight slipped through a crack in the window shutters, a silver beam that seemed to seek her out with deliberate intent. The moment it touched her skin, Elena's knees buckled. The pain of transformation was unlike anything she could describe to humans. It wasn't just the physical agony of bones reshaping, muscles stretching, organs shifting, though that alone was enough to make her bite through her lip to keep from screaming. It was the psychological toll of having her very essence pulled in two directions, her human mind fighting to maintain control, while her wolf surged forward, wild with the need for freedom. Elena dropped to all fours as her spine began to reshape, a scream finally tearing from her throat only to morph into a howl midway through. Her vision blurred, colors fading as her perception shifted toward the wolf's primary palate. The sense of the basement intensified. Concrete dust, old sweat, the lingering traces of previous full moons. Fight for control, she gasped, repeating Abuela's mantra. You are Luna del Caribe. The wolf serves you, not the other way around. But the words felt hollow as pain ripped through her again. Each month, the battle for control grew harder. Each month, her wolf fought more ferociously against the confines of this basement, this diminished existence so far from what their ancestors had known. Fur erupted across her skin in uneven patches, another sign of the difficult transition. Her face contorted, jaw elongating with agonizing slowness, teeth reshaping into deadly canines. Her fingers curled inward as claws extended, scraping against the concrete floor. A distant part of Elena's mind knew this wasn't right, wasn't how the shift should be. She'd seen her parents transform when she was a child, before the attack that decimated their pack. They had changed smoothly, almost beautifully. The transition from human to wolf a matter of seconds, rather than the torturous minutes she now endured. Moonlight pooled around her as the transformation reached its peak. Elena's last coherent thought before her human consciousness receded was a desperate wish for something, someone, who could ease this monthly torment. Then her wolf surged forward, drowning out human concerns with more primal needs. Freedom, pack, belonging. The wolf that had been Elena threw back her head and howled. A sound of pain, yes, but also of lonely defiance against a world that had left her packless and alone under the merciless light of the full moon. Upstairs, listening to the cries from below, Abuela Carmela closed her eyes and whispered an old prayer. Part Catholic, part something much older that had been passed down through generations of Luna del Caribe wolves. A prayer for protection, for strength, and though she would never admit it to Elena, a prayer that the ancient prophecy about their bloodline would soon come to pass. Because Carmela wasn't sure how many more full moons her granddaughter could endure alone. The morning after a full moon was always brutal. By the time Elena dragged herself to work the following evening, every muscle in her body protested, and the deep purple bruise spanning her left forearm throbbed beneath the long-sleeved uniform shirt she'd chosen specifically to hide it. "You look like hell," Miguel greeted her cheerfully as she entered through the back door of Café Mendoza. "Thanks. It's a new look I'm trying." Elena dropped her bag in the tiny staff room. "I'm calling it Nearly Mauled Myself in a Basement." Miguel winced, his humor fading. "That bad?" Elena rolled up her sleeve, just enough to reveal the edge of the bruise. "Slammed against the wall repeatedly. Abuela says I howled for hours." She tugged the fabric back down. "Did you fare any better?" He shrugged. "Destroyed another mattress." Neighbors complained about the noise again. It was their usual post-moon exchange, comparing wounds, sharing the indignities of shifting alone. But today, Elena lacked the energy even for their gallows humor. Her wolf felt raw, as if the difficult transformation had scraped her insides hollow. "We should be making good money tonight, at least," Miguel offered, changing the subject as he sensed her mood. "Festival of San Juan starts today. The streets are already packed." Elena had forgotten about the festival, another detail lost in the chaos of the past few days. San Juan was one of Little Havana's biggest celebrations, bringing tourists and locals alike to the neighborhood for music, food, and cultural events. "Great," she muttered. "Just what I need after a full moon. Hordes of humans with noisemakers." "Look at the bright side," Miguel said, tossing her an apron. "More customers means more tips. Maybe enough to fix that damn air conditioner." She couldn't argue with that logic, though her body begged for her bed rather than a night of serving plates and navigating crowds. Still, Elena had never been one to shirk responsibility. She tied the apron around her waist with a resigned sigh. "Fine, but if anyone complains about the plantains tonight, I might actually growl at them." Miguel grinned. "That's the spirit." Miguel hadn't exaggerated about the festival crowds. By 8 o'clock, every table in Café Mendoza was full, with a line forming outside the door. The repaired air conditioner wheezed valiantly against the combined heat of packed bodies and the kitchen's busy stoves. The cheerful chaos would normally energize Elena, but tonight, each noise, each demand, each burst of laughter felt like sandpaper against her overtaxed senses. Table 5 needs more napkins, table 8 wants to know if we have gluten-free options, and there's a guy at 12 who's been waiting 10 minutes for someone to take his order, Rosita rattled off as they passed each other between tables. Elena nodded, mentally triaging the requests while delivering mojitos to a boisterous group of college students clearly pre-gaming for the festival. As she turned toward table 12, tucked into the far corner of the restaurant, she felt it, a subtle shift in the air, a prickling awareness at the base of her skull that had nothing to do with her post-moon exhaustion. Her wolf, usually subdued the day after a shift, suddenly snapped to alertness. The man sitting alone at the corner table didn't belong in Café Mendoza. Everything about him, from his perfectly tailored charcoal suit to his understated but obviously expensive watch, screamed wealth and power. He sat with the easy confidence of someone accustomed to commanding rooms much more impressive than this modest restaurant. Elena approached cautiously, her wolf's curiosity mingling with her own wariness. "Welcome to Café Mendoza," she greeted him, pad ready. "Sorry for the wait. The festival has us a bit overwhelmed tonight." When he looked up, Elena's breath caught. It wasn't that he was handsome, though he undeniably was, with sharp cheekbones and eyes so dark they appeared almost black in the restaurant's dim lighting. It was the way he looked at her, with immediate, focused intensity, as if she were a puzzle he was determined to solve. "No apology necessary," he replied, his voice a rich baritone that seemed to bypass her ears and vibrate directly against her skin. "Some things are worth waiting for." The comment could have sounded like a cheap line, but there was something in his tone, a certainty, an awareness, that suggested he wasn't speaking about the service. "Can I get you something to drink while you look at the menu?" Elena managed, fighting to maintain her professional demeanor despite her wolf's increasingly agitated state. "I don't need a menu," he said, closing the laminated card without glancing at it. "I'd like the rabo encendido with a side of yuca con mojo. And perhaps some madros, not fried too long. Antonio used to make them perfectly caramelized on the outside, soft within." Elena's hand froze above her notepad. rabo encendido, spicy oxtail stew. Hadn't been on their menu in years. It had been her father's specialty, a dish few restaurants in Miami still prepared the traditional way. And the casual mention of her father's name, spoken with the familiarity of someone who'd known him personally. "You knew my father?" she asked, protocol forgotten. A small smile played at the corners of his mouth. Miami is smaller than it seems, especially for certain communities. The deliberate pause sent another wave of awareness through Elena. This man wasn't just wealthy and out of place, he was something else, something like her. "We don't serve rabo encendido anymore," she said carefully, testing him. "A shame. Antonio's recipe was exceptional, simmered for hours with just the right blend of spices. His secret was the orange peel, wasn't it? Adds a brightness most chefs miss." Elena stared at him. That detail about the orange peel wasn't something a casual diner would know. It had been her father's closely guarded secret, passed down through generations. "I'll see what we can do," she said finally, turning toward the kitchen with her mind racing. Rosita balked at the off-menu request until Elena mentioned it was her father's recipe. Then the older woman's eyes softened with understanding, and she shooed Elena back to the dining room, promising to see what magic she could work. When Elena returned to take orders from a nearby table, she was acutely aware of the stranger's eyes following her movements. Not in the creepy way some men watched waitresses, but with the calculated assessment of a predator identifying another of its kind. Her bruised arm throbbed under his gaze, as if her wolf recognized a potential threat, or something else entirely. Throughout the evening, Elena found herself drawn back to his table, refilling his water glass more often than necessary, checking on a meal that clearly met with his approval. Each time, he engaged her in brief conversation, asking subtle questions about the restaurant, the neighborhood, her family, questions that seemed innocent on the surface but probed at secrets Elena had been taught to guard. When she delivered his coffee, Cuban, strong and sweet, their fingers brushed briefly against the ceramic mug. The contact sent a jolt of electricity racing up her arm, so powerful she nearly dropped the cup. By his slight intake of breath, she knew he'd felt it too, that spark of recognition, of connection, that occurred when two wolves acknowledged each other. But he wasn't from any Miami pack she knew. Elena had lived in Little Havana her entire life, was familiar with the few werewolves who still called the area home, after most had fled following the attack on her family. This man was a stranger. A wolf without a scent mark she recognized, in territory that, diminished as it was, still belonged to what remained of the Luna del Caribe. When she brought his check, he was waiting with 5 crisp $100 bills folded between his fingers. "The meal was excellent," he said, handing her the money. "Please tell Rosita she honored Antonio's recipe beautifully." Elena stared at the bills in her hand. The meal had cost less than $30. "I can't accept." "Consider it an investment," he interrupted smoothly, rising from his chair. Standing, he was even more imposing, tall, with the coiled strength of an alpha barely contained beneath his civilized exterior. "An investment in what?" Elena asked, finding her voice. "The future." He reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew a business card, pressing it into her palm alongside the money. "When you're ready to discuss that future, call this number." The card was minimalist, heavy cream stock with a simple phone number embossed in dark ink. No name, no company, no explanation. "Who are you?" Elena demanded, her wolf's curiosity overriding her human caution. He smiled then, a flash of perfect white teeth that hinted at the canines concealed behind them. "My name is Mateo Fuentes," he said, switching to Spanish that was technically perfect, yet carried an accent she couldn't quite place, older, more formal than the Miami Cuban dialect she'd grown up with. "And I've been looking for you for a very long time, Elena Mendoza." Before she could respond, he moved past her toward the exit, navigating the crowded restaurant with effortless grace. At the door, he paused and looked back, catching her eye one last time across the room. The intensity of his gaze held her frozen in place until he disappeared into the festival crowds outside. Elena stood motionless, the money and card still clutched in her hand, her wolf pacing restlessly beneath her skin despite the recent full moon. Something fundamental had shifted in her world, though she couldn't yet identify what or how. Who was that? Miguel appeared at her elbow, his expression uncharacteristically serious. I could smell him from across the room. Wolf, but not like us. Elena looked down at the card in her hand, tracing the embossed numbers with her fingertip. As she turned it in the light, she caught a subtle design watermarked into the paper. A crescent moon. I don't know, she answered honestly. But I think he knew my father, and I think he knows what happened to our pack. The festival music swelled outside, drums and trumpets blending with laughter and celebration. But inside Alina, a quieter, more primal rhythm had begun. The steady beat of instinct warning her that Mateo Fuentes was dangerous, powerful, and possibly the key to unlocking secrets her family had carried for generations. What he couldn't possibly know was that Elena Mendoza had never backed down from danger in her life, especially when that danger might hold the answers she'd been seeking since the night she lost everything. She pocketed the card and the money. Decision made. Whatever game Mateo Fuentes was playing, she would learn the rules. And then, wolf to wolf, she would play to win. Chapter 2. Scent of Opportunity. The Sunday morning sun beat down mercilessly on Elena's back as she knelt in the rich soil of the community garden, her hands working methodically to separate delicate wolfsbane seedlings. Most gardeners avoided the toxic plant, but for the Mendoza family, properly diluted wolfsbane was essential. One of the few herbs that could help werewolves maintain clarity during a shift. Careful with those, Abuela Carmela instructed, her own gnarled fingers expertly pinching basil leaves nearby. Remember, too much in the tea and you'll be sick for days, too little and your wolf takes too much control. I've been helping you since I was 6, Abuela, Elena reminded her, though without genuine irritation. These Sunday morning gardening sessions had been their tradition for as long as she could remember, one of the few peaceful constants in her life. Their plot sat in the corner of the Little Havana community garden, partially hidden by trellises of climbing jasmine that provided both beauty and privacy. To casual observers, the Mendozas simply grew unusual herbs for traditional Cuban cooking. Only Elena and her grandmother knew the true purpose of the moonflower that only bloomed during lunar cycles, or the rare mountain sage that helped soothe a werewolf's heightened senses after a difficult shift. The lemon balm is doing well this year, Elena observed, moving to the next section of their plot. Should help with your arthritis. Abuela hummed in agreement, though Elena noticed she flexed her right hand with a barely concealed wince. The aftermath of full moons was difficult on them both, but especially hard on Carmela, whose aging body recovered more slowly from each month's sympathetic reaction to her granddaughter's shift. Did you sleep at all? Abuela asked, changing the subject. Elena shrugged. A few hours. The truth was, she'd spent most of the night thinking about Mateo Fuentes, the mysterious werewolf who'd appeared in their restaurant with knowledge of her father and a business card that now burned a hole in her pocket. She hadn't mentioned him to Abuela yet, unsure what to make of the encounter herself. A shadow fell across their garden plot, and Elena looked up to see Señor Morales, their elderly neighbor who managed the community garden assignments. "Buenos días, Carmela," he greeted, deliberately avoiding looking directly at Elena. Most of their neighbors maintained a friendly but cautious distance, as if subconsciously sensing something different about the Mendoza women without being able to identify what. "Buenos días, Tomás," Abuela replied with the easy familiarity of decades of acquaintance. "This came for you yesterday," he said, extending a thick envelope toward Carmela. "Certified letter. My daughter signed for it when the mailman couldn't find you." Elena's stomach tightened as she recognized the logo on the envelope, Miami First Bank and Trust, the same bank that held the mortgage on both their home and the restaurant. "Gracias," Abuela said, accepting the envelope with a neutral expression that didn't fool Elena for a second. The moment Señor Morales moved away, her grandmother's shoulders slumped slightly. "You knew this was coming," Elena said quietly, not a question. Abuela sighed, turning the envelope over in her hands without opening it. "We missed another payment. That makes 3. 3? Elena's voice rose before she caught herself. "Abuela, you told me we were only behind by 1 month. I didn't want to worry you, mijita. You have enough on your shoulders." Elena sat back on her heels, wiping soil from her hands with sharp, frustrated movements. "We're family. We're supposed to share burdens, not hide them from each other." With resigned movements, Abuela tore open the envelope and skimmed its contents. Her expression remained stoic, but Elena caught the slight tremor in her hands. 30 days, Carmela said finally. They're giving us 30 days to bring the accounts current, or they begin foreclosure proceedings. She looked up, meeting Elena's eyes directly. On both properties. The implications hit Elena like a physical blow. They could potentially lose not just the struggling restaurant, but their home as well, the house that had been in their family for 3 generations, where Elena had grown up, where the basement had been specially reinforced to accommodate their monthly transformations. How much? She asked, her voice tight. When Abuela named the figure, Elena's momentary hope, fueled by the memory of the $500 Mateo had left as a tip, deflated completely. That unexpected windfall would barely make a dent in what they owed. We'll figure something out, she said with more confidence than she felt. The festival should bring good business this week, and I could pick up some catering jobs on the side. Elena, Abuela's tone stopped her mid-sentence. There's more. From her garden apron pocket, Carmela withdrew an orange prescription bottle, shaking it so Elena could hear how few pills remained inside. I've been stretching these, taking one every other day instead of daily. Your heart medication. Elena stared in disbelief. Abuela, you can't. They're expensive, even with insurance. And the insurance premium went up again this month. A cold fury swept through Elena, not at her grandmother, but at the situation that had forced a proud woman to choose between medication and keeping a roof over their heads. It was the same fury she'd felt 2 weeks ago when she'd received the thin envelope from the Miami Culinary Institute, rejecting her application not on merit, but because the check for the application fee had bounced. That dream of professional training that might help her modernize the restaurant menu and attract new customers had been quietly shelved, alongside so many others. Elena hadn't even told Abuela about the rejection, not wanting to add to her grandmother's worries. We're not going to lose our home, Elena said firmly, reaching for Abuela's weathered hand. And you're going to take your medication as prescribed, even if I have to pick up another job. Carmela squeezed her hand in return, her eyes reflecting both pride and worry. You already work too hard, Nieta. Your wolf suffers for it. I heard how difficult your shift was this month. Before Elena could respond, her phone chimed with a text from Miguel, a reminder that they needed to finalize next week's inventory order for the restaurant. I have to go handle this, Elena said, rising and brushing soil from her jeans. We'll talk more at dinner, okay? Don't worry, Abuela. I'll figure something out. As she gathered her gardening tools, Elena's fingers brushed against the business card in her pocket. The card she'd been alternately staring at and ignoring since Mateo Fuentes had handed it to her with those cryptic words about the future. Could she really dismiss any possibility of assistance when their situation was this dire? The evening found Elena running along the narrow strip of beach at South Point Park, her feet pounding against the packed sand as she pushed her body to its limits. Physical exertion had always been her preferred method for processing difficult emotions, something her wolf appreciated even when her human side was overwhelmed. The day's frustrations propelled her forward. The bank letter, Abuela's hidden struggles, the seemingly insurmountable financial hole they were in. Each problem added speed to her stride until she was moving at a pace no human could maintain, grateful for the relatively empty beach as sunset approached. She finally slowed as she reached the end of the beach, chest heaving as she braced her hands on her knees. The setting sun painted the horizon in vibrant oranges and pinks, its beauty a stark contrast to the turmoil inside her. Straightening, Elena stared out at the point where sky met ocean and let down her guard just slightly. Enough for her eyes to shift from their human brown to the luminous gold of her wolf. With enhanced vision, the sunset transformed, revealing spectrums of color invisible to human perception. It was a small, secret pleasure, this brief moment of allowing her wolf to experience the world without the danger of a full shift. "What are we going to do?" she whispered. The question directed partly to herself, partly to the wolf within, and partly to the vastness of the ocean before her. For once, neither her human ingenuity nor her wolf instincts offered a clear path forward. The restaurant was failing despite their best efforts. Their savings were depleted. Elena had already maxed out her credit cards, paying for repairs and supplies. Unless business dramatically improved overnight, which seemed unlikely given the trendier competition opening in the neighborhood, they were going to lose everything. As the last edge of the sun dipped below the horizon, Elena let her eyes fade back to brown and turned toward home, her pace more measured now. The run had done its job, burning off enough nervous energy that she could think clearly again. She had exactly one unexpected resource that might change their situation: the business card from a werewolf who seemed to know more about her family than he should, offering an unnamed opportunity she couldn't begin to guess at. Whatever game Mateo Fuentes was playing, Elena decided as she jogged home through the gathering dusk, she no longer had the luxury of refusing to play. The business card sat on Elena's bedside table like a challenge, its cream-colored surface catching the morning light that filtered through her curtains. She'd spent half the night staring at it, running her fingers over the embossed numbers, turning it in the light to reveal that subtle watermark, a crescent moon that seemed to change phases depending on how the card was held. No ordinary business card, then. This had been created specifically to intrigue a werewolf recipient. Elena picked it up again, examining it more carefully than she had at the restaurant. The paper was thick and expensive, the printing precise. As she tilted it under her lamp, additional details emerged. Patterns that resembled claw marks forming a border so subtle they were nearly invisible unless you knew to look for them. "What are you playing at, Mateo Fuentes?" she murmured, tracing the moon symbol with her thumbnail. After a nearly sleepless night of weighing options that ranged from bad to worse, Elena had made her decision. Whatever this man wanted, she would at least hear him out. The worst he could offer was nothing, which would leave her exactly where she was now. Taking a deep breath, she picked up her phone and dialed the number. It rang only once before a crisp, professional female voice answered. "Fuentes Enterprises, how may I direct your call?" Elena hesitated, suddenly uncertain what to say. "My name is Elena Mendoza. Mateo Fuentes gave me this number." The briefest pause, then a subtle shift in the woman's tone. "Of course, Ms. Mendoza. Mr. Fuentes has been expecting your call. Please hold while I transfer you." Before Elena could process the implication that Mateo had been waiting for her to contact him, the line clicked, and classical music replaced the assistant's voice. She had barely registered the melody, something Spanish with guitars, when it cut off abruptly. "Elena!" Mateo's voice was even richer over the phone, with a resonance that made her wolf stir alertly beneath her skin. "I'm pleased you called." "You left me little choice," she replied, aiming for professional but hearing the edge in her own voice. "Your visit raised more questions than answers." A low chuckle warmed the line between them. "Directness. I appreciate that quality. It's becoming increasingly rare." "What do you want from me, Mr. Fuentes?" Elena cut to the chase, unwilling to be charmed despite the inexplicable way her wolf responded to his voice. "Please, call me Mateo." A pause, then, "What I want is to offer you an opportunity, Elena. One that could solve several problems at once." What kind of opportunity? She found herself pacing the small confines of her bedroom, restless energy making it impossible to sit still. "I find myself in need of a personal chef. Someone with your specific talents would be ideal." Elena stopped mid-stride. "A chef? I'm a waitress, not a—" "We both know that's not true," he interrupted smoothly. "I've tasted your cooking. The rabo encendido may have been prepared by Rosita, but the modifications to your father's recipe, the extra cumin, the touch of honey to balance the heat, those were your innovations." A chill ran through her. He was right, of course. Elena had suggested those small changes when Rosita was preparing the off-menu item, but how could Mateo possibly know that? "You seem to know a lot about me," she observed carefully. "I make it my business to know talented people," he replied, sidestepping her implied question, "particularly when those talents align with my needs." Elena decided to be direct again. "And what exactly would this job entail?" "Initially preparing meals for me at my Miami Beach residence, eventually handling small dinner parties for select guests. The position includes accommodations at the estate during the work week, with weekends free for your own pursuits. Her mind raced, calculating the practical implications. Living at his residence would save on commuting costs and give her weekends to help at the restaurant. But the arrangement sounded suspiciously convenient for a werewolf who might have territorial intentions she didn't yet understand. "And the compensation?" she asked, her practical side needing to know if this could actually help their financial crisis. When Matteo named a figure, Elena nearly dropped the phone. The monthly salary he offered was more than she made in half a year at the restaurant. She struggled to regain her composure. "That can't be the standard rate for a personal chef." "It's the rate for excellence," he replied simply, "and for discretion. My household has specific dietary requirements that require someone with your unique understanding." The implication was clear. He wanted a chef who understood werewolf nutritional needs, which differed significantly from humans, particularly around full moons when protein requirements soared. "I'd like to meet formally before making any decisions," Elena said, fighting to keep her voice steady despite the hope looming dangerously in her chest. A salary like that would easily cover the bank payments, Abuela's medication, and still leave enough to invest in the restaurant's much-needed upgrades. "Of course. My office tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'll text you the address." "Tomorrow works," she agreed, already mentally rearranging her schedule. Miguel could handle the morning prep at the restaurant. "Excellent. I look forward to our meeting, Elena. I believe this arrangement will prove beneficial for us both." The call ended with the same abruptness with which it had begun, leaving Elena staring at her phone in a mixture of disbelief, hope, and suspicion. The offer was too perfect, too well-timed, too generous. Every instinct told her there had to be a catch. No one paid that kind of money without expecting something significant in return. Her phone chimed with an incoming text. An address in downtown Miami's financial district, followed by a calendar invitation for 10 a.m. the next day. The swift efficiency was both impressive and slightly unnerving. With new purpose, Elena opened her laptop and typed Mateo Fuentes Miami into the search bar. The results were immediate and overwhelming. Mateo Fuentes, CEO of Fuentes Enterprises, a real estate development company responsible for half the new luxury high-rises reshaping Miami's skyline. Forbes articles about the Miami Midas with the golden touch in property development. Society page photos of a devastatingly handsome man at charity galas and business awards, always impeccably dressed, often alone despite being surrounded by people. Elena clicked through news stories and business profiles, absorbing details about the enterprise that had apparently made Mateo one of Miami's wealthiest businessmen. Fuentes Enterprises specialized in transforming underperforming neighborhoods into luxury developments, a euphemism Elena recognized all too well. It meant gentrification, displacement, the erasure of cultural landmarks in favor of sterile, high-end retail and overpriced condos. One article in particular caught her attention. Fuentes set sights on Little Havana revitalization. The accompanying map showed planned development zones, including the very block where Cafe Mendoza had stood for 3 generations. Elena sat back, sudden understanding washing over her. This wasn't about hiring a chef. This was about her family's property. A prime corner lot in a neighborhood Mateo Fuentes apparently intended to revitalize, out of its cultural identity and into another playground for the wealthy. Her wolf growled low in her mind, territorial instincts flaring. But the practical human side of Elena recognized the impossible position she was in. The bank would take their property in 30 days regardless. At least this way, she might secure Abuela's future and save something of their legacy. "Know your enemy," she murmured, continuing to scroll through articles about Mateo's business empire. If he wanted to play games, Elena would make sure she understood the board before making her move. Tomorrow's meeting had just transformed from a job interview into a reconnaissance mission. Elena would learn what Mateo Fuentes really wanted from her family, and then she would decide whether to accept his offer or find another way out of their crisis. Either way, she wouldn't be walking in blind. Fuentes Tower thrust into the Miami skyline like a modern spear of glass and steel, its curved facade reflecting the morning sunlight in blinding flashes. Elena stood at its base, neck craned upward, fighting the distinct feeling that she was about to enter a predator's. Her navy blazer, purchased 3 years ago for her culinary school interviews and rarely worn since, felt simultaneously too tight across her shoulders and too loose around her waist. The matching pencil skirt restricted her movement in a way that made her wolf deeply uncomfortable. She'd spent 40 minutes that morning taming her curls into a sleek ponytail and applying minimal makeup, attempting to project professional competence rather than her usual casual confidence. The result, according to her reflection in the tower's gleaming entrance, was a woman trying very hard to be someone she wasn't. But the deception was necessary. She needed this job, no matter what game Mateo Fuentes was playing. A blast of air conditioning hit her as she pushed through the revolving doors into a soaring lobby of marble and indirect lighting. A massive reception desk of polished black stone dominated the center, staffed by 2 impeccably dressed women who didn't spare Elena a second glance as she approached. Elena Mendoza. "I have an appointment with Mr. Fuentes at 10, she announced, aiming for a tone that suggested she scheduled meetings with billionaires every Tuesday. "ID, please," the receptionist requested, perfectly manicured fingers hovering over a keyboard. As Elena reached for her driver's license, a tall, broad-shouldered security guard approached, his movements carrying the unmistakable fluidity of a predator. He positioned himself slightly to her left, casual to human eyes but deliberately invasive of her personal space in wolf terms. "I'll escort Miss Mendoza up," he announced to the receptionist, who merely nodded without looking away from her screen. Elena met the guard's gaze directly, refusing to be intimidated despite his obvious attempts. As she suspected, his nostrils flared slightly, scenting her, and his eyes flashed the briefest gold before returning to brown. Werewolf, definitely. "This way, ma'am," he said, gesturing toward a bank of elevators at the far end of the lobby. Elena followed, her heels clicking against the marble in what felt like an unnecessarily loud announcement of her presence. The guard pressed his palm against a biometric scanner, causing a private elevator to open silently. "Mr. Fuentes occupies the penthouse level," he informed her as they stepped inside. 57th floor. The elevator rose with disorienting speed, the floors ticking by in digital display. Elena used the brief journey to center herself, mentally rehearsing the questions and demands she'd prepared. Whatever Mateo wanted, she wouldn't be passive or easily manipulated. Around the 30th floor, Elena's nostrils twitched involuntarily. The scent was subtle but unmistakable. Werewolf, but not the guard beside her. Multiple individuals had recently used this elevator, all carrying the same underlying pack scent. Similar enough to suggest kinship or at least alliance, but varied in the way of distinct individuals. By the 40th floor, she'd identified at least 6 different werewolf scents. By the 50th, she was certain this building contained more wolves than she'd encountered in the last 5 years combined. The elevator slowed to a smooth stop, and the doors opened directly into what could only be described as an executive area. Floor-to-ceiling windows wrapped around the entire floor, offering a 360-degree view of Miami that stole Elena's breath despite her determination to remain unimpressed. "Mrs. Mendoza has arrived," the guard announced to a sleek blonde woman seated at an expansive desk of glass and chrome. "Thank you, Carlos. I'll take it from here," she replied, rising with the practiced grace of a dancer or a wolf accustomed to moving seamlessly in human spaces. Carlos nodded respectfully and retreated to the elevator, leaving Elena to follow the blonde woman across the vast expanse of what appeared to be an executive waiting area. Modern art in bold colors adorned the walls, and furnishings in neutral tones offered comfortable but minimalist seating options. "Mr. Fuentes is expecting you," the woman said, leading Elena toward heavy double doors of dark wood that seemed at odds with the otherwise contemporary design. "Would you care for coffee or water before your meeting?" "No, thank you," Elena replied, noting how the woman, clearly Mateo's assistant from their phone call, subtly inhaled as she passed. Another werewolf, confirming Elena's growing suspicion that Fuentes Enterprises was more than a simple real estate development company. The assistant knocked once on the double doors before pushing them open. "Miss Mendoza, sir?" Mateo Fuentes stood with his back to the door, a commanding silhouette against the panoramic view of Miami spread below. He turned as Elena entered, and the impact of his presence in this setting was even more potent than it had been in her family's modest restaurant. Elena, he greeted her, his voice carrying that same rich timbre that had resonated through her phone the day before. Right on time, I appreciate punctuality. Up close, in the unforgiving morning light, Matteo was even more striking than she remembered. His tailored charcoal suit emphasized broad shoulders and a lean waist, while his dark hair was styled with just enough control to appear effortless. But it was his eyes that commanded attention, nearly black in their intensity, observing her with the focus of a predator who never lost sight of his objective. "Thank you for seeing me," Elena responded, accepting his offered handshake and fighting to ignore the electric tingle that ran up her arm at the contact. Her wolf stirred beneath her skin, suddenly and inexplicably alert in a way that had nothing to do with threat assessment. "Please, sit." Matteo gestured toward two leather chairs positioned near the windows, rather than the more formal desk arrangement on the other side of the expansive office. "Marina, hold my calls for the next hour." His assistant nodded and withdrew, closing the double doors with a soft click that somehow felt like the ceiling of a vault. Elena moved to the indicated chair, choosing to stand behind it instead, one hand resting on its supple leather back. "Remarkable view," she observed, buying time as she gathered her thoughts. "I find perspective valuable," Matteo replied, moving to stand beside her at the window. "From here, you can see how the city truly functions, the flow of wealth, of people, of opportunity." Elena followed his gaze across the Miami skyline. From this height, the city's neighborhoods were clearly delineated, the glittering wealth of Brickell and Miami Beach contrasting sharply with the more modest areas where families like hers had lived for generations. Little Havana was visible in the middle distance, its colorful buildings and narrow streets a vibrant pocket amid the encroaching development. "I see boundaries," she noted, "lines drawn between those who have and those who want to keep what little they possess." A smile tugged at the corner of Matteo's mouth. "Perspective indeed." He gestured to the chairs again. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss, and I suspect you have questions beyond the job description I outlined yesterday." This time, Elena complied, perching on the edge of the chair with her back straight, refusing to be engulfed by its comfortable embrace. Matteo took the seat opposite, his posture relaxed yet still exuding authority. "Let's dispense with the charade, shall we?" he suggested, surprising her with his directness. "You know I'm not merely interested in your culinary abilities, impressive as they may be." Elena raised an eyebrow, waiting. "You're a werewolf," he stated simply. "As am I. As are many of the employees in this building." Though she'd suspected as much, having it stated so baldly sent a shock through Elena's system. Werewolves kept their nature hidden from humans at all costs. Revealing oneself to another wolf was never done so casually, so openly. It violated the most basic safety protocols her parents and abuela had drilled into her since childhood. "That's quite an assumption," she replied carefully. Matteo's laugh was warm and genuine. "Elena, we both know it's not an assumption. I recognized your scent the moment I entered your restaurant, Luna del Caribe, one of the oldest bloodlines in the Caribbean. Nearly extinct now, but distinctive to those who know what to detect." Fear flashed cold through her veins. He knew her bloodline, which meant he potentially knew why her family had been targeted, why her parents had been killed, why only she and abuela remained of what had once been a thriving pack. "Who are you?" she demanded, abandoning pretense. "Matteo Fuentes, as I said, Alpha of the Costa de Oro pack." He stated it matter-of-factly, as though announcing his alma mater rather than revealing his position as leader of what must be a significant werewolf coalition. "My pack holds territory throughout Miami's financial and political districts." Elena's mind raced. She'd grown up believing the Miami werewolf population had been decimated years ago, that her family's small pack had been among the last. The idea that an entire thriving pack existed, hidden in plain sight among Miami's elite, upended everything she thought she knew. "That's not possible," she said, after the hunter raids in the 90s. "A convenient narrative," Matteo interrupted, whom we encouraged. "The truth is more complex. Some packs were indeed destroyed. Others adapted, evolved, found new ways to hide in plain sight." He gestured to the opulent office around them. Wealth provides excellent camouflage, as does power. Elena stood abruptly, moving back to the window as she processed this revelation. Her reflection in the glass looked pale, shaken. Exactly how she felt, and exactly what she couldn't afford to show. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked, fighting to keep her voice steady. "Why reveal yourself and your pact to someone you barely know?" Mateo remained seated, giving her the space her wolf desperately needed in this moment of vulnerability. It was a surprisingly considerate gesture from an alpha. Most would press their advantage rather than allow a potential subordinate to retreat. "Because I'm offering you more than a job, Elena. I'm offering you protection, community, the pack connection your wolf clearly craves." The words struck with devastating accuracy. Elena's monthly shifts were becoming increasingly difficult precisely because wolves weren't meant to transform alone, without the stabilizing energy of pack bonds, but that didn't explain Mateo's interest in her specifically. "You still haven't answered my question," she pressed, turning to face him. "Why me? What do you want?" "Your talents," he replied simply, "both culinary and otherwise. The Luna del Carri bloodline carries certain abilities that have become increasingly rare, abilities that would benefit my pack considerably." Suspicion crystallized in Elena's mind. "This is about my family's property in Little Havana, isn't it? I saw the development plans online. You want our restaurant location." For the first time, Mateo looked genuinely surprised. "Your property?" "Elena, while I won't deny that Fuentes Enterprises has interest in revitalizing certain areas of Little Havana, your family's restaurant was never a specific target." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "This is about you, your potential, your bloodline's unique gifts you may not even be fully aware of yet." The sincerity in his voice was compelling, but Elena had spent a lifetime developing skepticism as a survival skill. "And I'm supposed to believe that a powerful alpha just happened to walk into my family's struggling restaurant by coincidence?" "Not coincidence," Mateo acknowledged. "I've been searching for surviving members of the Luna del Caribe for years. When my sources finally identified you and your grandmother, I decided a personal assessment was warranted." "Sources?" Elena repeated flatly. "You've been spying on us." "I prefer to think of it as research." Mateo stood, moving to a sleek bar cabinet recessed into the wall. "May I offer you a drink, water, something stronger? It's 10:30 in the morning." "And you're having quite a shocking conversation." "Sometimes conventions can be set aside." He poured himself a small measure of amber liquid, raising the crystal tumbler in a silent question. "Water," Elena conceded, recognizing her dry throat. As he handed her a glass of ice water, their fingers brushed again, and that same inexplicable current passed between them. This time she caught the slight widening of his eyes. Confirmation that he felt it too, whatever it was. "The position I'm offering is genuine," Mateo continued, returning to his seat. "My pack needs a chef who understands werewolf nutritional requirements, someone who can prepare meals that support our unique metabolism, especially around full moons." "And in return?" Elena asked, sipping the water. "Compensation as discussed. A secure place within pack territory, access to resources that could help your grandmother's health issues and your restaurant's financial problems." Elena's eyes narrowed, though he did know about their financial struggles. "And eventually," Mateo continued, "training to help you develop the abilities inherent in your bloodline, abilities that have been suppressed by isolation and lack of proper pack bonds." The offer was tempting. More than tempting. It addressed every practical concern currently suffocating Elena's life and offered answers to questions she'd carried since childhood about her family's history. Yet something felt too convenient, too perfect. "What's the catch?" she asked bluntly. Mateo's lips curved in appreciation of her directness. "Loyalty. Discretion. Commitment to the pack's interests above outside concerns." "My family is my priority," Elena stated firmly. "My grandmother, our restaurant, those aren't outside concerns." "Of course not," he agreed smoothly, "which is why I'm prepared to ensure their security as part of our arrangement." Elena took a deep breath, weighing her options. In reality, she had few. The bank would take their property in 30 days, regardless of what she decided here. At least Mateo's offer provided a lifeline, however questionable its origins might be. "The salary you mentioned yesterday," she said. "Decision made." "It's not enough?" Mateo's eyebrows rose fractionally, clearly not the response he'd expected. "No?" "No." Elena set her water glass down with a decisive click. "If I'm providing specialized services that benefit your entire pack, plus taking on the risks associated with joining a new werewolf coalition when I've been independent my entire adult life, I need better compensation." She named a figure 30% higher than his original offer, bracing for rejection or counter-argument. Instead, Mateo laughed, a genuine, surprised sound that transformed his stern features into something almost boyish. "You are full of surprises, Elena Mendoza," he said, shaking his head. "Most wolves would be intimidated simply being in an alpha's presence, let alone negotiating salary demands." "I'm not most wolves," she replied evenly, "and while I respect your position, I know my worth." His expression shifted from amusement to something more assessing, more intense. "Yes," he said quietly. "I believe you do." He held her gaze for a long moment before nodding decisively. "Your terms are acceptable." Elena blinked, not having expected such easy capitulation. "Just like that?" "Just like that." Mateo rose, signaling the end of their meeting. "I value confidence and clarity. You've demonstrated both. Marina will prepare the necessary paperwork and coordinate your start date." He extended his hand. "Welcome to the Costa d'Oro Pack, Elena." As she stood and accepted his handshake, Elena felt the weight of the decision settling around her shoulders. She'd just agreed to join a pack she knew nothing about, led by a man whose true motives remained unclear, all to save her family from financial ruin. "I'll need weekends free," she added, "to help at the restaurant and check on my grandmother." "As I mentioned, weekends are your own," Mateo confirmed. "Though I hope you'll eventually join us for pack gatherings." The full moon is more manageable when shared with others. The promise in those words of easier shifts, of the pack connection her wolf craved, was almost as tempting as the financial security. "We'll see," she said, non-committal. Mateo walked her to the office doors, his hand hovering near the small of her back without quite touching her, respecting boundaries while establishing proximity in the way of wolves who would soon share territory. "One last thing," he said as they reached the threshold. "Your grandmother. I understand she requires heart medication?" Elena stiffened. "You've been very thorough in your research." "We take care of our own, Elena," he replied, ignoring her sarcasm. "Pack members have access to medical benefits beyond what conventional insurance provides. I'll have our pack physician contact you about setting up a consultation for her." The unexpected kindness caught Elena off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Before she could formulate a response, the office doors opened to reveal Marina waiting to escort her back to the elevator. "I look forward to your culinary creations," Mateo said, his formal tone returning as Marina approached. "And to helping you discover your true potential as Luna del Caribe." As Elena followed Marina across the vast waiting area toward the elevators, her mind whirled with contradictory impressions. Relief at the financial salvation, suspicion about Mateo's true motives, excitement at the prospect of learning more about her bloodline's abilities, fear about aligning herself with an unknown pack, and beneath it all, a strange, unsettling awareness of Mateo himself, the inexplicable pull she felt in his presence, the way her wolf responded to his voice, his scent, his energy. It wasn't submission to an alpha. Elena's wolf had never submitted easily to anyone. This was something different, something her human side couldn't quite categorize, but her wolf seemed to recognize instinctively. The elevator doors closed on the penthouse view, and Elena exhaled a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She had a job. She had a solution to their financial crisis. She had a chance to save everything she cared about. All it would cost was stepping into a world she'd been raised to avoid, a world of pack politics, power dynamics, and an alpha whose intentions remained as opaque as the mysterious symbols on his business card. As the elevator descended toward the busy lobby, Elena straightened her shoulders and lifted her chin. Whatever game Mateo Fuentes was playing, whatever secrets he held about her family's past, she would uncover them. She would use this opportunity to protect her grandmother and their legacy while discovering the truth about the Luna del Caribe bloodline. And if Mateo thought she would simply fall in line with his pack hierarchy without question, he had severely underestimated the last daughter of a once powerful werewolf lineage who had survived against impossible odds. Game on, Alpha, game on. Chapter 3, New Moon, New Beginnings. Absolutely not. Abuela Carmela's voice carried the finality of a judge delivering a death sentence. No granddaughter of mine will go work for strange wolves, especially not an alpha with that kind of money and power. Elena continued folding clothes into her small suitcase, refusing to meet her grandmother's glare. They'd been having variations of this argument for 3 days, ever since Elena had returned from Fuentes Tower with a signed contract and a start date. "It's not forever, Abuela," she said for what felt like the 100th time. "It's a job, a very well-paying job that will save our home and the restaurant." "At what cost?" Abuela demanded, snatching a blouse from Elena's hands. "Do you think wolves like Mateo Fuentes offer opportunities out of kindness, without expecting something in return?" Elena reclaimed the blouse, smoothing it carefully before adding it to her suitcase. "Of course not. He expects me to cook for him and his pack, which is exactly what I'll do. He expects more than that, Nieta." Abuela's voice softened, worry replacing anger. "He's an alpha. They always want more. Territory, power, control. And you're the last unmated female of the Luna del Caribe bloodline." The implication hung heavy in the small bedroom. Elena had considered the possibility that Mateo's interest might extend beyond her culinary skills and mysterious bloodline abilities, but she'd dismissed it as unlikely. Alphas typically sought mates with strong political connections or impressive supernatural gifts, not struggling waitresses from diminished packs. "Trust me, Abuela," Elena said, closing the suitcase with more force than necessary. "Mateo Fuentes has his pick of werewolf socialites. He's not interested in me that way." The skeptical arch of her grandmother's eyebrow conveyed exactly what she thought of that assessment. "Besides," Elena continued, "he's offered to have his pack physician consult on your heart condition. His employee health plan will cover medications that our insurance won't. How can I turn that down?" "By remembering what happened to your parents," Abuela replied quietly. "They trusted outsiders too." The familiar pain of loss tightened Elena's chest. Her parents had been killed when she was 12, ambushed by rogue werewolves during what was supposed to be a peaceful meeting to discuss territory boundaries. The attack had decimated their pack, leaving only Elena, Miguel, and a few other distant relatives scattered across Florida. "This is different," Elena insisted, though part of her wondered if it truly was. "I'll be careful. I'll keep my eyes open and my guard up. But we need this, Abuela, you know we do." A knock at the bedroom door interrupted their standoff. Miguel poked his head in, his usual grin replaced by uncharacteristic solemnity. "Car's packed, Prima," he announced. "Whenever you're ready." Abuela turned away, her shoulders stiff with disapproval. Elena sighed, lifting her suitcase and moving to embrace her grandmother from behind. "I'll be back every weekend," she promised, pressing her cheek against Abuela's silver-streaked hair. "And I'll call every day. Nothing will change between us." For a moment, Abuela remained rigid in her arms. Then she turned, clutching Elena's face between her weathered hands. "Everything will change," she whispered fiercely. "But remember who you are, mi pequeña loba. You are Luna del Caribe. Your blood carries power they cannot understand. Guard your heart as carefully as your secrets." The intensity in Abuela's eyes sent a chill down Elena's spine. Before she could question what her grandmother meant, Abuela pressed something cool and metal into her palm. "Take this," she said. "It was your mother's. She would want you to have it now." Elena opened her hand to reveal a silver pendant on a delicate chain, a crescent moon embracing a small star. The metal worked in an ancient pattern she'd seen in her grandmother's oldest books. She'd glimpsed the necklace occasionally throughout her childhood, always kept in Abuela's jewelry box, never worn. "Abuela, I can't." "You can and you will," her grandmother insisted. "It's your birthright. It may offer protection when I cannot." Knowing better than to argue further, Elena slipped the chain over her head, tucking the pendant beneath her shirt. The metal felt unusually warm against her skin, as though it had been lying in sunlight rather than a drawer. Gracias, she said softly, embracing Abuela one final time before following Miguel out to the car. The staff of Café Mendoza had gathered in the small back alley behind the kitchen to see Elena off. Rosita wiping tears with the corner of her apron, Jose the handyman offering gruff advice about fancy people and their fancy appliances. Even Senor Morales from the garden co-op had stopped by with a small bundle of herbs for cooking. It's just for the weekdays, Elena reminded them all, touched by their concern. I'll be back every Friday night to help with the weekend rush. You better, Rosita said, wagging a finger. That fancy wolfman can't have you entirely. Elena froze. What did you say? Rosita's eyes widened momentarily before she laughed, a touch too loud. Wolf of Wall Street, Nina. That's what they call those financial types, no? Wolves? The forced explanation might have convinced the others, but the significant look Rosita gave Elena confirmed what she'd suspected for years. The older woman knew more about the Mendoza family's true nature than she let on. Before Elena could pursue the subject, Miguel honked his car horn impatiently. You're burning daylight, Prima, he called through the open window. And probably burning through your new boss's goodwill, too. Wealthy people hate waiting. With final hugs and promises to return soon, Elena slid into the passenger seat of Miguel's ancient Honda Civic. The car protested with a wheezing cough before reluctantly starting. This better make it across the causeway, Elena muttered, eyeing the check engine light that had been permanently illuminated for the past year. Rosita knows, doesn't she? Miguel asked as they pulled away from the cafe, ignoring her comment about his car's questionable reliability. Elena nodded. I think she's always known. She worked with my mother for 15 years. Must have noticed something. Humans see what they want to see, Miguel said with a shrug, or what they can handle seeing, the rest they explain away. They drove in companionable silence for several blocks before Miguel cleared his throat. So, I did some asking around, he began casually. About your new boss. Elena turned to him sharply. You what? Miguel, that could be dangerous. Relax, he said, waving off her concern. It was subtle, just a few questions to some distant Pact connections in Coral Gables. And Elena couldn't deny her curiosity, despite her irritation at Miguel's risk-taking. And Mateo Fuentes is the real deal, true alpha, not just some rich guy playing at power. His Pact controls most of Miami's financial district, parts of South Beach, and has alliances with Pacts in Palm Beach and Fort Lauderdale. Elena absorbed this information with a mixture of relief and apprehension. At least Mateo hadn't lied about his status, though confirmation of his extensive influence only intensified the mystery of why he'd sought her out specifically. There's more, Miguel continued, his tone shifting to something more cautious. The Costa de Oro Pact has a reputation for acquiring assets. Businesses, properties, sometimes even people with special talents or bloodlines. I'm not an asset to be acquired, Elena said firmly, though unease prickled along her spine. Miguel shot her a sidelong glance. Just be careful, okay? These wolves play by different rules than we're used to. They've never had to scrape by or hide who they are. Their power makes them confident, sometimes arrogant. I can handle arrogant, Elena replied, more assured than she felt. I've been dealing with entitled human customers for years. This is different. Miguel's voice carried unusual seriousness. Just promise you'll call if anything feels wrong. Anything at all. I can be in South Beach in 20 minutes. 30 in this car, Elena teased, trying to lighten the mood. But I promise. First sign of trouble, I'll call. As they approached the causeway that would take them from the familiar streets of Miami to the glittering wealth of Miami Beach, Elena's hand drifted to her mother's pendant, now hidden beneath her blouse. The metal had grown even warmer against her skin, pulsing with a gentle heat that somehow felt protective rather than concerning. Whatever awaited her at Mateo's estate, Elena drew comfort from this small connection to her mother, to her heritage. Abuela was right about one thing. She was Luna del Caribe, and if that bloodline carried power, as everyone seemed to believe, perhaps it was time she discovered exactly what that meant. The transition from mainland Miami to Miami Beach always felt like crossing invisible borders between worlds, but today the contrast seemed particularly stark. As Miguel's struggling Honda chugged across the causeway, Elena watched the landscape transform from the colorful but modest buildings of her neighborhood to the gleaming high-rises and swaying palms of South Beach. Miguel whistled low as they turned onto the exclusive northern stretch of Collins Avenue. Your new boss certainly knows how to live. The homes here weren't merely expensive, they were monuments to wealth, architectural showcases hidden behind privacy walls and lush tropical landscaping. Security gates gleamed in the afternoon sun, and luxury cars purred along immaculately maintained streets. Left here, Elena directed, consulting the address on her phone. It should be at the end of this road. End of the road, on the water, Miguel muttered. Of course it is. They rounded a curve in the private drive, and Miguel abruptly hit the brakes, both of them staring through the windshield in stunned silence. Mateo's estate was a masterpiece of modern architecture, a series of connected pavilions with walls of glass that seemed to float among tropical gardens, the structures arranged to maximize views of the Atlantic Ocean beyond. A minimalist security gate stood open, as though expecting their arrival. Holy shit, Miguel breathed. You didn't say he lived in a palace. I didn't know, Elena replied honestly, intimidation settling cold in her stomach. The contract had mentioned accommodations at Mateo's residence, but this was beyond anything she'd imagined. As they approached the gate, a security camera swiveled to track their movement. An intercom crackled to life. Ms. Mendoza? A crisp female voice inquired. Yes, Elena responded, leaning toward Miguel's open window. Elena Mendoza. I'm expected today. Please proceed to the main entrance. Mrs. Vega will greet you there. The gate slid open silently, and Miguel guided his increasingly out-of-place Honda up the curving driveway. Immaculate gardens flanked their path. Not the showy, ostentatious landscaping Elena had expected, but thoughtful arrangements of native plants and tropical specimens that created a sense of natural abundance despite their obvious careful curation. I feel like we should have dressed the car up for the occasion, Miguel joked as they pulled to a stop before a covered entrance, where steps of pale stone led to glass doors. Maybe put a little bow tie on the hood. Elena managed a laugh despite her nerves. Thanks for the ride and the advice. Any time, Prima. Miguel's humor faded, replaced by genuine concern. Remember what I said. Call if you need me. With a deep breath, Elena stepped out of the car and retrieved her small suitcase from the back seat. Before she could reach the steps, the glass doors swung open, revealing a woman in her 60s with silver-streaked black hair pulled into a neat bun. Her pressed uniform suggested household staff, but her bearing carried a dignity that transcended any notion of servitude. Señorita Mendoza, she greeted in Spanish, her accent distinctly from northern Spain rather than the Cuban inflection Elena was accustomed to. Welcome to Casa Fuentes. I am Mrs. Vega, the head of household staff. As the woman descended the steps to help with Elena's bag, she inhaled subtly, the discreet scenting of one werewolf confirming another's identity. Her eyes flickered momentarily with interest before returning to their professional neutrality. Gracias, Elena replied, matching the woman's formal Spanish. It's a pleasure to meet you. Miguel had already pulled away, his car looking increasingly shabby as it retreated down the elegant driveway. Elena fought a momentary urge to run after him, to return to the familiar comforts of her grandmother's house and the restaurant. Instead, she squared her shoulders and followed Mrs. Vega into Mateo's domain. The interior was as impressive as the exterior, soaring ceilings, museum-worthy art, and furnishings that managed to be both luxurious and understated. Floor-to-ceiling windows erased the boundary between inside and outside, bringing views of tropical gardens and ocean into every space. Mr. Fuentes is attending to business matters in the city but will return this evening, Mrs. Vega explained as she led Elena through the main house. He have asked that I show you to your quarters and acquaint you with the kitchen facilities. They passed through a central courtyard with a reflecting pool before reaching what appeared to be a guest wing. Mrs. Vega opened double doors to reveal a suite that was larger than Elena's entire family home. These will be your accommodations during the work week, Mrs. Vega announced, setting Elena's suitcase beside a king-sized bed dressed in crisp white linens. The bathroom is through there, and the sitting area can be used as a workspace if you wish. Alina moved to the windows, momentarily speechless as she took in the private terrace with views of both the garden and the ocean beyond. The luxury was overwhelming, not ostentatious or gaudy, but thoughtful, deliberate, perfect in every detail. "It's beautiful," she managed finally. "Much more than I expected." Mrs. Vega's professional demeanor softened slightly. "Mr. Fuentes values talent. He ensures those with special abilities are appropriately accommodated." There it was again, that hint of special abilities that everyone seemed to attribute to her bloodline. Elena turned from the window, studying Mrs. Vega more carefully. "Have you worked for Mr. Fuentes long?" she asked casually. "My family has served the Fuentes Pact for 3 generations," Mrs. Vega replied with unmistakable pride. "I came to Miami with Mr. Fuentes' father when he established the Pact's presence here in the 1980s." The casual reference to Pac history, spoken openly, without the careful, coded language Alina's family had always used, was jarring. Within these walls, it seemed, the constant vigilance that had defined Elena's werewolf existence could be temporarily set aside. "I'd like to see the kitchen," Elena said, eager to establish her professional footing in this overwhelming new environment. "Since that's where I'll be spending most of my time," Mrs. Vega nodded approvingly. "Of course. This way." They retraced their steps through the courtyard before veering into a different wing of the house. As they approached what must be the kitchen area, Elena's sensitive nose detected a complex symphony of scents. Spices and herbs, many familiar, some exotic, all of exceptional quality. "Here we are," Mrs. Vega announced, pushing open swinging doors to reveal a kitchen that would make professional chefs weep with envy. Elena stepped inside, turning slowly to take in her new domain. Commercial-grade equipment in gleaming stainless steel, countertops of honed marble, a central island large enough to prepare multiple courses simultaneously, a walk-in refrigerator and pantry, a wood-fire oven installed alongside modern induction cooktops. This is... Words failed her. Elena ran her fingers reverently along the edge of a French-made copper saucepan hanging from the ceiling rack. "Mr. Fuentes appreciates quality," Mrs. Vega said, moving to open the massive refrigerator. "The kitchen is stocked weekly with basics. You'll find this morning's delivery includes proteins, produce, and dairy. If you require specialty items, simply add them to the order form on the tablet there." Elena peered into the refrigerator, her chef's eye automatically cataloging the contents. Premium grass-fed meats, organic produce, much of it local, imported cheeses. Her gaze paused on a section containing packages wrapped in butcher paper and marked with symbols rather than words, arrangements of lines and dots that seemed vaguely familiar. "What are these?" she asked, pointing to the marked packages. Mrs. Vega's expression remained neutral, but her scent shifted subtly. Caution, perhaps. Special dietary items for Mr. Fuentes and certain guests. The previous chef was instructed in their preparation. Werewolf food, Elena realized. Not the everyday proteins they consumed in human form, but the specific cuts and preparations that satisfied their wolves, especially near full moons when cravings intensified and grew more specific. "I understand," she said simply. Mrs. Vega nodded, apparently satisfied by Elena's comprehension, and moved to the pantry. "In here you'll find dry goods, spices, and specialty herbs." The pantry was as impressive as the rest of the kitchen. Floor-to-ceiling shelves stocked with ingredients from around the world. But what caught Elena's attention was a locked cabinet on the far wall, its glass front revealing jars of dried herbs and roots she recognized from Abuela's most closely guarded recipes. Moonflower, silver sage, wolf's bane in its milder culinary form, bloodroot, herbs that featured in traditional werewolf cuisine. Ingredients that helped maintain balance between human and wolf, that eased the discomfort of approaching shifts, that heightened or dulled specific senses when needed. "You have a key," Mrs. Vega said, handing Elena a small silver key from her pocket. "These ingredients are rare and expensive. Mr. Fuentes has spent years cultivating relationships with suppliers who can provide them discreetly." Elena accepted the key with a sense of surreal detachment. In her grandmother's garden, they grew these herbs in hidden corners, constantly vigilant about human discovery. Here, they warranted a special cabinet and global supply chain. The tablet there also contains upcoming menus and events, Mrs. Vega continued, indicating a sleek device on a counter stand. Mr. Fuentes hosts regular gatherings for PAC members and business associates. Elena tapped the tablet to life, finding a calendar application already open. Her breath caught as she scrolled through the coming weeks. Dinner for 12 this Thursday, PAC leadership meeting with lunch service next Tuesday, a formal gathering for 28 the following weekend with notes about dietary restrictions and PAC affiliations. The scope of what she'd undertaken suddenly crashed down on Elena with physical weight. This wasn't simply cooking for one wealthy werewolf. She would be feeding an entire pack, navigating supernatural politics she barely understood, all while trying to unlock secrets about her own heritage. "Is everything all right, Ms. Mendoza?" Mrs. Vega asked, noting Elena's expression. "Yes," Elena managed, forcing a confidence she didn't feel, "just taking it all in." Mrs. Vega's expression softened again, and she placed a gentle hand on Elena's arm, the casual touch one wolf might offer another in reassurance. "The Luna del Caribe were once great chefs, as well as healers," she said quietly. "My grandmother spoke of feasts prepared by your ancestors that could ease pack tensions and bring harmony even among rivals. That ability runs in your blood, just as surely as your other gifts." Before Elena could question this unexpected knowledge of her family history, Mrs. Vega straightened, professional mask back in place. "Dinner is at 8. Mr. Fuentes dines alone tonight and prefers to meet new staff informally before they begin official duties. Consider this evening a chance to discuss your approach to the position rather than a demonstration of your culinary skills." With that, Mrs. Vega departed, leaving Elena alone in the gleaming kitchen that would now be her domain. She moved slowly around the space, familiarizing herself with equipment and layout, her mind racing with equal parts excitement and apprehension. The pendant beneath her shirt pulsed with gentle warmth, as though responding to her emotions. Elena drew it out, studying the crescent moon and star design that had always seemed simply decorative, but now, in this context, felt laden with meaning she couldn't yet decipher. "What am I doing here?" she whispered to the empty kitchen. No answer came except the distant sound of waves against the private beach and the faint hum of high-end appliances. Elena tucked the pendant away and opened the refrigerator, finding purpose in the familiar process of inventorying ingredients and planning a meal. Whatever game Mateo Fuentes was playing, whatever secrets awaited discovery, Elena would face them, as she had faced every challenge in her life, with determination, skill, and the fierce protective instinct of a wolf defending what she loved. Beginning with the simplest yet most powerful of wolf interactions, sharing food with an alpha whose intentions remained a mystery. Elena had barely settled into the kitchen when Miss Vega reappeared with news that changed everything. "There's been an adjustment to tonight's dinner," she announced, sliding a tablet across the counter. "Mr. Fuentes will be hosting his inner circle, 8 guests total, including himself." Elena's heart skipped. "But you said plans change," Mrs. Vega replied with the practiced neutrality of someone accustomed to last-minute redirections. "This happens frequently in pack business. Adaptability is essential in this household." Elena scanned the revised dinner plan on the tablet. 8 werewolves, including names and positions that read like a corporate organizational chart: Mateo Fuentes, Alpha; Veronica Delgado, Beta; Diego Reyes, Security Chief, and 5 others with impressive titles representing finance, legal, and business operations. Not just dinner with her new employer, then, but a trial by fire before Miami's werewolf elite. "I'll need to adjust the menu," Elena said, already mentally inventorying the available ingredients. "When are they arriving?" 7. "Dinner at 8 as planned." Mrs. Vega paused, her expression softening marginally. "They're testing you, Ms. Mendoza. This is intentional. I figured as much." Elena straightened her shoulders. "Please tell Mr. Fuentes I'll be ready." Once alone, Elena allowed herself exactly 30 seconds of panic before snapping into the focused efficiency that had kept Café Mendoza running through countless crises. First, she surveyed the pantry and refrigerator again, this time with specific dishes in mind. Then she sketched a quick menu plan that would showcase her skills while incorporating elements from her Cuban heritage. She would meet this challenge on her terms. If Mateo's inner circle wanted to evaluate her, she would give them something worth judging. By 6:30, the kitchen had transformed from pristine showroom to functional workspace. Pots simmered on multiple burners, the scent of sofrito filled the air, and Elena had settled into the calm rhythm that always came when she surrendered fully to cooking. Her wolf, typically restless in unfamiliar settings, seemed content, even energized by the creative process. When the doorbell chimed at 7 sharp, Elena felt a ripple of awareness pass through the house. The subtle collective energy of multiple werewolves sensing new arrivals in their alpha's territory. She had just slid a tray of bite-sized picadillo empanadas into the oven when the kitchen door opened. Mateo entered first, looking even more imposing in casual elegance than he had in his business suit. Dark slacks and a crisp white shirt with rolled sleeves offered glimpses of tanned forearms corded with muscle. "Elena?" he greeted her, his voice carrying that same resonance that seemed to vibrate directly against her bones. "I see Mrs. Vega informed you of our changed plans." She did. Elena wiped her hands on a kitchen towel, meeting his gaze directly. "I've adjusted the menu accordingly." His nostrils flared slightly as he took in the aromas filling the kitchen. "It smells exceptional. I hope you don't mind the surprise. When my team heard I'd found a Luna del Caribe chef, they were curious." Before Elena could respond, a woman appeared at Mateo's side. Tall, elegant, with the cool, assessing eyes of a predator. Her sleek black hair fell in a precision cut just below her jawline, and her fitted emerald dress emphasized a figure as formidable as her presence. "So this is her," the woman said, not bothering to address Elena directly. Her accent carried hints of Madrid wrapped in Miami polish. "She's younger than I expected." "Elena, meet Veronica Delgado, my beta," Mateo introduced, a slight edge to his tone suggesting he didn't entirely approve of Veronica's approach. "Veronica has been with the Costa de Oro pack since we were children." "A pleasure," Elena said neutrally, recognizing the woman's behavior for what it was, a dominance display meant to establish hierarchy. Her wolf bristled at the implied challenge, but Elena kept her expression pleasant. She'd dealt with enough difficult customers at the cafe to manage one arrogant beta. Veronica's perfectly shaped eyebrow arched as she conducted an obvious assessment, her gaze lingering on Elena's simple black pants and white chef's jacket. "Interesting choice to incorporate Cuban elements for tonight's menu. The pack's palate tends toward more sophisticated cuisines." The insult was deliberate, but Elena merely smiled. "I find most palates respond to quality and care regardless of a dish's origin. Would you like to try a sample? I've just finished the picadillo filling for the empanadas." Before Veronica could respond, Mateo reached past her to accept the small spoon Elena offered. The brief flash of annoyance on the beta's face confirmed Elena's suspicion. Veronica had expected her to back down, not confidently offer a taste test to the alpha himself. Mateo's expression remained impassive as he sampled the filling, but his eyes, those intense, nearly black eyes, lit with unmistakable pleasure. "Perfect balance of sweet and savory," he declared. "The hint of cinnamon is an inspired touch." "My mother's recipe," Elena answered, a small swell of pride warming her chest, "with a few adjustments of my own." "Your mother had exceptional talent," Mateo said, his tone suggesting he spoke from personal knowledge rather than assumption. "As do you. We'll leave you to your preparations. Dinner at 8? "Yes, sir," Elena confirmed, noting the flash of surprise that crossed Veronica's face at Mateo's praise. As they turned to leave, Mateo paused. "And Elena?" "Don't call me sir. Mateo will do fine." The door swung shut behind them and Elena exhaled slowly, assessing the interaction. One ally, potentially, Mateo himself. One definite adversary in Veronica, and 6 more werewolves waiting to judge her food and, by extension, her worth to their pack. No pressure at all. At precisely 8 o'clock, Elena began service, carrying the first course into the formal dining room, where Mateo's inner circle had assembled. The space exuded understated luxury. A long table of polished wood beneath a modernist chandelier with floor-to-ceiling windows offering nighttime views of illuminated gardens and the ocean beyond. 8 werewolves turned to watch her entrance, conversations momentarily suspended. Elena felt their collective assessment like a physical weight, not just of her appearance, but her scent, her posture, the subtle cues that wolves could read in one another. She placed the first dish, a refined take on traditional sopa de plátano with fresh seafood, before each diner, describing the components in professional tones that betrayed none of her internal nervousness. As she served, she absorbed details about each pack member. Diego Reyes, the security chief, was a mountain of a man with vigilant eyes that tracked every movement in the room. The finance director, Sofia Montalvo, wore her silver-streaked hair in a severe bun that matched her analytical expression. A younger man, who'd been introduced as the pack's technology expert, tapped his fingers constantly, his wolf energy barely contained beneath a human veneer. Elena had nearly completed the circuit when a comment from Veronica caught her attention. Brazenly expanded their territory again along the river district. Rafael Ortega thinks his community clinics give him the right to claim more land. The Sombra del Rio pack has always been provocative, replied an older man with salt and pepper hair. They mistake our restraint for weakness. They mistake serving humans for strength, Veronica countered sharply, as if caring for the sick somehow grants them special dispensation to violate territorial boundaries. Elena carefully kept her expression neutral as she placed the final bowl before Mateo at the head of the table. She'd never heard of the Sombra del Rio pack or their leader, Rafael Ortega. The revelation that multiple werewolf packs operated in Miami, not just Mateo's Costa de Oro, contradicted everything she'd believed about the local supernatural landscape. The river district isn't worth direct confrontation, Mateo stated, his tone ending the debate instantly. We have larger objectives that require our focus. The table fell silent with his pronouncement. Elena observed with fascination how a single sentence from the Alpha redirected the entire group's attention. There was no argument, no questioning, just immediate acceptance and a collective shift toward the new topic he introduced. This was pack hierarchy in its purest form, something Elena had only heard about in Abuela's stories of their once larger family. Throughout the service of the remaining courses, a modernized ropa vieja with short rib instead of flank steak, followed by a tropical fruit dessert with Abuela's secret rum sauce, Elena continued to gather information. The pack members grew more relaxed as the meal progressed, their conversation flowing more freely, occasionally punctuated by laughter or good-natured disagreements. What became increasingly clear was the absolute loyalty they showed to Mateo. It wasn't mere obedience to an alpha, but something deeper, a genuine respect, and in some cases, what appeared to be devotion. Even Veronica, despite her obvious sharp edges, looked to Mateo with an attentiveness that bordered on adoration when she thought no one was watching. By the time Elena served coffee and dismissed the kitchen staff Mrs. Vega had provided to help with service, the dinner was clearly a success. Plates had been cleaned, compliments offered, even the initially skeptical werewolves had warmed toward her as the meal progressed. Elena retreated to the kitchen to begin cleanup, a sense of accomplishment easing some of her earlier tension. She had proven herself capable in this first test, at least culinarily. The politics and pack dynamics were a different challenge entirely, but one she could analyze later. She was halfway through organizing the dessert dishes when the kitchen door swung open. Expecting Mrs. Vega or one of the staff, Elena turned with a smile that faltered when she saw Veronica standing there instead. The beta's expression had shifted from the polished sociability she displayed at dinner to something colder, more calculating. She moved into the kitchen with the fluid grace all werewolves possessed, but rarely displayed so openly in human settings. Impressive performance, Veronica said, trailing her fingers along the counter as she approached. The others are quite taken with your rustic charm, Elena continued, loading the dishwasher, refusing to be baited. Thank you. I'm glad the meal was satisfactory. Oh, it was adequate, Veronica agreed with deliberate condescension, though perhaps next time something less provincial. The pack has certain standards. I'll take that under advisement, Elena replied evenly, closing the dishwasher with more force than necessary. Was there something specific you needed, Miss Delgado? Veronica's smile didn't reach her eyes. Just a friendly conversation between packmates. I like to know who's entering our territory, particularly when they have Unusual bloodlines. The emphasis on unusual carried unmistakable suspicion. Elena straightened, meeting the taller woman's gaze directly. I'm here because Matteo hired me as his chef, nothing more. But it is more, isn't it? Veronica moved closer, the subtle shift in her scent signaling aggression. The last female of the Luna del Caribe, suddenly in our Alpha's home, working in his kitchen, living on his property? Elena held her ground despite the urge to step back. I'm not sure what you're implying, but he's been searching for your bloodline for years, Veronica interrupted, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Did you know that? Long before your little cafe was struggling, before you were desperate enough to accept his help. The revelation sent a chill through Elena, confirming her suspicions that Matteo's interest went deeper than he'd admitted. But she refused to show weakness before this woman who so clearly wanted to intimidate her. My bloodline is my business, Elena stated firmly. And whatever interest Matteo has in it is between him and me. Veronica's eyes flashed gold, a deliberate display of her wolf. Everything that affects the Alpha affects the pack. Everything that interests him interests me. You would do well to remember that before you start thinking you're special. Before Elena could respond, the kitchen door opened again. Matteo entered, his relaxed demeanor instantly sharpening as he assessed the tension between the two women. Veronica, he said, his voice deceptively casual while his posture radiated authority. I believe Diego was looking for you regarding the security arrangements for next week's gathering. It wasn't a suggestion. Veronica's expression smoothed immediately, though her eyes remained cold as she stepped back from Elena. Of course, she replied, her tone once again the perfect beta addressing her alpha. I was just getting acquainted with our new chef. I'm sure Elena appreciates the welcome, Matteo said dryly, but perhaps save the pack politics for when she's had more than 6 hours in the house. The reprimand was gentle but unmistakable. Veronica inclined her head in acknowledgement before slipping past Matteo and out of the kitchen, her posture rigid with suppressed emotion. Once she'd gone, Matteo turned to Elena, his expression softening. I apologize for Veronica. She's protective of the pack, sometimes excessively so. Protective? Elena repeated skeptically. Is that what you call it? A smile tugged at the corner of Matteo's mouth. Among other things, she's been my beta for 15 years and feels a certain proprietary interest in pack matters. Including you? Elena asked before she could stop herself. The smile bloomed fully now, transforming Matteo's stern features into something almost boyish. Especially me, but not in the way you might think. Veronica and I grew up together. She's the closest thing I have to a sister. Elena absorbed this information, comparing it against the worshipful looks she'd observed Veronica giving Matteo during dinner. If the beta's feelings were purely fraternal, Elena would eat her chef's hat. The dinner was exceptional, Matteo said, changing the subject as he moved deeper into the kitchen. You managed to impress even Guillermo, who generally considers anything less than 3 Michelin stars to be peasant food. Despite herself, Elena smiled. I noticed he took seconds of the ropa vieja and asked for the recipe, which in 20 years I've never seen him do. Matteo leaned against the counter beside her, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from his body. You have a gift, Elena, not just for cooking, but for understanding what wolves truly crave. The compliment sent an unexpected flush of pleasure through her. My abuela says food is medicine for wolves, that the right combinations can soothe the wolf or strengthen it depending on what's needed. Your abuela is wise, Matteo observed. The Luna del Caribe were known for such knowledge, healing through food, through herbs, through the energy that flows between pack members. You keep talking about my bloodline as if it's something special, Elena said, unable to keep the frustration from her voice. But no one will tell me exactly what that means. What abilities am I supposedly hiding? What power does everyone think I have? Matteo studied her for a long moment, his dark eyes unreadable. You truly don't know, do you? Know what? She demanded. Instead of answering, he reached out slowly, giving her time to move away if she chose. When she remained still, his hand came to rest on her shoulder, the weight and warmth of it sending a startling jolt of awareness through her body. You did well tonight, he said softly. Better than well. You showed courage and skill in a difficult situation, Rest tonight, and tomorrow we'll begin to answer those questions. His hand lingered, the touch shifting from merely supportive to something that felt both protective and possessive. Elena's wolf, typically wary of dominant males, responded with puzzling contentment rather than the defensiveness she expected. Veronica said, "You've been searching for my bloodline for years," Elena said, needing to understand at least this much. Why? Mateo's expression grew more serious. "There are things about your heritage that were deliberately kept from you, Elena. For your protection, I suspect. But they're things you need to know. Especially now." "What things?" "Tomorrow," he promised, his hand finally falling away from her shoulder, leaving a ghost of warmth behind. "Tonight, take pride in what you've accomplished. You've earned the respect of my inner circle, which is no small feat." He moved toward the door, then paused. "There are histories in the library that might interest you, records of the Luna del Caribe that date back centuries. You're welcome to explore them, if you wish." After he'd gone, Elena stood motionless in the gleaming kitchen, her mind racing with new questions. Multiple werewolf packs in Miami, territorial disputes, a beta who clearly saw her as a threat, and Mateo deliberately seeking out her bloodline for reasons he wouldn't yet explain. She touched her shoulder where his hand had rested, the sensation of his touch still vivid on her skin. Whatever game was being played here, the stakes were clearly higher than she'd imagined. But instead of fear, Elena felt a growing determination to uncover the truth about her heritage, about the abilities everyone seemed to believe she possessed. Tomorrow would bring more challenges, more revelations, but tonight she had proven herself equal to the first test, and for now, that was enough. Chapter 4. Rising Crescent. 3 weeks into her new position, Elena had established a rhythm that bordered on comfortable. Weekdays were spent at Mateo's estate, preparing meals that ranged from simple breakfasts to elaborate dinner parties for his business associates and pack members. Weekends found her back in Little Havana, helping at the cafe and checking on Abuela, whose suspicion of Elena's new employer remained undiminished, despite the obvious financial benefits the arrangement had brought. The bank had been paid. Abuela's medications were now covered by the PAC's exceptional health plan. Cafe Mendoza had even seen modest improvements. A repaired air conditioning system, fresh paint, updated menus that Elena designed during quiet afternoons at the estate. But for all these practical victories, Elena couldn't shake the feeling that she'd barely scratched the surface of whatever game Mateo was playing. He remained frustratingly vague about her bloodline's supposed abilities, deflecting direct questions with promises of soon and when you're ready. Sunday evening found Elena packing her small suitcase again, preparing to return to the estate after 2 days of normality in her grandmother's home. The contrast between worlds remained jarring, from the modest stucco house with its weathered furniture and family photos to Mateo's sleek modernist palace with its museum-quality art and spectacular ocean views. "You're different," Abuela observed from the doorway, watching Elena fold clothes with quick, efficient movements. Elena paused, glancing up. "Different how? More confident, more—" Abuela tilted her head, considering. "More wolf." The assessment startled Elena, though she couldn't deny its accuracy. Something had shifted in the balance between her human and wolf sides these past weeks. Her senses seemed sharper, her physical movements more fluid. Even her monthly hormonal cycle had stabilized, no longer spiking wildly as full moon approached. "It's the food," she said, offering the simplest explanation. "Better ingredients, regular meals. Mateo insists the entire household eat properly, especially proteins." Abuela's lips pressed into a thin line. "It's not just food, nieta, it's pack energy. You're absorbing it, even without formal bonds." "Is that dangerous?" Elena asked, a flutter of concern rising. "Not dangerous," Abuela conceded reluctantly, "but complicated. The more you take in their energy, the more connected you'll feel. The harder it will be to leave if that becomes necessary." Before Elena could pursue this troubling observation, her phone chimed with a text from Miguel, who'd offered to drive her back to Miami Beach. With a promise to call tomorrow, she embraced her grandmother tightly, inhaling the familiar scent of herbs and home that had always meant safety. "Be careful of your heart, Elena," Abuela whispered against her hair. "Wolves mate for life." some bloodlines more absolutely than others. The cryptic warning followed Elena out the door and into the warm Miami evening, adding another layer to the mystery she seemed increasingly entangled in. Dawn broke over the Atlantic in streaks of pink and gold that transformed the water into a shimmering canvas. Elena jogged along the private beach that edged Mateo's property, her bare feet sinking into cool sand with each stride. Early morning runs had become her favorite part of the estate routine, a time when the house still slept, and she could pretend, briefly, that the entire stretch of pristine shoreline belonged to her alone. Today, however, she wasn't alone. A familiar figure waited at her usual turnaround point, a boulder formation that marked the property boundary. Mateo stood with his back to the sunrise, barefoot in loose linen pants and a simple white t-shirt that the ocean breeze molded against his broad chest. Elena slowed her pace, using the moments of approach to settle the automatic jump in her pulse that had nothing to do with exertion. 3 weeks of daily interaction hadn't diminished the physical awareness she felt in Mateo's presence. If anything, familiarity had only intensified it. "You're up early," she observed, coming to a stop several feet away, conscious of the sweat dampening her running clothes and the loose braid that had partially unraveled in the wind. "I'm always up at dawn," Mateo replied, his dark eyes taking in her flushed appearance with unconcealed appreciation. "Usually working, though. Today I thought I'd join you, if that's acceptable." The deference in the request, an alpha asking permission rather than simply imposing his presence, was characteristic of the respect Mateo had shown her since her arrival. For all Veronica's warnings about overbearing dominance, Mateo had proven surprisingly considerate of Elena's boundaries. "Of course," she agreed, unable to formulate a reasonable objection. "I usually run to the cove and back, about 3 miles total." Mateo fell into step beside her as she turned to continue her route, effortlessly matching her pace. They ran in comfortable silence for several minutes, the only sounds their steady breathing and the gentle rush of waves against sand. "How was your visit home?" Mateo finally asked as they rounded a curve in the shoreline. "Good. Busy." Elena glanced sideways at him. "The new refrigeration unit you recommended for the cafe is working perfectly." "I'm glad to hear it." A pause, then, "And your grandmother? Is she more comfortable with our arrangement?" Elena laughed softly. "Abuela hasn't been comfortable with anything since 1962, but she's less actively suspicious, which is progress." "She has good reason for caution," Mateo acknowledged, surprising Elena with his candor. The Luna del Caribe suffered greatly when pacts turned against each other during the territory wars. Her generation remembers what it means to be hunted. The casual reference to her family's history, spoken with such certainty, prickled Elena's awareness. "You know a lot about my pack's past." "I've made it my business to know," he confirmed. The mistakes of previous generations shouldn't be repeated or forgotten. Before Elena could press for details, Mateo changed direction, veering away from the shoreline toward a cluster of sea grapes and palms that created a natural privacy screen between the beach and the main property. "There's something I'd like to show you," he said, slowing to a walk. "Something that might help with the questions you've been asking about your abilities." Curiosity overcame caution, and Elena followed him into the small grove. Morning light filtered through the leaves in dappled patterns, creating an atmosphere of secluded intimacy. "What I'm about to suggest isn't something I'd normally teach so early," Mateo began, turning to face her. "But you've shown exceptional control for someone without formal training." "Teach me what?" Elena asked, pulse quickening with anticipation. "Partial shifting." The concept wasn't entirely foreign to Elena. She'd experienced unintentional partial shifts during moments of strong emotion, her eyes flashing gold or claws emerging briefly. But these had always been involuntary, fleeting responses rather than controlled transformations. "Is that even possible outside of full moons?" she asked skeptically. Mateo's smile carried a hint of challenge. "Watch." Without breaking eye contact, he lifted his right hand between them. As Elena stared, the hand began to change. Skin darkening, fingers shortening, nails extending into lethal claws. Within seconds, a perfectly formed wolf paw had replaced the human hand, the transformation so smooth and controlled it appeared almost effortless. "That's..." Elena struggled for words, fascinated by the demonstration. I've never seen anything like that. Most wolves can't manage it, Matteo acknowledged, reversing the shift with equal control until his human hand reappeared. It requires a strong connection between human consciousness and wolf instinct, a balance many never achieve. The implication was clear. He believed Elena capable of this advanced skill despite her lack of formal training. The vote of confidence both flattered and unnerved her. "Let me try," she said impulsively, extending her own hand. "Not that way," Matteo cautioned. "Start with something simpler, your eyes. The visual shift is usually easiest to control." Elena nodded, taking a centering breath. She had accidentally shifted her eyes many times in moments of stress or anger, but deliberately triggering the change was different. "Close your eyes," Matteo instructed, his voice dropping to a lower register that seemed to resonate directly with her wolf. "Focus on the sensations around you, the scents, the sounds. Let your wolf rise, just enough to enhance your perception." Following his guidance, Alina closed her eyes, concentrating on the rich tapestry of scents. Salt water, warming sand, the distinctive citrus and spice that was Matteo's unique signature. She allowed her awareness to expand, feeling her wolf stir in response. "That's it," Matteo encouraged, his voice closer now. "Feel the boundary between human and wolf, not as separate entities, but as aspects of a single being. Now open your eyes, but keep that awareness." Elena obeyed, her eyelids lifting to reveal a world transformed. Colors intensified, shadows retreated, details sharpened with preternatural clarity. She could count individual grains of sand 30 feet away, distinguish between subtle shades of green in the sea grape leaves that human eyes would register as identical. "Perfect," Matteo murmured, studying her face with undisguised fascination. "Your eyes are extraordinary when shifted." Self-consciousness flared at his intense scrutiny. "What do you mean?" "Most wolves' eyes turn amber or gold, occasionally red in certain bloodlines." He leaned closer, his own eyes reflecting appreciation and curiosity. "Yours are silver with hints of blue, like moonlight on water. I've never seen that color before." Elena blinked, startled by the information. She'd never actually seen her own eyes while shifted, having carefully avoided mirrors during full moons. "Is that normal?" she asked hesitantly. "Normal isn't a concept that applies well to werewolves," Matteo replied with a ghost of a smile. "But it's certainly rare. Another distinctive trait of your bloodline, I suspect." He stepped back, giving her space. "Now, try maintaining the eye shift while we continue running. Control comes from practice, from normalizing the wolf aspects rather than treating them as separate or emergency-only responses." They resumed their run along the shoreline, Elena marveling at the enhanced perception her shifted eyes provided. Birds that had appeared as distant specks now revealed detailed plumage. Fish beneath the water's surface became clearly visible despite the waves. Even Matteo himself seemed somehow more defined, the powerful grace of his movements highlighted by her sharpened vision. "This is incredible," she admitted as they rounded the cove that marked her usual turnaround point. "I never knew perception could be this precise." "Your wolf senses are always there," Matteo explained, his breathing still perfectly controlled despite their pace. "Most of us are taught to suppress them except during full shifts, to maintain the separation between human and wolf identities. But that approach wastes potential and creates unnecessary strain. Like my difficult full moon transformations." Elena connected the dots aloud. "Exactly." Matteo slowed as they approached a fallen palm tree, perfect for sitting. "Full moon shifts become painful when wolves spend the rest of the month completely suppressing their nature. The transformation becomes a battle rather than a transition." They settled on the smooth trunk, facing the ocean. Alina concentrated on maintaining her shifted eyes, the control already becoming more natural with practice. "That's part of why you struggle more than most," Matteo continued. "Without pack energy to stabilize the transition, your wolf fights harder for expression when the moon's pull is strongest." The explanation resonated with Elena's experiences. The increasing difficulty of her monthly shifts, the pain that seemed to worsen each time. "And running with a pack would help?" "Immensely." Mateo's expression grew more serious. The next full moon is in 2 weeks. I'd like you to consider joining the Costa de Oro for our run. The invitation carried weight beyond the simple words. Running with a pack during full moon was an intimate experience, a demonstration of trust, of acceptance. For a wolf raised as isolated as Elena, it represented a significant boundary crossing. "I'll think about it," she promised, unwilling to commit immediately despite the undeniable appeal of an easier transformation. "What about other partial shifts? Can you teach me more?" Mateo studied her for a moment, seeming to weigh her readiness. "Let's try something slightly more advanced. Enhancing your physical abilities without visible transformation." He stood, extending a hand to help her up, an unnecessary courtesy that nonetheless sent a pleasant warmth through Elena as their fingers connected. "Racing improves focus," he declared, stepping back into a ready stance. "From here to the boulder formation, but channel your wolf speed consciously instead of relying solely on human capability." Elena positioned herself beside him, intrigued by the challenge. "What's the winner get?" Mateo's expression shifted to something more playful than she'd yet seen from the typically serious alpha. "Bragging rights?" And one question answered with complete honesty. The stakes made Elena's competitive instinct flare. A guaranteed honest answer could finally unlock some of the mysteries Mateo had been dodging for weeks. "Deal," she agreed. "Count of 3? 3! Mateo called without preamble, launching forward with supernatural speed that sent sand flying in his wake. "Cheater!" Elena shouted, recovering quickly from her surprise to charge after him. Rather than fighting the indignation his false start triggered, Elena channeled the emotion, feeling her wolf respond with a surge of energy that tingled through her muscles. Her stride lengthened, her feet barely seeming to touch the sand as she accelerated beyond normal human capacity. The sensation was exhilarating, power flowing through her body without the discomfort of transformation, pure speed that felt as natural as breathing. Elena found herself gaining on Mateo despite his head start, the distance between them shrinking with each powerful stride. As they approached the boulder formation that marked the finish line, Elena drew even with Mateo, catching a glimpse of genuine surprise on his face before she pushed harder, calling on reserves of speed she hadn't known she possessed. She crossed the invisible finish line a full body length ahead of him, skidding to a stop in a spray of sand, laughter bubbling up from the sheer joy of uninhibited movement. Mateo arrived a moment later, his expression a fascinating mix of astonishment and something else. Pride, perhaps, or admiration. "That was," he began, then shook his head as if reconsidering his words. "I wasn't letting you win." "I know," Elena replied, still buzzing with residual energy in the triumph of victory. "You're too competitive for that." A genuine laugh escaped him, a rich sound Elena had heard rarely in their 3 weeks of acquaintance. "You're remarkably fast," he acknowledged. "Much faster than you should be without regular training." Elena's smile faded slightly as she recognized the assessing look returning to his eyes. "Is that another special bloodline thing you're not going to explain?" "It might be," Mateo admitted. The Luna del Caribe were known for exceptional physical abilities, speed among them. But what you just demonstrated exceeds even those accounts. Before Elena could press further, he gestured toward the ocean. "We should cool down before heading back. A quick swim?" The obvious deflection confirmed Elena's suspicion that Mateo knew more than he was sharing, but she decided to bide her time. After all, she'd won their race, and with it one guaranteed honest answer. Better to consider carefully what question would yield the most valuable information. They waded into the shallow water, the cool Atlantic refreshing against skin heated from exertion. Elena allowed her shifted eyes to return to normal, practicing the controlled transition Mateo had taught her. "The 3 packs you mentioned before," she said, returning to their earlier conversation. "Costa de Oro is obviously yours, and you mentioned the Sombra del Rio at dinner that first night. What's the third?" "The Manglar Oscuro," Mateo replied, submerging briefly before resurfacing with water streaming from his hair. The sight momentarily distracted Delaunay, his wet t-shirt now clinging to every defined muscle of his torso. They hold territory in the Everglades, preferring isolation to urban engagement. Their alpha, Yesenia, is the oldest werewolf in Florida, over 90, though she appears no more than 60. And these three packs coexist peacefully? Elena asked, finding her focus again. Mateo's expression turned wry. I wouldn't call it peaceful. We maintain an uneasy truce that occasionally fractures along territorial boundaries. The Sombra are the most problematic. Their alpha, Rafael Ortega, has expansionist tendencies disguised as community outreach. His clinics, Elena recalled from the dinner conversation. Precisely. He establishes these community health centers in strategic locations, then claims the surrounding territory as protected pack ground. It's clever but provocative. Elena considered this dynamic as they waded back to shore. Three established packs, each with territory and power, engaged in a delicate balance that occasionally tipped toward conflict. It was a far cry from the isolated existence she'd known with only Abuela and Miguel as packmates. Ready to head back? Mateo asked, gathering their discarded shoes from where they'd left them by the boulders. Elena nodded, falling into step beside him as they began the walk back toward the main house. The easy silence between them felt comfortable now, a marked change from the wary tension of her first days at the estate. You promised me an honest answer, she reminded him as the house came into view through the trees. Mateo's stride hitched almost imperceptibly before resuming its steady rhythm. So I did. What would you like to know? Elena had considered several options during their swim. Questions about her bloodline's abilities, about why Mateo had sought her out specifically, about what happened to her parents. But one question seemed most pressing in the wake of their morning's activities. You've been teaching me control, showing me how to access my wolf's abilities without full transformation, she began carefully. You've offered to include me in your pack's full moon run. You're investing time and energy in me beyond what any employer would in a chef. That's not a question, Mateo observed, though his tone remained light. What do you want from me, Mateo? Elena asked directly, stopping to face him fully. The complete truth as promised. For a long moment, Mateo simply held her gaze, the morning sunlight illuminating flecks of amber in his dark eyes. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a gravity that raised goosebumps along Elena's arms despite the warm air. What I want, he said slowly, is to help you become what you were always meant to be, a fully realized Luna del Caribe wolf with access to all your inherited abilities. What I want is to prevent those abilities from being exploited by others who would use them for less honorable purposes. He stepped closer, his proximity sending that now familiar current of awareness through Elena's body. But what I truly want, Elena Mendoza, he continued, his voice dropping lower, is to discover if the connection I feel when we're together, the one I can see you feel too, is what I think it might be. Something rare, something neither of us was looking for but might be foolish to ignore. The admission hung in the air between them, more revealing than Elena had expected. Before she could formulate a response, Mateo checked his watch and stepped back, the intimate moment dissolving as quickly as it had formed. We should get back, he said, his tone shifting to something more businesslike. I have a meeting in the city, and you mentioned testing recipes for tomorrow's lunch service. As they walked the remaining distance to the house in renewed silence, Elena processed Mateo's answer with mixed emotions. He had been surprisingly forthright about his interest in her abilities and even the personal attraction between them. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something remained unsaid, some deeper purpose behind his interest in the Luna del Caribe bloodline that he still wasn't ready to reveal. One thing was certain, their morning run had changed the dynamic between them in ways that couldn't be reversed. Elena had demonstrated abilities that surprised even Mateo, and in turn, he had admitted to a personal interest that went beyond professional or pack concerns. The game had shifted, the stakes raised, and Elena was no longer certain who was truly in control of the board. I can't wear this. Elena stared at her reflection in the full-length mirror, barely recognizing the woman who stared back. The dress Mateo had sent to her room that afternoon was a masterpiece of midnight blue silk that seemed to capture and reflect light with every movement. It draped over one shoulder, leaving the other bare, and fell to her ankles in a column that somehow managed to suggest rather than display the curves beneath. Mrs. Vega stood behind her, making minute adjustments to the fabric with the practiced efficiency of someone accustomed to preparing others for important events. "You most certainly can wear it," the older werewolf replied, securing a final pin. "And you will. Mr. Fuentes selected this specifically with your coloring in mind." That was precisely what unsettled Elena. The idea of Mateo contemplating her coloring, choosing a dress that matched her skin tone and brought out amber highlights in her eyes, felt intimate in ways their morning beach run had only hinted at. "It's too much," Elena protested weakly, turning to examine the back view. "We're only going to an art gallery opening." Mrs. Vega's reflection raised a skeptical eyebrow. An opening hosted by Congressman Alvarez, attended by Miami's most influential figures, covered by social media and local press. She softened her tone slightly. "This isn't just an art exhibition, Ms. Mendoza. It's a statement of Pac allegiance and power." 3 weeks ago, such a comment would have confused Elena. Now, having observed Mateo's careful navigation of Miami's supernatural politics, she understood. His appearance at public events wasn't merely social, it was strategic, reinforcing the Costa de Oro Pact's influence in the human world. "And what statement does bringing me make?" Elena asked, meeting Mrs. Vega's eyes in the mirror. A ghost of a smile touched the housekeeper's lips. "That remains to be seen, doesn't it?" Before Elena could pursue this cryptic response, a knock at her door announced the arrival of another staff member carrying a velvet box. "Mr. Fuentes asked that these be delivered to complete your ensemble," the young man said, offering the box to Mrs. Vega before discreetly withdrawing. Inside nestled a pair of teardrop earrings that caught the light with blue-white fire and a matching pendant on a delicate silver chain. Elena's breath caught as she recognized the stones. "Are those moonstones?" Mrs. Vega confirmed, lifting the pendant. "Traditional jewelry for Luna del Caribe females. Mr. Fuentes had these pieces created by a Pac artisan." Elena touched the stones with reverent fingers, something deep within her responding to their luminous glow. "They're beautiful." "They'll complement your mother's pendant," Mrs. Vega observed, nodding toward the silver crescent moon Elena had worn constantly since leaving Abuela's house. "I can't accept these," Elena said, suddenly uncomfortable with the extravagance. "The dress is one thing, borrowed for an evening, but jewelry is too personal." Mrs. Vega's expression remained impassive, though a hint of approval flickered in her eyes. "A wise distinction. I'll inform Mr. Fuentes you prefer to wear only your family heirloom." She departed with the velvet box, leaving Elena to finish her preparations alone. As she applied subtle makeup and arranged her dark curls into an elegant updo, Elena couldn't help wondering how she'd arrived at this point. Preparing to attend a high society event on the arm of an alpha werewolf, wearing a designer dress that probably cost more than 6 months' rent. The woman in the mirror looked like someone else entirely, someone polished, sophisticated, belonging to Mateo's world of wealth and power. The transformation was both thrilling and terrifying. Somewhere beneath the silk and carefully arranged hair was the Elena who had scrubbed dishes at Cafe Mendoza and transformed painfully alone in a reinforced basement. Which version was real? Or was she becoming something else entirely? A hybrid identity as complex as her dual nature. A final glance in the mirror, a deep centering breath, and Elena left her room to meet Mateo, her mother's pendant warm against her skin like a talisman against losing herself completely in this new world. Mateo waited in the grand foyer, his back to Elena as she descended the curving staircase. He cut an imposing figure in a perfectly tailored black suit, the crisp lines emphasizing broad shoulders that tapered to a narrow waist. At the sound of her approach, he turned, and the expression that crossed his face sent a flush of pleasure through Elena that no amount of self-discipline could suppress. "You look stunning," he said simply, his dark eyes taking in every detail of her appearance with undisguised appreciation. "Thank you." Elena reached the bottom step, suddenly conscious of her bare shoulders and the way the silk whispered against her skin with each movement. "Mrs. Vega is a miracle worker." Mrs. Vega merely enhanced what was already there. Mateo offered his arm with old-world courtesy. "I see you chose your mother's pendant over the moonstones." "The dress is enough of a loan. Elena replied carefully. Jewelry feels too personal to accept. Rather than appearing offended, Matteo nodded with something like respect. Boundaries are important. I should have considered that before sending them. His gaze lingered on her mother's pendant. That piece suits you perfectly anyway. It always has. The comment struck Alina as odd, as though Matteo had seen her wear the pendant before their acquaintance, which was impossible since she'd only started wearing it the day she moved to his estate. Before she could question him, he was guiding her toward the front entrance, where a sleek black Bentley waited, a driver holding the door open. The drive from Miami Beach to Wynwood took them across the causeway and through downtown, the city lights reflecting off Biscayne Bay in a glittering display. Elena watched the transformation of neighborhoods through the tinted windows, from the opulence of South Beach to the glass towers of Brickell, then to the evolving landscape of Wynwood, once a warehouse district, now famous for its vibrant street art and creative energy. The gallery is owned by a human ally, Matteo explained as they approached their destination. Julian Mendez. His family has known about our kind for 3 generations and provides valuable connections in the art world. Are there many humans who know about werewolves? Elena asked, still adjusting to the idea of openly acknowledged supernatural presence after a lifetime of secrecy. More than you might think, Matteo replied. Doctors who treat our unique physiology, lawyers who handle specialized legal matters, certain political figures. Each pack maintains its own network of human allies. The car slowed before a converted warehouse, its industrial facade transformed by a massive mural depicting stylized figures dancing beneath a copper moon. A red carpet stretched from the curb to the entrance, flanked by photographers and well-dressed attendees waiting to enter. Remember, Matteo said quietly as the driver opened their door, you're not just Elena Mendoza tonight. You're Luna del Caribe under Costa d'Oro protection. Stand tall. The simple encouragement straightened Elena's spine as she emerged from the car into a flurry of camera flashes. Matteo's hand settled at the small of her back, warm and steadying as they made their way past photographers calling his name and society reporters speculating audibly about his mysterious new companion. Inside, the gallery opened into a soaring space where industrial elements merged with modern design. Artwork filled the walls, vibrant paintings capturing the Latino experience in Miami through diverse styles and perspectives. Well-dressed patrons moved through the space, champagne flutes in hand, conversations flowing in a mixture of English and Spanish. Matteo, there you are. A trim man in his 50s approached, his smile genuine beneath a carefully groomed salt and pepper beard. And this must be the Elena I've heard so much about. Julian, Matteo greeted him warmly. Elena Mendoza, meet Julian Mendez, our host and the finest curator in Miami. A pleasure, Elena said, accepting Julian's handshake and noting the way his eyes flickered with knowledge as he scented her subtly. Not a werewolf himself, but someone accustomed to their ways. The pleasure is mine, Julian replied. Your family name carries weight in certain circles. It's an honor to meet a Luna del Caribe in the flesh. I'd thought the bloodline nearly extinct. Before Elena could process this casual reference to her heritage from a human, Julian was already continuing. Come, there are people you must meet. The mayor has been asking after you, Matteo. They moved through the gallery like a royal procession, stopping for brief conversations with Miami's elite. Elena observed the subtle dynamics at play, the deference shown to Matteo by humans who seemed unaware of his alpha status but responded to it instinctively, and the more knowing interactions with those clearly in on the secret. Maya Rodriguez, a charismatic woman in her early 60s, greeted Matteo with the easy familiarity of a long alliance. The Wynwood initiative is proceeding exactly as we discussed, she informed him, her voice pitched for privacy despite the crowded room. Zoning changes will be announced next month. Excellent, Matteo responded. Elena, Mayor Rodriguez has been instrumental in helping revitalize key neighborhoods while preserving their cultural heritage. The mayor turned her sharp gaze to Elena, assessment clear in her expression. So, you're Antonio and Lucia's daughter. I knew your parents slightly before the tragedy. You have your mother's eyes. Elena's surprise must have shown on her face, because the mayor smiled thinly. Not everything that happens in the supernatural community escapes my notice, Miss Mendoza. Miami functions best when all its communities, visible and hidden, work in harmony. As they continued through the gallery, Elena's mind raced to integrate this new information. The mayor of Miami not only knew about werewolves, but had apparently known her parents personally. The network of human allies was far more extensive than she'd imagined. "Are you all right?" Mateo asked quietly as they paused before a large canvas depicting Calle Ocho during Carnival. "I know it's a lot to take in." "I'm fine," Elena assured him, though overwhelmed might have been more accurate, just adjusting my understanding of everything. Mateo's hand brushed hers briefly, the touch sending that now familiar current through her skin. "You're doing beautifully." Even Congressman Alvarez was impressed, and he's notoriously difficult to impress. The compliment warmed her, but Elena's attention had shifted to the artwork itself. The painting before them captured Little Havana with vibrant accuracy. The domino players, the street vendors, the music and life that defined her neighborhood. Adjacent canvases depicted other areas of Wynwood and surrounding districts, all created with the same loving attention to cultural detail. "The artist is remarkable," she observed. "They've captured the soul of these neighborhoods." "Isabela Rojas," Mateo supplied, "one of Miami's rising talents. Most of these works are from her Barrios en Transición series, neighborhoods in transition." Something in his tone made Elena look closer at the placards beside each painting. The gallery notes describe the series as documenting Miami's evolving cultural landscape during urban renewal. But as Elena moved from canvas to canvas, she recognized a pattern. Each neighborhood depicted was on the list of areas slated for redevelopment by Fuentes Enterprises. The realization sent a chill through her. These weren't just artistic interpretations, they were visual records of communities about to be transformed, perhaps irrevocably, including her own Little Havana. "The Wynwood Initiative?" Elena said carefully, turning to face Mateo. "What exactly does it entail?" Before he could answer, a shift in the room's energy prickled Elena's awareness. Her wolf stirred alertly beneath her skin, responding to an unfamiliar presence. Following her instincts, she scanned the crowded gallery until her gaze landed on a man standing near the entrance. Tall and powerfully built, with the relaxed confidence of someone completely comfortable in his own skin, he wore a simple but well-cut gray suit that contrasted with the more ostentatious attire of other attendees. His features suggested Colombian heritage: strong cheekbones, warm bronze skin, and dark eyes currently fixed directly on Elena with unconcealed interest. But it wasn't his appearance that had triggered her wolf's attention. It was his scent. Distinctive, powerful, and unmistakably werewolf. But not Costa de Oro. Something wilder, earthier, carrying notes of river water and tropical flora. "Mateo," Elena said quietly, not taking her eyes from the stranger. "That man by the entrance." "I see him," Mateo interrupted, his voice dropping to a near growl as he stepped slightly in front of Elena in a protective gesture so subtle most humans wouldn't notice. "Rafael Ortega, alpha of the Sombra del Rio Pack, and he has no business being here tonight." The name connected immediately to the conversations Elena had overheard at dinner her first night. The rival pack based in the Miami River District, the territory disputes, Veronica's dismissive comments about their community focus. "Is his presence dangerous?" Elena asked, watching as Rafael continued to observe them without approaching, his stance non-threatening but unyielding. "Not physically," Mateo replied, his hand finding the small of her back again, this time with more possessive pressure. "This is neutral territory. But his appearance is deliberate provocation. He knows this event is important to Costa de Oro interests." Elena studied Rafael with renewed curiosity. If Mateo represented power through wealth and corporate influence, Rafael Ortega projected a different kind of strength, something more grounded, more connected to the city's working-class roots. Even across the room, she could sense the alpha energy radiating from him, distinct from, but equal to, Mateo's more polished dominance. "Come," Mateo said, guiding her firmly toward a side gallery. "There are other exhibits worth seeing." Elena allowed herself to be directed away, though not before catching Rafael's slight nod of acknowledgement, a gesture that seemed meant for her specifically, rather than Mateo. The interaction lasted only seconds, but left her with a strange sense of connection she couldn't quite define. The remainder of the evening passed in a blur of introductions and carefully navigated conversations. Elena met collectors, artists, business leaders, all orbiting Matteo with varying degrees of genuine respect and calculated alliance. Throughout it all, she remained acutely aware of Rafael Ortega's presence in the main gallery, though he never approached and eventually departed without confrontation. By the time they returned to the Bentley shortly before midnight, Elena's feet ached from unaccustomed heels and her facial muscles from maintaining a poised smile through hours of scrutiny. As the car pulled away from the gallery, she slipped off her shoes with a sigh of relief that made Matteo chuckle. "You were magnificent," he said, his voice warm with genuine admiration. Everyone was impressed, especially Julian, who doesn't impress easily. Elena leaned back against the leather seat, watching Miami's skyline slide past. It was educational. I had no idea werewolves were so integrated with human power structures. "It's how we've survived in modern times," Matteo explained. "Adaptation rather than isolation. My father recognized decades ago that true security comes from influence, not separation." The mention of his father, rare in their conversations, caught Elena's attention. "Is that when Costa de Oro established itself in Miami? During your father's time?" Matteo nodded, his expression growing more distant. "He brought key pack members from Cuba in the late 970s, established businesses, built connections. By the time he died 15 years ago, the pack controlled significant portions of Miami's financial district. And now you're expanding that territory," Elena observed, remembering the paintings of neighborhoods marked for renewal and the mayor's comments about zoning changes. Something in her tone must have conveyed her unease, because Matteo turned to face her more directly. "You disapprove." It wasn't a question, but Elena answered anyway. "I grew up in a neighborhood like the ones in those paintings. When developers talk about renewal, it usually means displacing the people who give those places their soul." Instead of dismissing her concern, Matteo surprised her by nodding thoughtfully. "It's a valid criticism, and one I've considered carefully. The typical development model discards cultural heritage in favor of profit. But there are other approaches, such as..." "The Wynwood Initiative isn't about replacement but integration," Matteo explained. "My vision includes subsidized spaces for existing businesses, housing requirements that prevent complete gentrification, and cultural preservation standards that maintain neighborhood identity." The concept sounded promising, but Elena had heard similar promises before from developers whose glossy brochures featured diverse communities while their actual projects priced out original residents. "And you believe that's possible?" she asked skeptically. "Renewal without displacement? With the right influence and the right intentions, yes." Matteo's gaze held hers with unexpected intensity. "Elena, I didn't build my pack's power to destroy communities. I built it to protect them. All of them, human and werewolf alike." The sincerity in his voice was compelling, making Elena want to believe him despite her ingrained wariness. Before she could formulate a response, Matteo continued in a lighter tone. "Besides, my plans for Little Havana are particularly conservative. The neighborhood's cultural significance is too valuable to compromise." Elena's head snapped up. "Your plans for Little Havana? So you are developing there?" Matteo's expression suggested he'd revealed more than he intended. "Early stages only. The project focuses on infrastructure improvements and business support rather than major redevelopment." "Including the block where Cafe Mendoza is located?" Elena pressed, remembering the articles she'd found during her initial research. A moment of silence confirmed her suspicion before Matteo answered carefully. "The cafe's location is prime real estate at a key intersection. But I assure you, Elena, your family's business was never a target. If anything, establishments like yours are exactly what we aim to preserve." The car had reached the causeway, Miami's downtown lights reflecting across the dark water. Elena turned to watch them, using the moment to compose her thoughts. This evening had revealed so many layers of Matteo's world. The political connections, the human allies, the rival packs, and now confirmation that his business interests indeed included her family's neighborhood. Yet alongside these revelations came glimpses of a man whose vision might be more complex than simple profit or power. The respect he commanded seemed based on more than fear or wealth. Even the mayor had spoken of preserving cultural heritage alongside development. "You're very quiet," Matteo observed as they approached the estate gates. "Have I lost your good opinion entirely?" The question held a note of genuine concern that softened Elena's unease. "I'm reserving judgment," she replied honestly. "Actions matter more than intentions or promises." Matteo's smile returned, carrying a hint of surprised pleasure. "Most people in my orbit aren't brave enough to express skepticism so directly." "I'm not most people," Elena reminded him. "No," he agreed as the car came to a stop before the main entrance. "You certainly are not." He exited first, coming around to open her door with the same old-world courtesy he'd shown all evening. As Elena stepped out, the silk dress cascading around her legs, her mother's pendant caught the moonlight and seemed to glow in response. "Would you walk with me a moment?" Matteo asked, gesturing toward the gardens rather than the house entrance. "The night is too beautiful to end so abruptly." Elena nodded, falling into step beside him along a path illuminated by subtle landscape lighting. The garden at night was transformed. Flowers that remained closed during daylight hours had opened to the moonlight, releasing intoxicating scents that her enhanced senses could fully appreciate. "I noticed you recognized Rafael Ortega instantly," Matteo said after a companionable silence, "even before I identified him." "Not recognized," Elena clarified, "sensed. His wolf energy feels different from your pack's." Matteo nodded thoughtfully. The Sombra del Rio have Caribbean bloodlines mixed with Colombian and indigenous heritage. Their wolf signatures carry that distinction. "Is he truly your enemy?" Elena asked, remembering Matteo's tense reaction to Rafael's presence. "Enemy oversimplifies a complex relationship," Matteo replied. "We have fundamentally different visions for Miami's supernatural community and how it should interact with the human world. That creates natural friction." They reached a small courtyard centered around a reflecting pool, the water's surface perfectly mirroring the waxing moon above. Matteo gestured to a stone bench and they sat together, the night air warm enough to make the silk dress comfortable despite its revealing cut. "Rafael believes werewolves should integrate more directly with human communities, serving them openly, though without revealing our nature," Matteo continued. "His pack runs medical clinics, community centers, outreach programs, all admirable on the surface. But," Elena prompted, hearing the reservation in his tone. "But such visibility creates vulnerability," Matteo explained. "The more embedded we become in human systems, the more exposed we are to discovery. My approach prioritizes influence from positions of security, financial power, political alliance, strategic development, different paths toward coexistence." Elena considered this philosophy, finding both wisdom and potential blindness in it. "Separation creates safety, but also isolation. Integration creates connection, but also risk. Neither approach is perfect." Matteo turned to her, something like surprise flickering across his features. "That's remarkably insightful. Most werewolves align firmly with one philosophy or the other." "I've lived most of my life in a strange middle ground," Elena reminded him. "Neither fully integrated nor completely separate from the human world, perhaps, that grants a different perspective." Their conversation lapsed into comfortable silence, broken only by the gentle sound of water circulating through the reflecting pool. Elena found herself intensely aware of Matteo beside her, his scent, the subtle heat radiating from his body, the way moonlight cast his profile in silver relief. "Thank you for accompanying me tonight," he said finally, his voice softer than she'd yet heard it. "Your presence made a typically tedious event genuinely enjoyable." The simple gratitude, free of calculation or agenda, warmed Elena unexpectedly. "I enjoyed myself too, despite the political undercurrents and rival alpha appearances," Matteo laughed, the sound surprisingly youthful from someone who carried such authority. "Just another Tuesday evening in Miami's supernatural society." As they rose to return to the house, Matteo hesitated, then spoke with careful neutrality. "The full moon is in 10 days. Have you considered my invitation to join the pack run?" The question brought Elena's attention back to her physical reality. The pull of the waxing moon already making itself felt in subtle ways, her wolf more present beneath her skin with each passing night. After witnessing the Costa de Oro Pact's power and connections tonight, the prospect of running with them carried new implications she hadn't fully considered. "I'm still thinking about it," she answered honestly. "It's a significant step," Matteo nodded, respect evident in his acceptance of her hesitation. "Of course. There's no pressure to decide immediately." He paused at the garden entrance to the house. "Though I will say this, I believe you might find answers during a pack run that have eluded you in isolation. The wolf knows truths the human mind sometimes cannot access." With that cryptic observation, he escorted her to the door of her suite, bidding her good night with impeccable manners that nonetheless conveyed genuine reluctance to end their evening. Alone in her room, Alina carefully removed the designer dress and hung it in her closet, a shimmering reminder of a world she was still learning to navigate. As she prepared for bed, her thoughts circled between conflicting impressions. Matteo's apparent sincerity about responsible development versus his clear ambition for expansion. The rival Alpha's deliberate appearance at the gallery. The mayor's casual reference to her parents. Most unsettling was her own reaction to the evening. The ease with which she'd stepped into Matteo's world, the natural chemistry between them that seemed to deepen with each interaction, the growing curiosity about what running with his pack might reveal about her own abilities. The Elena who had arrived at this estate 3 weeks ago would have maintained clear boundaries, suspicious of every gesture and offer. The Elena who now stood at the threshold of a full moon decision found herself increasingly drawn to possibilities she'd never before considered, both professionally and personally. As she drifted toward sleep, her mother's pendant still warm against her skin, Elena wondered which path would ultimately lead to truth: Matteo's philosophy of strategic separation, or Raphael's model of integrated service, and whether joining the Costa de Oro pack run might irreversibly commit her to one vision over the other. Chapter 5: Heritage Unveiled. Elena moved efficiently through Matteo's office, arranging cut crystal glasses on the sideboard and ensuring the temperature of the wine was perfect. Tonight's business dinner would bring together executives from Fuentes Enterprises with government officials involved in the Wynwood Initiative, a meeting Matteo had described as crucial to our neighborhood preservation efforts. After the gallery opening 3 nights ago, Elena had volunteered to personally oversee the food service, partly out of professional pride, but mostly to observe these development plans firsthand. The office itself fascinated her. Unlike the sleek modernity of his downtown headquarters, this space reflected a more personal aesthetic. Leather-bound books lined mahogany shelves, artifacts from various cultures occupied glass-fronted cabinets, and the overall atmosphere suggested a blend of contemporary power and old-world scholarship. Elena adjusted a place setting, then paused as a shaft of late-afternoon sunlight illuminated something she hadn't noticed before: a framed photograph partially concealed behind a row of books. Normally, she would respect privacy, but something about the aged quality of the image caught her attention. Glancing toward the door to ensure she was still alone, Elena carefully moved the books aside. The photograph, sepia-toned with age, showed a group of 9 people, 6 men and 3 women, arranged formally on the steps of what looked like a government building in Havana. The style of dress suggested the early 1960s, just before the height of Cuba's political transformation. All 9 subjects gazed sternly at the camera with the slightly stiff posture common in photographs of that era. Elena's breath caught as her eyes fixed on a face in the back row, a man in his early 30s with a strong jawline and familiar eyes that seemed to gaze directly at her across the decades. "Abuelo," she whispered, fingers hovering above the glass as if she could reach through and touch her grandfather, who had died years before her birth. "I see you found the Lopez Cabrera coalition photograph." Elena, startled at Matteo's voice behind her, nearly dropping the frame as she turned. She hadn't heard him enter. A disconcerting reminder of his alpha abilities. "I'm sorry," she said automatically. "I shouldn't have been touching your things." "No need to apologize." Matteo crossed the room and gently took the photograph from her hands, studying it with an expression that suggested personal connection rather than merely academic interest. "I've been meaning to show this to you, though perhaps not quite this abruptly. Elena's heart pounded as questions tumbled through her mind. That's my grandfather, Eduardo Mendoza. Why do you have his picture, and what's the Lopez Cabrera Coalition? Instead of answering immediately, Mateo gestured to the seating area near the windows. Please, sit. This conversation is overdue. Elena perched on the edge of a leather armchair, watching as Mateo placed the photograph carefully on the table between them. He remained standing, moving to a cabinet where he extracted a crystal decanter of amber liquid. Bourbon? He offered. It's 4 in the afternoon, Elena pointed out. A slight smile touched Mateo's lips. Some conversations are better with bourbon regardless of time. When she shook her head, he poured a single measure for himself before taking the seat opposite her. The Lopez Cabrera Coalition was an alliance of werewolf packs formed in Cuba during the 1950s, he began, his tone shifting to something more formal, almost academic. As political unrest grew on the island, supernatural communities recognized the need for cooperation despite ancient rivalries. My grandfather, Antonio Fuentes, represented the northern mountain packs. Your grandfather spoke for the coastal collectives, including the Luna del Caribe. Elena stared at the photograph with new understanding. These weren't just random people. They were werewolves in a formal alliance. Her grandfather had been part of supernatural politics she'd never known existed. When Castro's revolution succeeded, many coalition members fled to Florida, Mateo continued. They brought with them not just their families, but their knowledge, their traditions, and in some cases, their feuds. Is that why my family was attacked? Elena asked, the question that had haunted her for years finally finding voice. Because of old pack rivalries? Mateo's expression darkened. Not exactly. Your family, your bloodline specifically, was targeted because of what you are. He leaned forward, his dark eyes intense. Elena, I've been researching your family line since before we met, following traces through historical records and pack genealogies. The Luna del Caribe weren't just any werewolves. They were the original wolves of the Caribbean, with gifts that other bloodlines both coveted and feared. Elena's hand instinctively rose to touch her mother's pendant. What gifts? Healing, primarily, Mateo answered. Not just the accelerated recovery all werewolves possess, but true healing. The ability to cure ailments, neutralize poisons, even regenerate damaged tissue in others. Some historical accounts suggest the most powerful Luna del Caribe could heal pack bonds themselves, the spiritual connections between wolves that provide collective strength. He set his untouched bourbon aside and reached for the photograph again. You also carry an immunity to silver, the one substance that can permanently harm most werewolves. Elena frowned, skepticism rising despite the evidence of her grandfather in the image before her. If that were true, I think I would know. I've spent my entire life hiding what I am, struggling through painful transformations, worried about silver exposure like any other werewolf. Have you ever actually been exposed to silver? Mateo countered. Not silver-plated items, but pure silver? The question gave Elena pause. Abuela had always been fanatical about avoiding silver of any kind, going so far as to test all jewelry and flatware with special detection cloths before allowing them in the house. I don't think so, she admitted. Abuela was extremely careful. Mateo nodded as if this confirmed something. She was protecting you, not just from exposure that might reveal your werewolf nature, but from tests that would confirm your specific bloodline. He hesitated before adding, the attack on your family wasn't random, Elena. Your parents were targeted specifically for their Luna del Caribe lineage, for the abilities that some believed could be acquired from your bloodline. A chill ran through Elena, despite the warm afternoon sun streaming through the windows. Acquired how? Mateo's jaw tightened. There are ancient rituals, blood magics, considered taboo by most packs, ways to attempt transferring power from one bloodline to another through sacrifice. The implication hung in the air between them, horrifying in its clarity. Elena's parents hadn't just been killed, they had been hunted for their blood, for powers Elena herself hadn't known they possessed. Who? She demanded, grief sharpening to rage. Who would do such a thing? Rogue elements from several packs, Mateo replied carefully. werewolves who believed combining bloodline powers could create advantages in the territory wars that followed Castro's rise. The practice was condemned by all legitimate pack alliances, including the coalition that relocated to Miami. Elena stood abruptly, unable to remain still with these revelations churning through her. She moved to the window, staring out at the ocean while trying to integrate this new history with everything she'd been taught. "Why didn't Abuela tell me any of this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "All these years, she's only said our pack was attacked by rogues, that we needed to hide to survive." "She was protecting you the only way she knew how," Mateo suggested, remaining seated to give Elena the space her wolf clearly needed. "Knowledge itself can be dangerous. If you didn't know what you were capable of, you wouldn't accidentally reveal it." Elena turned back to face him, suspicion flaring. "And how exactly do you know so much about my family? About abilities I don't even know I have?" The question seemed to catch Mateo off guard. For the first time since she'd known him, he appeared momentarily uncertain, as if weighing how much to reveal. "My father was part of the group that helped survivors of the attack," he said finally. "The few remaining Luna del Caribe were scattered for their protection, given new identities, helped to establish themselves in different territories. He kept records, journals documenting what he knew of your bloodline's abilities and history." Elena processed this, finding both truth and careful omission in his explanation. "That doesn't explain why you sought me out specifically, or why you've gone to such lengths to bring me into your household, your pack." Mateo stood, crossing to stand near her at the window, close enough that she could sense his warmth without actually touching. "Initially, intellectual curiosity," he admitted. "The Luna del Caribe are legendary in werewolf history. Finding a living descendant was significant in itself. And now," Elena pressed, turning to face him fully. Something shifted in Mateo's expression, the careful control giving way to something more raw, more genuine. "Now, it's about you. Not just your bloodline or abilities, but you, Elena Mendoza, who challenges me, surprises me, and has become..." He paused, seemingly at a loss for the right word. "Important to you?" Elena suggested, her voice softer than intended. "Essential," he corrected, the simple word carrying unexpected weight. They stood in charged silence, the air between them heavy with unspoken possibilities. Elena's wolf stirred beneath her skin, responding to his proximity and the intensity of his gaze with an interest that matched her own growing attraction. Before either could speak again, a discreet knock at the office door broke the moment. Miss Vega's voice called through, "Mr. Fuentes, the first guests have arrived." Mateo's professional demeanor returned instantly, though his eyes remained warmer than usual. "We'll continue this conversation tomorrow," he promised. "There's much more you should know about your heritage." As Elena moved to leave, his hand caught hers gently. "Elena, I understand this is overwhelming, but please believe that my interest in your bloodline, while initially academic, has become secondary to my interest in you as a person." The sincerity in his voice resonated with something in Elena that had been growing steadily since her arrival at the estate. A connection that transcended employer and employee, alpha and lone wolf, to something both simpler and more complex. "Tomorrow," she agreed, squeezing his hand briefly before slipping out to oversee dinner service, her mind spinning with revelations about a heritage she'd never fully understood. Elena waited until the house had fallen silent well after midnight before making the call. Abuela answered on the second ring, despite the late hour, as if she'd been expecting it. "You found something?" Carmela said without preamble, her voice carrying the resignation of one who had long anticipated an uncomfortable conversation. "A photograph from the 1960s, Elena confirmed, pacing the length of her bedroom. "Abuela with a group called the Lopez Cabrera Coalition. Werewolves from Cuba who fled to Miami." A heavy silence filled the line before Abuela sighed deeply. "So Mateo Fuentes has finally shown his hand." "Why didn't you tell me?" Elena demanded, keeping her voice low despite the privacy of her suite. "About our bloodline, about the Luna del Caribe abilities, about why my parents were really killed?" "To protect you, Nieta," Abuela replied, the familiar answer carrying new significance. "Knowledge is dangerous when others would kill to possess it, or to possess you for having it." "So it's true?" Elena pressed. The healing abilities, the immunity to silver, all of it? Another waited pause before Abuela answered with clear reluctance. Yes, though your powers lie dormant without training, without the proper rituals that would normally have been performed throughout your childhood. The confirmation sent a wave of conflicting emotions through Elena. Validation that Mateo hadn't been lying, anger at having been kept ignorant of her own heritage, and a strange sense of relief at finally understanding why she'd always felt different, even among werewolves. Mateo claims his father helped survivors after the attack, Elena continued, needing to verify every piece of this emerging puzzle. That the Fuentes Pact protected Luna del Caribe refugees? Some Fuentes did, Abuela acknowledged carefully. Not all. Pact politics are never simple, Elena. The very coalition formed to protect supernatural interests also created dangerous knowledge of bloodline powers that some would exploit. The deliberate vagueness in her grandmother's response triggered Elena's suspicion. What aren't you telling me, Abuela? About Mateo specifically? Trust your instincts, Carmela advised instead of answering directly. Your wolf will sense truth or deception better than human reasoning, but be careful what you reveal about yourself. Not all abilities should be demonstrated before you fully understand how to control them. Before Elena could press further, Abuela changed tactics. How is your position otherwise? The restaurant's new equipment is working well? The obvious deflection would normally have frustrated Elena, but she recognized her grandmother's deep-seated fear and decided not to push further tonight. They spoke briefly about the cafe, about Miguel's latest girlfriend drama, about the neighborhood gossip, normal conversation that felt surreal against the backdrop of bloodline revelations. As they prepared to end the call, Abuela's tone grew serious once more. Elena, whatever Mateo Fuentes tells you about our heritage, remember this. The Luna del Caribe were healers first, always. Our power comes from connection, from balance, from the moon's light, rather than dominance or control. Don't let anyone convince you that power must be wielded to be valuable. With that cryptic advice lingering in her thoughts, Elena ended the call and spent the remainder of the night researching everything she could find about Caribbean werewolf lineages on the estate's extensive digital archives. By morning, she had more questions than answers, and a determination to confront Mateo directly. She found him in his private gym adjacent to the master suite, an area of the house she'd never visited before. The space was impressive. State-of-the-art equipment alongside more traditional training apparatus, with windows overlooking the ocean and soundproofing that would allow for full vocalizations without alerting the human staff. Mateo was midway through what appeared to be a punishing workout routine, his body moving with fluid grace through a series of martial arts forms. Elena paused in the doorway, momentarily distracted by the sight of him shirtless, his skin gleaming with exertion, muscles flexing with each precise movement. His wolf energy was more pronounced here in this private space, radiating power that called to something primal within her. She must have made some small sound because he turned suddenly, his eyes flashing alpha gold before recognition softened them to their normal dark brown. Elena, he greeted her, reaching for a towel to wipe his face. I wasn't expecting you until later. I've been up all night, she said directly, stepping fully into the room. Researching my supposed heritage, calling my grandmother, trying to make sense of everything you told me yesterday. Mateo's expression grew more serious as he registered her agitation. And what conclusions have you reached? That I need more than words and old photographs. Elena moved closer, determination straightening her spine. I need proof of my bloodline, of these abilities you claim I have. A glimmer of approval flickered across Mateo's features. Direct as always, I appreciate that quality in you. He gestured toward a seating area in the corner of the gym. As it happens, I anticipated this conversation. There is a simple test, if you're willing. Elena followed him to the alcove, where a small box sat on a glass table alongside bottled water and clean towels. Mateo opened the box to reveal a slender blade nestled in velvet, the metal gleaming with distinctive luster that identified it immediately as pure silver. This dagger has been in my family for generations, Mateo explained, lifting it carefully by the carved bone handle. It's 95% pure silver, enough to cause severe burns to any ordinary werewolf upon contact. Elena eyed the blade warily, instinctual fear warring with curiosity. And you want to, what, cut me with it? A small test only, Matteo assured her. A minor scratch that would cause significant pain and visible burning in a typical werewolf, but should do nothing to you if your bloodline carries the immunity I believe it does. The proposal was both ridiculous and compelling. Elena had spent her entire life avoiding silver, never questioning Abuela's strict protocols. The possibility of confirming or disproving this aspect of her heritage with such a direct test was tempting, despite the potential pain. If you're wrong, it will hurt like hell, she pointed out. Matteo nodded solemnly. I wouldn't suggest this if I weren't confident, but the choice is entirely yours, Elena. There are other ways to explore your heritage that don't involve potential discomfort. The respect implicit in giving her the choice, treating her as an equal participant rather than a subject of study, tipped the balance. Let's do it, Elena decided, extending her left hand palm up, a small cut only. Are you certain? Matteo asked, studying her expression carefully. No, Elena admitted with a nervous laugh. But I need to know, one way or another. Matteo's expression reflected both concern and admiration as he positioned the silver blade above her palm. Ready? Elena nodded, bracing herself for pain as the edge made contact with her skin. The blade was impossibly sharp, creating a thin line of red across her palm before she even felt the cut. She tensed, waiting for the burning agony she'd been taught to expect from silver contact. Nothing happened. No pain beyond the minor sting of a shallow cut, no smoking flesh, no burning sensation, none of the severe reactions she'd heard described in cautionary tales about silver exposure. That's it? She asked uncertainly, staring at the neat slice across her palm that was already beginning to close. Matteo's eyes had widened, genuine awe replacing his usual composed expression. Look, he urged softly, nodding toward her hand. Elena watched in fascination as the cut sealed itself before her eyes. The healing process visibly accelerated beyond even normal werewolf recovery. Within minutes, only a faint pink line remained, and even that was fading rapidly. Extraordinary, Matteo murmured, gently taking her hand to examine the healing skin. His touch sent that now familiar current through her, heightened by the charged moment of discovery. Not just immunity to silver, but enhanced healing as well. Your bloodline's gifts are definitely present if untrained. The evidence was undeniable. Yet Elena still struggled to integrate this reality with the identity she'd carried her entire life. I don't understand. If I have these abilities, why haven't they manifested before? Why have my transformations been so painful, my healing so normal? Abilities require knowledge to flourish, Matteo explained, still holding her hand as if reluctant to break the connection. Without understanding what you're capable of, without techniques to channel your power, the gifts remain largely dormant. His expression grew more animated than she'd ever seen it, enthusiasm breaking through his typically controlled demeanor. But now that we know for certain, we can begin proper training. His excitement was infectious, but Elena maintained her caution. Before we discuss training, I need to understand more about my bloodline, about why it was targeted, about your interest in it. Matteo nodded, finally releasing her hand. Of course. There's a place I'd like to show you, somewhere that might answer many of your questions at once. Curiosity overrode wariness, and Lena followed as Matteo led her from the gym, through the main house, and down a corridor she'd never explored before. They reached what appeared to be a dead end until Matteo pressed his palm against a section of wall. A hidden panel slid open, revealing a descending staircase illuminated by soft recessed lighting. What is this place? Elena asked, hesitating at the threshold. The true heart of the estate, Matteo answered, extending his hand in invitation. A repository of werewolf knowledge collected across centuries, including extensive records of the Luna del Caribe. The underground chamber they entered after descending the stairs left Elena momentarily speechless. The space stretched far wider than the footprint of the house above, with soaring ceilings and walls lined with bookshelves from floor to ceiling. Display cases contained artifacts from various eras and cultures, while digital interfaces suggested more modern archives, accessible alongside ancient tomes. "Welcome to the Fuentes collection," Mateo said, a note of pride evident in his voice. 5 generations of werewolf history, preserved and protected from those who would exploit or destroy our shared heritage. Elena moved through the space in awe, her fingers trailing along leather-bound volumes with titles in multiple languages. "I had no idea something like this existed." "Few do," Mateo replied, guiding her toward a specific section where the shelving was crafted from a distinctive reddish wood. Each alpha pack maintains its own records, but most collections are specific to their own bloodlines. My grandfather believed in a more comprehensive approach, gathering knowledge of all werewolf lineages to ensure nothing was lost during periods of conflict or migration. He selected a large volume bound in blue leather and carried it to a reading table in the center of the room. The book's cover bore a silver embossing of a crescent moon embracing a star, identical to the pendant Elena wore. "The Chronicles of the Luna del Caribe," Mateo announced, opening the book with careful reverence. "Compiled initially in the 1700s and updated periodically since, the most complete record of your bloodline's history and abilities outside of whatever oral traditions your grandmother might preserve." Elena leaned over the opened pages, mesmerized by detailed illustrations of werewolves in various stages of transformation, anatomical drawings highlighting differences between Luna del Caribe wolves and other bloodlines, and text in an archaic form of Spanish that was just barely decipherable to her modern understanding. This says the Luna del Caribe originated when Spanish wolves encountered indigenous Caribbean shapeshifters, she translated slowly, pointing to a passage. That the bloodline carries dual heritage, European wolf and native island guardian spirits. Mateo nodded, turning pages to reveal more illustrations. The combination created unique abilities not found in either original bloodline. Enhanced healing, silver immunity, extraordinary speed, all documented traits. But the most significant power was this. He indicated an illustration showing a werewolf in human form, with hands extended over injured pack members, a visible energy connecting them. The accompanying text described this as sanación de vínculos, healing of bonds. Pack bonds are the spiritual connections between werewolves, Mateo explained. They provide collective strength, stability during transformations, shared sensory input in dangerous situations. In modern times, these bonds have weakened globally. Packs fragmented by migration, bloodlines diluted by necessary outbreeding, ancient rituals forgotten or abandoned. Elena thought of her painful monthly transformations, the struggle to maintain control without pack energy to stabilize her. And Luna del Caribe wolves could heal these bonds, strengthen connections between pack members? According to these records, yes, Mateo confirmed, his expression intensifying. They served as spiritual anchors for multiple packs, maintaining harmony and balance across bloodlines that might otherwise compete or conflict. A new understanding dawned as Elena connected this information with her own experiences. That's why my food affects people so strongly, she realized. It's not just good cooking. I'm unconsciously channeling healing energy through what I prepare. Mateo's eyes lit with excitement at her insight. Exactly. Your recent dinner for my inner circle, everyone commented on feeling more energized, more focused afterward. Pack bonds that had been strained by business conflicts were noticeably stronger the following day. The revelation was simultaneously empowering and overwhelming. Elena sank into a chair, trying to process the implications of abilities she'd been unconsciously using throughout her life. "If what you're saying is true," she said slowly, "if Luna del Caribe wolves could heal pack bonds, then I understand why other werewolves might have targeted my family. That kind of power would be incredibly valuable, especially to alphas struggling to maintain control over fragmenting packs." Mateo's expression darkened. It wasn't just valuable, it was coveted to the point of obsession by certain factions. Some believed the power could be transferred through ritual sacrifice, through consumption of Luna del Caribe heart blood at the moment of death. His voice filled with disgust at the barbaric concept. The practice was condemned by all legitimate pack alliances, but rogue elements persisted in hunting your bloodline until they were nearly extinct. Alina shuddered at the grotesque imagery, understanding now why Abuela had been so paranoid about their werewolf nature being discovered. How many of us are left? Verifiably? Only you and your grandmother that we know of, Mateo answered solemnly. Possibly a few others in hiding, their bloodline diluted enough to mask distinctive traits. Your cousin Miguel carries some Luna del Caribe heritage, but not the full bloodline markers. The weight of this legacy settled on Elena's shoulders. The last of an ancient lineage, carrying abilities she barely understood, hunted throughout history for powers she hadn't known she possessed. "Why tell me all this now?" she asked, meeting Mateo's gaze directly. "Why bring me into your household, show me these records, confirm my heritage with the silver test?" Mateo held her gaze steadily, something vulnerable breaking through his alpha composure. "Because pack bonds are weakening everywhere, not just in my territory. Because werewolves are losing connection to their dual nature, struggling through transformations, experiencing diminished abilities. Because what your bloodline offers isn't just power, but healing, restoration of what's being lost." He moved closer, his intensity both compelling and slightly alarming. "And because you deserve to know who you are, Elena, the truth of your heritage, the potential you carry, it belongs to you first before anyone else who might seek to use it." The sincerity in his voice was unmistakable, yet Elena sensed he still wasn't sharing everything. "And your interest in all this? In me specifically?" A complex emotion flickered across Mateo's features, determination mixed with something softer, more personal. Initially, strategic. The possibility of restored pack bonds would strengthen Costa de Oro immeasurably. But now, he hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate something that didn't fit neatly into his usual calculated approach. "Now?" Elena prompted. "Now? I find myself hoping for something I never expected," he admitted, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Something beyond pack politics or bloodline abilities. Something between us, between Mateo and Elena, not Alpha and Luna del Caribe." The confession hung in the air between them, startling in its vulnerability from a man who epitomized control and strategy. Elena felt her wolf respond with a surge of interest and recognition that matched her own growing attraction to Mateo, complicated now by these revelations about her heritage. Before she could formulate a response, Mateo seemed to gather himself, professional demeanor returning like a shield. "But that's secondary to ensuring you understand your abilities and can protect yourself. The fact that your silver immunity has been confirmed means others might eventually sense it as well. You need to be prepared." "Prepared for what exactly?" Alina asked, still processing the emotional whiplash of his near confession, followed by practical concerns. "For training, for developing conscious control of gifts you've only used instinctively," Mateo explained, his tone shifting to something more businesslike. "And for the possibility that you may eventually face the same threats that nearly destroyed your family. Knowledge of a living Luna del Caribe with active abilities would be significant in certain circles." The implication was clear. Her newly confirmed heritage placed her in potential danger. Yet, amid this sobering reality, Elena found herself focusing on Mateo's brief moment of vulnerability, the admission that his interest had evolved from strategic to personal. It echoed her own journey these past weeks, from suspicion to a growing connection she couldn't easily dismiss. "I need time," she said finally, rising from the chair to stand at eye level with him. "To process all of this, to decide what it means for my future?" Mateo nodded, respect evident in his acceptance of her need for space. "Of course." "But Elena," he hesitated, then continued with careful emphasis, "whatever you decide about training, about your role with Costa de Oro, about us, please be cautious. Your blood carries power others would kill to possess." The warning sent a chill through her, despite the warm underground chamber. Elena glanced around at the centuries of accumulated knowledge surrounding them, at the detailed accounts of her bloodline's abilities and the violent attempts to steal them, and felt the weight of history pressing in from all sides. Yet alongside that weight came a strange sense of completeness. Pieces of herself that had never quite fit, now sliding into place with this new understanding of her heritage. The painful transformations, the unconscious healing she channeled through food, the unusual connection she'd always felt to the moon's cycles, all explained by a bloodline she was only beginning to comprehend. "I'll be careful," she promised, meeting Mateo's concerned gaze. "But I won't hide from what I am anymore. I'm Luna del Caribe," whatever that fully means, and it's time I embraced that truth. A smile of unmistakable pride curved Mateo's lips. "You continue to surprise me with your courage, Elena Mendoza." He gestured to the extensive collection surrounding them. "All of this is at your disposal. Learn your heritage at your own pace. Discover the abilities that are your birthright." As they ascended the stairs back to the main house, Elena felt a shift in her relationship with Mateo. No longer simply employer and employee, not quite alpha and pack member, but something more complex that carried both promise and uncertainty. Her fingers drifted to her fully healed palm, physical proof of abilities she'd never known she possessed. Whatever came next, training, exploration of her heritage, the evolving connection with Mateo, one thing was certain. Elena could no longer return to the constrained existence she'd known before. Silver immunity was just the beginning. The full moon was a week away, and the Luna del Caribe bloodline, nearly extinguished by those who coveted its power, had found new life in its last daughter. The days following Elena's silver test unfolded in a new rhythm. Mornings were still devoted to her chef duties, preparing meals for the household and occasional business guests. But afternoons now found her in Mateo's underground library, poring over Luna del Caribe histories with an intensity born of decades of unanswered questions. Mateo joined her whenever his schedule allowed, his extensive knowledge of werewolf bloodlines providing context she would have missed on her own. They developed an easy collaboration, Elena translating older Spanish texts that challenged even Mateo's fluency, while he connected seemingly disparate historical accounts into coherent timelines. When Elena discovered a passage describing traditional Luna del Caribe healing techniques involving specific herb combinations, Mateo immediately arranged for rare specimens to be shipped from Caribbean islands. When he uncovered references to moonlight meditation rituals that enhanced their abilities, Elena volunteered to attempt reconstructing the practice from fragmentary descriptions. Their shared enthusiasm created a bond distinct from employer and employee, from alpha and lone wolf, a partnership of equals united by intellectual curiosity and growing personal connection. By Friday afternoon, Elena's head swam with information about her heritage, some inspiring, some disturbing, all transformative to her understanding of herself. When Mateo appeared at the library entrance earlier than usual, she barely glanced up from the 18th century text she was deciphering. "I think I've found something about controlling the healing transfer," she said, tracing her finger along faded script. "This suggests Luna del Caribe could channel energy through touch or through prepared food, but directing it required specific intent and—" "Elena," Mateo interrupted gently, "you've been researching for 5 hours straight?" She blinked up at him, suddenly aware of the stiffness in her shoulders and the afternoon sun slanting low through the high windows. "I lost track of time." A smile softened his usually serious expression. "Understandably. But perhaps your mind could use a different perspective." He hesitated, then added almost tentatively, "I was wondering if you might join me for an evening boat ride. The weather is perfect, and sometimes distance from research brings clarity." The invitation surprised her, not because they hadn't spent time together outside the house, but because this sounded distinctly more personal than their morning beach runs or practice sessions. "A boat ride?" Elena echoed, carefully marking her place in the text. "Nothing elaborate," Mateo assured her, a hint of uncharacteristic nervousness in his tone. "Just a few hours on the water. Biscayne Bay is particularly beautiful at sunset. The prospect of fresh air and open water after days of intensive research was tempting." Besides, Elena couldn't deny her curiosity about Mateo outside his alpha role. Glimpses of the man beneath the power had become increasingly intriguing. "I'd like that," she decided, closing the book with careful reverence. Mateo's smile widened, transforming his features in a way that made Elena's pulse quicken. Excellent. The boat's already prepared. Casual attire is fine, something warm for after sunset. An hour later, Elena made her way to the estate's private dock, where a sleek vessel awaited. Not the ostentatious yacht she might have expected from someone of Mateo's wealth, but a more modest craft, designed for actual sailing rather than just displaying affluence. Mateo was already aboard, checking something on the navigational equipment. He'd changed into navy shorts and a simple white linen shirt, the casual attire emphasizing his athletic build in ways his usual tailored suits concealed. When he looked up and spotted Elena approaching, his expression brightened visibly. "Perfect timing," he called, extending a hand to help her aboard. "We'll catch the best light in about an hour." The moment Elena stepped onto the boat, she felt a shift in their dynamic. Here on the water, Mateo moved with comfortable familiarity rather than the controlled precision he maintained on land. This was clearly his element, a private passion rather than a business obligation. "I didn't know you sailed," she observed, accepting the life vest he offered more out of courtesy than necessity. Werewolves were naturally strong swimmers, their bodies designed to handle far more extreme conditions than a calm bay. "Of the few skills I inherited directly from my father," Mateo replied, moving to untie the mooring lines. He believed every wolf should maintain connection to natural environments, even while operating in human business spheres. Elena settled onto a cushioned seat as Mateo skillfully navigated away from the dock. The engine hummed quietly, carrying them into the open water of Biscayne Bay, where Miami's skyline created a dramatic backdrop against the late afternoon sky. Once they reached deeper water, Mateo cut the engine and unfurled the sails with practiced movements. The canvas caught the wind with a satisfying snap, and the boat heeled slightly before finding its balance in the steady breeze. "Would you like to take the helm?" Mateo offered, gesturing to the wheel. Elena hesitated. "I've never sailed before." "It's intuitive for wolves," he encouraged. "Our balance, our sensitivity to wind and water, we're natural sailors." Curious, Elena moved beside him at the wheel. Mateo positioned himself behind her, his arms reaching around to place her hands on the polished wood. "Feel the pressure of the wind," he instructed, his voice close to her ear. "The boat will tell you what it needs." The proximity sent a wave of awareness through Elena. His chest nearly touching her back, his scent enveloping her in notes of cedar and salt air distinctly Mateo, without the usual overlay of cologne or business formality. Her wolf stirred with interest, recognizing something fundamentally compatible in his energy. Focusing on the task rather than their closeness, Elena concentrated on the sensations flowing through the wheel. The pull of wind against sail, the resistance of water against hull. Mateo was right. Something in her wolf nature connected intuitively to these elemental forces. "That's it," he murmured approvingly as she adjusted their course slightly, finding the perfect angle to catch the wind. "You're a natural." For the next hour, they sailed in companionable partnership. Mateo teaching without condescension, Elena learning with eager curiosity. They navigated around the bay's islands, Mateo pointing out landmarks and sharing bits of Miami history from a unique werewolf perspective. "The first Supernatural Territory Council met on that island," he explained, indicating a small, densely forested key. 1925, during Prohibition, werewolf packs, a small vampire coterie that's since moved north, and 2 witch covens dividing the region between them. "I had no idea Miami had such a diverse supernatural population," Elena admitted. "Abuela always made it sound like we were alone, isolated anomalies in a human world." Mateo's expression softened with something like sympathy. Isolation is a common protection strategy for diminished bloodlines, but it comes at significant cost. Knowledge lost, abilities undeveloped, connections severed. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in spectacular oranges and pinks, Mateo steered them toward a tiny, secluded cay visible only to those who knew where to look. A natural harbor provided perfect anchoring, sheltered from stronger currents by an outcropping of weathered limestone. "It's beautiful," Elena said as they secured the boat and waded through shallow water to reach the small beach. "Is this part of your territory?" Not exactly, Mateo answered, retrieving a large cooler from the boat's storage compartment. This is unclaimed land, one of the few neutral spaces recognized by all Miami pacts, a sanctuary of sorts where territory disputes are suspended. The information intrigued Elena. The notion that even among competing werewolf factions, certain places remained sacred, set apart from power struggles. At the center of the small island, a clearing among sea grape trees revealed a simple wooden platform with a stone fire pit. Mateo set the cooler down and began arranging items on the platform's surface. A thick blanket, lanterns that cast warm golden light as the sun continued its descent, and finally, covered dishes that released tantalizing aromas when opened. "You brought dinner," Elena observed, surprised by the thoughtful preparation. "I did more than bring it," Mateo replied, a hint of uncharacteristic uncertainty crossing his features. "I made it, or attempted to at least." Elena stared at him in genuine shock. "You cooked?" "Cooked might be a generous term," he admitted with a self-deprecating smile that transformed his usually serious face. "Let's say I assembled these dishes with more enthusiasm than skill." Curious, Elena examined the spread before her. Traditional Cuban picnic foods arranged with careful attention to presentation. Medianos with slightly uneven slices of ham and cheese, croquetas that varied noticeably in size, mariquitas that ranged from perfectly crisp to slightly overdone, a thermos that presumably contained Cuban coffee. "You made all this yourself," she said, not quite a question, as the evidence was clear in the charming imperfections. Mateo rubbed the back of his neck, a disarmingly human gesture from someone who typically maintained such careful control. Your connection to food is special, important. It seemed appropriate to reciprocate, however inadequately. This simple explanation carried unexpected weight. For a powerful alpha to attempt something outside his expertise, risking imperfection to create something meaningful, it revealed a vulnerability Elena hadn't expected. "I'm honored," she said softly, meaning it completely. They settled on the blanket as the last rays of sunlight painted the water in liquid gold. Elena bit into one of the mediashes and made an appreciative sound that brought a pleased smile to Mateo's face. "Not restaurant quality," she assessed honestly, "but made with genuine care. That matters more than technical perfection." "A generous review?" Mateo chuckled, relaxing visibly at her acceptance of his efforts. As twilight deepened around them, conversation flowed more easily than ever before. Away from the estate, from pack politics, from the weight of her newly discovered heritage, they spoke as simply Elena and Mateo, two wolves sharing an evening meal beneath an emerging canopy of stars. "When did you become alpha?" Elena asked, accepting a cup of surprisingly decent coffee from the thermos. "You mentioned your father died 15 years ago, but taking leadership can't have been automatic." Mateo's expression grew contemplative as he gazed toward the Miami skyline, twinkling with lights across the water. "I was 23, he answered. Young for an alpha, especially of a pack as substantial as Costa d'Oro had become. My father's death was unexpected, a boating accident during a storm." The pain in his voice, though well masked, was still perceptible after 15 years. Elena resisted the urge to offer physical comfort, sensing he rarely spoke of this loss. "The transition wasn't smooth," he continued after a moment. "Several older pack members challenged my right to lead. Traditional combat settled most disputes, but earning true respect took years of consistent decisions, of proving my vision was worth following." "And what is that vision?" Elena asked, genuinely curious about the man behind the power and wealth she'd observed. Mateo seemed to weigh his answer carefully before responding. "Balance," he said finally, "between our wolf nature and human society. Between necessary separation and beneficial integration. Between honoring tradition and embracing evolution." He shifted to face her more directly, his expression intensifying. "The old territorial wars between packs accomplish nothing but weakness. Division makes us vulnerable to hunters, to exposure, to our own worst instincts. My father understood this, but couldn't overcome generations of ingrained rivalry." "And you believe you can?" Elena asked, fascinated by the passion emerging in his typically controlled demeanor. "I have to try," he replied simply. Miami's supernatural community is at a crossroads. Development threatens traditional territories, technology increases risk of exposure. The Sombra del Rio's community integration model has merit, but creates vulnerabilities. The Manglar Oscuro's isolation in the Everglades is becoming unsustainable as human encroachment increases. As he outlined challenges facing Miami's werewolf population, Elena recognized something she hadn't fully appreciated before: Mateo's genuine concern for all supernatural citizens, not just his own pack. His business ventures, his political connections, even his interest in her bloodline seemed part of a larger strategy to ensure werewolf survival in a changing world. That's why the Luna del Caribe abilities matter so much to you, she realized aloud. Pack bonds strengthened through healing could potentially unite rival factions. Mateo nodded, appreciation evident in his expression. Exactly. Your bloodline once served as mediators between competing packs, not through dominance, but through healing and connection. He hesitated before adding, though that's not the only reason your heritage matters to me personally. The admission hung in the air between them as full darkness settled around their small sanctuary, the fire pit's flames casting warm light across their features. Elena felt the conversation shifting toward something more intimate, and found herself equally drawn toward and wary of that transition. Tell me about your parents, Mateo requested softly, changing direction as if sensing her uncertainty. Not just how they died, but who they were in life. The question caught Elena off guard. Few people asked about Antonio and Lucia Mendoza as people rather than victims. She found herself speaking of memories long kept private. Her father's booming laugh that seemed too big for his body, her mother's gift for knowing exactly what spice a dish needed without tasting it, their obvious devotion to each other, even during disagreements. They were true partners, she recalled, smiling at a particular memory. Equals in everything, which I later learned is unusual among wolf pairs. No dominant-submissive dynamic, just balance. Like your cooking, Mateo observed thoughtfully. Perfect equilibrium between contrasting elements. The insight surprised Elena with its accuracy. I never thought of it that way, but yes, balance was central to everything they taught me, though I didn't understand the werewolf context until much later. Her expression sobered as she continued. Their death never made sense to me. Abuela said it was random violence, rogue wolves attacking without provocation during what should have been a peaceful territory discussion. She shook her head. But wolves aren't random in their violence. Even rogues have motivation. Mateo's posture had subtly tensed, though his expression remained carefully neutral. When exactly did this happen? You were young, I assume. 12, Elena confirmed. Summer of 2007, during what was supposed to be a routine border meeting in the Everglades. The familiar pain of loss had dulled over the years, but never truly vanished. I always wondered why Abuela insisted afterward that we hide our nature completely, that we trust no other wolves. It seemed extreme for a random attack. But makes perfect sense if they were targeted for their bloodline, Mateo finished quietly, his gaze focused on the fire rather than meeting her eyes. Something in his tone caught Elena's attention, a tension that suggested more knowledge than he was sharing. Mateo, she said carefully, do you know something specific about their deaths? His hesitation was brief but noticeable before he shook his head. Only what the pack records indicate. That several Luna del Caribe families were attacked during that period. The timing aligns with your account. Elena studied his profile in the firelight, her wolf senses detecting subtle signs of discomfort. Increased heartbeat, minute muscle tension around his eyes, a shift in his scent that suggested emotional distress carefully controlled. Before she could press further, Mateo's attention shifted to her pendant, which had caught the firelight and seemed to glow against her skin. Your mother's pendant, he observed, reaching out slowly enough that she could move away if she chose. When she remained still, his fingers gently lifted the silver crescent moon and star. This is no ordinary jewelry. The deliberate topic change wasn't subtle, but Elena allowed it, curious about what he might reveal. Abuela gave it to me when I left for your estate, said it was my birthright. It's the symbol of the Luna del Caribe Alpha line, Matteo confirmed, his thumb tracing the curved edge of the crescent. Not alpha in the traditional dominant sense, but in bloodline purity. Those who could manifest the strongest healing abilities traditionally wore this symbol. Elena felt a ripple of surprise. My mother wasn't an alpha of anything. We were a small family pack, no hierarchy, no territories. By then, perhaps, Matteo agreed. But this pendant marks her as direct descendant of the original Luna del Caribe founders. In an earlier era, she would have been revered, sought out by packs seeking healing and mediation. The revelation added another layer to Elena's evolving understanding of her heritage, not just rare abilities, but a leadership lineage she'd never suspected. Which means you carry that same alpha bloodline, Matteo continued, his voice dropping lower as his fingers released the pendant to brush lightly against her collarbone. The pendant recognizes you, responds to you. Haven't you noticed how it warms against your skin at significant moments? Elena had indeed noticed the pendant's strange behavior, warming when her emotions ran high, seeming to pulse when she accessed her wolf's abilities, glowing faintly in moonlight. She'd attributed these phenomena to her imagination or ordinary silver properties. "It's reacting now," she murmured, aware of the metal's increasing warmth between them. Matteo's gaze lifted from the pendant to meet hers, and something shifted in the air between them. The careful distance they'd maintained despite growing attraction suddenly charged with possibility. His hand remained near her collarbone, not quite touching, but close enough that she could feel the heat of his skin. "Elena," he said, her name almost a question, the moment balanced on a knife's edge. Retreat to safer professional territory, or acknowledge the connection that had been building since their first meeting? Elena made her decision without words, leaning forward slightly to close the distance between them. Matteo responded instantly, his hand moving to cup her cheek with unexpected gentleness from someone who radiated such power. His touch sent that now familiar current through her skin, heightened by anticipation and the moon's energy washing over their secluded sanctuary. When their lips finally met, the contact was tender rather than demanding. A question rather than a claim. Elena had imagined Matteo would kiss with the same controlled intensity he brought to everything else. Instead, she found a surprising sweetness, a careful exploration that invited rather than insisted. Her wolf responded with immediate, enthusiastic approval, recognizing something fundamentally compatible in his essence. She leaned into the kiss, her hand finding its way to his shoulder, then the nape of his neck, where her fingers tangled in his hair. The contact deepened naturally, Matteo's arm slipping around her waist to draw her closer as the initial gentleness evolved into something more heated. Elena felt herself responding with an intensity that might have been alarming with anyone else, her careful boundaries melting under the perfect pressure of his mouth against hers, the tantalizing hint of canines, slightly sharper than human norm. The intoxicating blend of their scents mingling in the night air. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless, Elena realized her pendant was glowing visibly, a soft silver light emanating from the crescent moon and star design. Matteo's eyes reflected the same luminescence, their usual dark brown transformed to amber with hints of silver that matched her own wolf's eye color, rather than the gold typical of alphas. "That's unusual," Elena managed, glancing down at the glowing pendant. "Not unusual," Matteo corrected softly. "Significant." Before she could ask what he meant, the distant sound of another boat's engine intruded on their privacy. Not approaching their secluded quay, but passing somewhere in the main channel. The interruption broke the spell of isolation, reminding them of the world beyond their small sanctuary. Matteo glanced at his watch and sighed reluctantly. "We should head back soon. Navigation in these waters gets trickier after full dark, even with werewolf vision." Though disappointed, Elena nodded agreement. They packed up the remains of their picnic in companionable silence. The air between them changed irrevocably by the kiss they'd shared. As they prepared to return to the boat, Matteo caught her hand, his expression unusually open. "Thank you," he said simply, "for sharing this evening, for trusting me enough to—" He gestured vaguely between them, seemingly at a loss for precise words. The uncharacteristic verbal uncertainty charmed Elena more than any polished declaration might have. "Thank you for terrible cooking and excellent company," she replied, squeezing his hand with a smile that earned her a genuine laugh. "I'll have you know those croquetas followed a very precise recipe." he protested with mock indignation. Did the recipe call for random sizing and creative interpretation of frying times? She teased, enjoying this lighter side of him. Their banter continued as they waded back to the boat, loaded their supplies, and prepared to sail back to the mainland. As Matteo raised the anchor, Elena took position at the helm, already more confident after her earlier lesson. The return journey unfolded beneath a canopy of stars, the waxing moon casting silver light across the water's surface. They sailed in comfortable silence, broken occasionally by quiet conversation or gentle guidance when navigational adjustments were needed. As they approached the marina, Miami's skyline created a glittering backdrop of light against the night sky. Matteo moved to stand behind Elena at the wheel, his arms encircling her without taking control, his chest warm against her back. "Look," he murmured, nodding toward where the moonlight created a perfect silver path across the water, leading from their boat directly to the city. "The moon showing us the way home." The simple observation carried unexpected poignancy. For so long, Elena had viewed her wolf nature, especially full moons, as a burden to be managed, a dangerous secret requiring painful isolation. Now, with her heritage unfolding before her and Matteo's steady presence beside her, the moon felt more like guidance than compulsion. As they docked at the estate's private marina, the practical world began to reassert itself. Staff appearing to secure the boat, the distant sound of a phone ringing in the main house, responsibilities waiting to reclaim them both. Yet something fundamental had shifted between them, a connection acknowledged that couldn't be undone. Matteo helped Elena from the boat with the same courteous attention he'd shown throughout the evening. As her feet touched the dock, he retained her hand, his expression serious beneath the soft marina lights. "Lena," he began, his thumb tracing small circles against her palm, "I want you to know that whatever happens with your training, with the pack, with the full moon run, what happened between us tonight was not strategic or calculated. It was simply inevitable." The admission warmed Elena in ways that had nothing to do with her pendant, which had finally stopped glowing but remained pleasantly warm against her skin. "Inevitable," she repeated thoughtfully. "That's a significant word for someone who plans everything so carefully." A smile touched his lips. "Perhaps. I'm learning that some connections transcend planning." As they walked hand in hand toward the house, Elena found herself at a crossroads far more personal than supernatural heritage or bloodline abilities. The kiss they'd shared had confirmed what she'd been reluctantly acknowledging for weeks. Her attraction to Matteo went beyond physical response or intellectual compatibility to something her wolf recognized at a fundamental level. Yet questions remained. About her parents' deaths, about Matteo's full intentions regarding her abilities, about their fundamentally different approaches to werewolf integration with human society. Trusting her heart to someone so complex, so powerful, carried risks beyond simple emotional vulnerability. For tonight, however, Elena chose to embrace the possibility rather than the doubt. The moon continued its waxing journey toward full. Her pendant maintained its comforting warmth against her skin, and Matteo's hand remained entwined with hers as they returned from waters beyond territory to the complicated world of pack politics and ancient bloodlines. Some bridges, once crossed, allowed no return to former shores. With a single kiss beneath Miami stars, Elena suspected they had crossed such a threshold together. For better or worse, their paths now irrevocably intertwined. Chapter 6. Halfway to the Moon. Elena surveyed the transformed ballroom with critical attention to detail. Crystal chandeliers casting warm light across tables adorned with centerpieces of white orchids and tropical foliage. Waitstaff in crisp black and white circulating with trays of champagne and Cuban-inspired hors d'oeuvres, a string quartet playing softly in the corner, their classical selections occasionally interspersed with subtle Cuban rhythms. The quarterly Miami Werewolf Council gathering, disguised to the human world as the Fuentes Foundation Charity Gala, represented Elena's first major event as more than just Matteo's chef. Tonight, she stood as his acknowledged companion, her involvement in planning extending beyond menu creation to every aspect of the evening. "The flowers from the garden were an inspired choice," Matteo commented, appearing beside her with 2 champagne flutes. He handed one to Elena, his fingers brushing hers in a deliberate caress. "The scent creates a sensory connection to the estate grounds that even humans will appreciate unconsciously. Elena accepted the glass, admiring how the formal black tuxedo accentuated his powerful frame. After their sunset boat ride and first kiss 3 nights ago, something had shifted between them. Tentative attraction evolving into acknowledged connection, though neither had pushed for precise definition of what they were becoming to each other. "The orchids are native to Cuba," she explained, smoothing the midnight blue silk of her gown. Another designer piece, but one she'd selected herself rather than accepting as a gift. "They represent resilience and adaptation, appropriate themes for a gathering of rival packs, don't you think?" Mateo's appreciation showed in his smile, warm and private despite the increasingly crowded room. "Symbolism within beauty. You've considered every detail. I learned from watching you," Elena replied honestly. "Everything you do carries multiple layers of purpose." His expression softened into something more vulnerable than his usual controlled demeanor. Before he could respond, Mrs. Vega approached with professional urgency. "Monsieur Fuentes, Mayor Rodriguez has arrived with the Manglar Escuro delegation. Yesenia is requesting formal greeting protocols." The spell broken, Mateo straightened almost imperceptibly, alpha authority settling around him like an invisible mantle. "Of course. Elena, would you join me? As my companion, your presence is appropriate for formal pack greetings." The simple request carried significant weight in werewolf society. By officially presenting her alongside him to rival packs, Mateo was making a clear statement about her importance. Not just as Luna del Caribe, but as someone connected to him personally. "Are you sure?" Elena asked, suddenly aware of how their relationship might be perceived in the complex political landscape of Miami's supernatural community. "Absolutely," he confirmed, offering his arm with a certainty that steadied her nerves. Together they crossed the ballroom, the crowd instinctively parting before Mateo's presence. Near the grand entrance, a striking group had assembled, their formal attire contrasting with an energy distinctly different from the polished Costa Doro pack members. At their center stood an older woman whose regal bearing commanded attention despite her modest height. Her silver-streaked black hair was arranged in an intricate style, adorned with small wooden combs carved with symbols Elena recognized from her research as Miccosukee tribal patterns. Though she appeared no more than 60 by human standards, something in her eyes suggested far greater age. "Alpha Yesenia," Mateo greeted her, inclining his head with genuine respect rather than mere formality. "The Manglar Escuro honor us with their presence." The woman's assessing gaze moved from Mateo to Elena, her nostrils flaring slightly as she scented the air between them. "Alpha Fuentes," she responded, her voice carrying the subtle rasp of great age. "You've been busy since our last gathering. A Luna del Caribe in your household, and wearing your scent so thoroughly." Heat rose to Elena's cheeks at the blunt acknowledgement of the scent marking that had occurred naturally through their increasing physical proximity. Among werewolves, such scent transference was obvious and significant. "Elena Mendoza," Mateo introduced her formally, "daughter of Antonio and Lucia Mendoza of the coastal Luna del Caribe bloodline. Elena, Alpha Yesenia of the Manglar Oscuro, eldest wolf in Florida and keeper of the old ways." Elena offered the traditional gesture of respect, right hand extended, wrist up to show trust. "It's an honor to meet you, Alpha Yesenia." Instead of merely acknowledging the gesture, Elena took Elena's hand in both of hers, her touch surprisingly warm and strong. "I knew your grandmother's grandmother," she said, studying Elena's face with uncomfortable intensity. "You have her eyes, the moonlight color when shifted, and her spirit, I think." "You knew my ancestors?" Elena couldn't hide her surprise. A smile creased Yesenia's weathered face. "Child, I've known all the significant bloodlines of this region since before Miami was more than a trading post. The Luna del Caribe were once great allies to the Manglar Oscuro, before territories and politics divided what nature intended to be connected." The cryptic statement hung between them before Yesenia released Elena's hand with a final squeeze. "We should speak privately before the night ends. There are histories your grandmother may not have shared." With that intriguing suggestion, she moved forward to continue the formal greetings with Mateo, the moment of connection with Elena complete, but leaving a lingering impression of untold stories and ancient knowledge. As the Manglar Oscuro delegation dispersed into the gathering, Elena noticed a subtle tension in Mateo's posture. "What is it?" she asked quietly. "The Sombra del Rio have arrived," he replied, nodding toward the entrance, where another group had appeared. Unlike the Mangloroscuro's blend of traditional elements with formal attire, the Sombra delegation embraced contemporary elegance with distinctive Latin American influences. Women in vibrant jewel tones rather than conventional black, men in suits cut to emphasize athletic builds rather than wealth. At their center stood Rafael Ortega, impossibly more handsome in formal evening wear than he had appeared at the gallery opening. His charcoal suit was impeccably tailored, but subtly different from the Costa de Oro style, less corporate, more sensual in its emphasis on his powerful physique. "Do we need to greet them formally as well?" Elena asked, suddenly nervous about facing the rival alpha she'd only glimpsed from a distance before. "Protocol demands it," Matteo confirmed, his hand settling at the small of her back with gentle pressure that conveyed both support and possession. As they approached the Sombra delegation, Elena observed the diversity Matteo had mentioned during their boat ride. Rafael's pack included members with visibly varied Latino heritage, from light-skinned Argentinians to darker-complexioned Dominicans and Cubans, their ages spanning from early 20s to elderly. Unlike the primarily business-oriented professionals of Costa de Oro, these wolves carried themselves with the confident physicality of people accustomed to action rather than boardroom. "Alpha Fuentes," Matteo greeted Rafael with perfect courtesy underlaid with unmistakable territorial awareness. "Welcome to Costa de Oro territory." Rafael's smile combined charm with shrewd assessment. "Alpha Fuentes, an impressive gathering as always." His gaze shifted to Elena, interest sharpening his features. "And this must be the Luna del Caribe I've heard so much about recently. The supernatural grapevine has been humming with news of your emergence." Before Matteo could perform the introduction, Rafael extended his hand directly to Elena in a bold departure from protocol. "Rafael Ortega, Alpha of the Sombra del Rio Pack. It's a genuine pleasure to meet you properly, Ms. Mendoza." The direct approach surprised Elena, but she found herself responding to his forthright manner. As she accepted his handshake, she felt a curious energy, different from Matteo's powerful current, but distinctive in its own right, carrying impressions of flowing water and vibrant community, rather than the controlled power that characterized Matteo's aura. "The pleasure is mine," she replied, meeting his gaze directly. "I understand you run health clinics in Miami's working-class neighborhoods. That's admirable work." Something like surprise flickered across Rafael's features before his smile widened. "Thank you. Most wolves from traditional packs focus on our territorial disputes rather than our community services." The subtle critique of Costa de Oro's priorities wasn't lost on Matteo, whose posture stiffened slightly beside Elena. Before tension could escalate, a woman stepped forward from Rafael's group, petite with an athletic build and warm bronze skin, her emerald dress complementing striking amber eyes. "Lucia Vargas," she introduced herself to Elena. "Pack healer for Sombra del Rio." Her accented English suggested Colombian origins. "We've heard fascinating things about your bloodline's healing abilities. Perhaps we might compare techniques sometime?" The friendly overture seemed genuine, despite the political undercurrents swirling between the packs. "I'd like that," Elena responded, surprising herself with how much she meant it. "Though I'm still learning about my heritage. My training has been unconventional." "The best healers often are," Lucia replied with a knowing smile. "Conventional training creates conventional limitations." Raphael touched Lucia's shoulder gently. "We shouldn't monopolize our hosts at the door," he said, though his gaze remained on Elena with undisguised interest. "Perhaps we might continue this conversation during dinner, Ms. Mendoza. I'd be fascinated to hear your perspective on Miami's supernatural community as someone with unique positioning." The request skated the edge of propriety, suggesting private conversation with the companion of another alpha, but was delivered with such genuine curiosity that refusal would seem unnecessarily rigid. "I look forward to it," Elena replied diplomatically, feeling Matteo's hand tense slightly against her back. As the somber delegation moved into the ballroom, Matteo guided Elena toward a quiet alcove, his expression carefully neutral. "Rafael is being unusually direct in his interest." "In my bloodline," Elena clarified, though something in her tone sounded uncertain even to her own ears. Mateo's gaze was too perceptive to miss her uncertainty. In you, Elena, while your Luna del Caribe heritage certainly factors into his calculation, Raphael's interest appeared distinctly personal. He paused before adding carefully, "Not that I can fault him for recognizing your value." The subtle possessiveness beneath his measured tone sent a not unpleasant warmth through Elena. Before she could respond, the string quartet transitioned to dinner music, signaling guests to find their assigned tables. "We should join our guests," Mateo said, offering his arm once more. The seating arrangements were diplomatically complex. "You'll be between me and Yesenia, with Raphael across from you. I apologize in advance for placing you at the center of pack politics." Elena squared her shoulders, determined to meet the challenge with the same grace she'd applied to planning the event. "I can handle pack politics. Just watch me charm them all with dessert." The hint of humor earned her a genuine smile from Mateo, one of those increasingly frequent breaks in his alpha persona that revealed the man beneath the power. "Of that I have absolutely no doubt." Dinner unfolded with the superficial harmony and underlying tension that characterized all political gatherings, supernatural or human. 3 long tables arranged in unformation allowed the 36 attendees, 12 representatives from each pack, to maintain formal hierarchy while encouraging cross-pack conversation. Elena found herself at the center table between Mateo and Yesenia, with Raphael directly across from her as promised. The arrangement placed her, literally and figuratively, at the intersection of Miami's supernatural power structure. A position both fascinating and slightly terrifying for someone who had believed herself isolated from werewolf society just weeks ago. As the first course was served, a refined interpretation of traditional Cuban black bean soup that Elena had personally overseen, conversation remained cautiously cordial, focusing on neutral topics like the Charity Foundation's public achievements and upcoming cultural events in Miami. By the main course, a perfectly executed ropa vieja with Elena's signature touches, discussion had shifted toward more substantial werewolf concerns. "The Everglades Restoration Project threatens our oldest territories," Yesenia was saying, her weathered hands gesturing with surprising grace. "Human environmental scientists, with their cameras and monitoring equipment, invade spaces that have been sanctuary for centuries." Raphael nodded in agreement, surprising Elena with this alignment between the normally disparate packs. "The same surveillance issues affect urban territories, security cameras, doorbell cameras, cell phones recording everything. Maintaining secrecy becomes more challenging each year, which is precisely why my approach of influence through legitimate business and political channels offers the most sustainable path forward," Mateo countered smoothly. "When we control the systems, we can ensure they don't expose us." "Control and influence are not the same, Mateo," Raphael replied, his use of the alpha's first name a subtle assertion of equal status. "Your strategy consolidates power among a select few, leaving most wolves vulnerable to systems they can't access." Elena observed the diplomatic sparring with fascination, noting how each alpha presented a fundamentally different vision for werewolf survival in the modern world. Yesenia advocated preservation of ancient traditions and territories. Raphael promoted community integration while maintaining supernatural secrecy. Mateo pursued influence through wealth and power structures to protect from above. Each approach had merit, each carried inherent limitations. None seemed completely adequate to address the challenges of maintaining a supernatural society within an increasingly connected human world. What do you think, Ms. Mendoza? Raphael's question pulled Elena from her observations. As someone who has lived both within and outside established pack structures, how do you see our kind navigating these challenges? All eyes turned to Elena, including Mateo's, whose subtle nod encouraged her to speak freely despite the political implications. "I think each approach offers something essential," she began carefully, setting down her fork to give the question its due consideration. "Preservation of tradition provides identity and purpose. Community integration creates protective networks and meaningful contributions. Strategic influence offers security and resources." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "But perhaps the weakness in our current situation isn't in any particular strategy, but in the division between them. Wolves are strongest in unified packs, drawing on collective strengths rather than isolated specialties. A thoughtful silence followed her observation. Yesenia's eyes gleamed with something like approval, while Raphael studied Elena with undisguised interest. Mateo's expression remained carefully neutral, though Elena sensed his pride through the subtle pressure of his knee against hers beneath the table. "The Luna del Carbi perspective emerges," Yesenia commented finally. "Your bloodline always did possess unique insight into balance and connection. A diplomatic answer worthy of your heritage," Raphael added with a genuine smile. "Though I note you didn't specifically endorse any single approach." Elena met his gaze directly. "Because I haven't seen enough of any Pax operations to offer informed judgment. I've experienced Costa de Oro's structure most directly, glimpsed Sombra del Rio's community approach from a distance, and only read historical accounts of Manglaros Garo's traditions." "Then perhaps that should change," Raphael suggested, leaning forward slightly. "I'd be honored to show you our community clinics personally. Seeing different models might help crystallize your perspective." The invitation hung in the air like a challenge, not just to Mateo's authority, but to Elena's emerging understanding of Miami's supernatural landscape. Before Mateo could intervene, Yesenia surprised everyone by addressing Elena directly. "The quarter moon approaches 3 days hence. In the old tradition, this phase was sacred to the Luna del Caribe, a time of balanced perspective between light and shadow." Her ancient eyes held Elena's with unnerving intensity. "Perhaps before judging any Pax approach, you might honor your own bloodline ceremonies. I could guide you if your alpha permits." The room had grown quiet, attention focused on this unexpected development. Elena felt caught between competing invitations that each offered pieces of knowledge she craved. Raphael's community-based model, Yesenia's ancient wisdom, and Mateo's vision of influence and power. Mateo's hand found hers beneath the table, a gentle pressure that offered support without demanding specific response. "Elena makes her own decisions regarding her bloodline traditions," he stated simply. "As her host and..." He hesitated fractionally before continuing. "As someone who cares deeply for her welfare, I support her exploration of all aspects of her heritage. The public acknowledgement of personal feeling, however carefully phrased, sent a ripple of reaction through the assembled werewolves. In supernatural society where politics and personal relationships were inevitably entangled, such a statement carried significant weight." Elena squeezed Mateo's hand in silent thanks before addressing both Raphael and Yesenia. "I'm grateful for both invitations and would very much like to accept them in time. Perhaps after the full moon, when I've had opportunity to further develop my understanding of my own abilities." The diplomatic response earned approving nods from several pack leaders. Dessert arrived, a traditional tres leche cake with Elena's signature infusion of tropical flavors, providing natural transition to lighter conversation. As dinner concluded and guests moved to the adjoining terrace for dancing and continued socializing, Elena found herself momentarily alone, taking a needed breath after the intensity of pack politics disguised as dinner conversation. "You handled that beautifully," Mateo's voice came from behind her, his approach deliberately audible to avoid startling her. Even Yesenia seemed impressed, which is no small feat. Elena turned to face him, struck again by how his formal attire emphasized his natural authority, while the softness in his eyes when looking at her revealed something entirely different. "I felt like I was navigating a minefield without a map." "Yet you found the perfect path," he observed, pride evident in his tone. "Though I admit I was surprised by your interest in Raphael's invitation." There was no accusation in his voice, only genuine curiosity, which made Elena's response easier. "I meant what I said about needing to understand all approaches. How can I form valid opinions about what's best for werewolves in Miami if I've only experienced one pack's perspective?" Mateo studied her for a moment before a slow smile spread across his features. "Your balance and fairness are remarkable, Elena. Most wolves align instinctively with their pack's philosophy, rarely questioning its foundations." "I don't have that luxury," she reminded him. "I grew up without a traditional pack, seeing glimpses of supernatural society from the outside. My perspective is necessarily different. And invaluable because of it, Matteo concluded, offering his hand. Shall we join our guests? I believe protocol demands we open the dancing, though I confess I'm more adept at corporate negotiation than the salsa. The admission of imperfection, so rare from the typically flawless Alpha, warmed Elena unexpectedly. Fortunately, she replied with a teasing smile, I happen to be an excellent dancer. Just follow my lead and no one will notice if you miss a step. Following your lead sounds increasingly appealing in many contexts, Matteo murmured as they moved toward the terrace where the string quartet had been replaced by a small ensemble playing traditional Cuban dance music. The evening flowed into a blur of dancing, conversations with various pack members, and occasional moments of quiet connection with Matteo between their host duties. Elena found herself drawn into fascinating discussions with wolves from all three packs, learning about Mangler Oscuro's ancient preservation techniques for supernatural knowledge, hearing firsthand accounts of Sombra del Rio's community healing programs, and gaining deeper appreciation for Costa de Oro's strategic protection of werewolf interests in Miami's development. As the gathering began to wind down near midnight, Elena found herself approached by Raphael as she refreshed her water at the bar. I hope my dinner invitation didn't create tension between you and Matteo, he said without preamble, his direct manner a refreshing contrast to the careful political navigation that had characterized most conversations. Not at all, Elena assured him. Matteo respects my autonomy and my curiosity about all aspects of Miami's supernatural community. Raphael's expression suggested polite skepticism. Alphas typically prefer their companions to remain firmly within pack boundaries, especially companions with valuable bloodlines. The implication was clear enough that Elena felt compelled to correct it. My relationship with Matteo isn't defined by my bloodline or his alpha status. Isn't it? Raphael questioned gently. The Luna del Caribe emergence after decades of obscurity suddenly aligned with Miami's most powerful pack just as territory tensions escalate. The timing seems politically convenient. Elena bristled at the suggestion that her connection with Matteo was calculated rather than genuine. You don't know anything about our relationship. True, Raphael acknowledged, his tone softening. And perhaps I'm overly cynical after years of territorial politics, but I would be remiss in my duty as an alpha not to ensure you understand the full landscape you've entered. Before Elena could respond, Raphael continued with unexpected candor. The Luna del Care bloodline has always been caught between rival powers, valued for abilities that could strengthen any pack fortunate enough to secure alliance. I merely want to ensure your choices are made with complete information and genuine freedom. The concern seemed sincere despite its presumptuous nature. I appreciate the thought, Elena replied carefully, but I trust my own judgment, and my bond with Matteo is based on far more than political convenience. Raphael's expression warmed with what appeared to be genuine relief. I'm glad to hear it. True bonds are rare enough in our world without politics undermining them. He reached into his jacket pocket and extracted a business card. Nevertheless, my invitation to visit our community clinics stands. Whenever you're ready to see a different approach to werewolf integration, call this number. No political agenda, just an opportunity to witness another model. Elena accepted the card, noting it contained both a phone number and an address in the Miami River District. Thank you. I may take you up on that after the full moon. With a respectful nod that acknowledged both her response and Matteo's approach from across the terrace, Raphael rejoined his pack members, leaving Elena to consider the complex dynamics at play in Miami's supernatural society. Everything all right? Matteo asked as he reached her side, his tone casual though his eyes tracked Raphael's departure with alpha awareness. Fine, Elena assured him. Just another perspective on werewolf politics. This evening has been quite educational. Matteo's expression softened as he surveyed the remaining guests, most now departing with formal farewells to their hosts. It has indeed, and largely successful, I think. Yesenia's agreement to discuss Everglades territory boundaries is significant progress. You've been working toward that for some time, Elena guessed, recognizing the satisfaction in his tone. Years, he confirmed. The Mangler Oscuro rarely engage in territorial negotiations. Having you here made a difference. Your presence seemed to open possibilities that were previously closed. The observation reminded Elena of what she'd learned about her bloodline's historical role as mediators between rival pacts. Perhaps some aspects of Luna del Carbe heritage manifested naturally, even without formal training or conscious intent. As the last guests departed and the staff began discreet cleanup, Elena found herself experiencing a curious mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. Her first major pack gathering had been both intimidating and fascinating, a glimpse into a supernatural society far more complex than she'd imagined during her isolated upbringing. "Walk with me," Mateo requested quietly as the final delegation of Sombra del Rio wolves departed. "The beach is beautiful under the quarter moon, and I find I need peace after hours of diplomatic navigation." The invitation to share quiet moments after the social intensity appealed tremendously. Elena nodded, slipping off her heels to carry them as they left the terrace and descended the path toward the private beach. Moonlight transformed the beach into a landscape of silver and shadow, the gentle rhythm of waves against shore creating peaceful counterpoint to the evening's complex social dynamics. Elena let the cool sand massage her bare feet as they walked in comfortable silence, Mateo's hand warm around hers. "You were extraordinary tonight," he said finally, as they reached a small cove sheltered by natural rock formations. "Every wolf in attendance was impressed by your grace, your intelligence, your diplomatic instincts." Elena smiled at the praise, genuine though it was. "I had an excellent teacher these past weeks. You navigate pack politics with remarkable skill." "Practice and necessity," Mateo replied with a self-deprecating shrug that seemed at odds with his typical confidence. "When I became alpha at 23, I had to learn quickly or watch the pack fragment under older wolves who questioned my authority. They paused at the water's edge, the quarter moon casting enough light to see clearly despite the late hour." Elena studied Mateo's profile, struck by the unusual tension in his normally composed features. "Something's on your mind," she observed. "Beyond pack politics and territorial negotiations." He turned to face her fully, taking both her hands in his. Perceptive as always, a deep breath, then, "Elena, what I'm about to say may seem sudden, even reckless, given the relatively brief time we've known each other. But werewolves, especially those with strong bloodlines, often recognize compatible matches more quickly than humans with their prolonged courtships." Elena's pulse quickened at his serious tone and the intensity in his dark eyes. "Mateo, what are you saying?" "I'm saying that from our first meeting, something in me recognized something in you, a compatibility, a potential, a..." He hesitated, seemingly searching for the right word. "A resonance that transcends rational explanation." The quarter moon silvered the waves behind him as he continued, his voice deepening with emotion usually kept carefully controlled. "The kiss we shared confirmed what I had begun to suspect, that we share a connection rare even among werewolves. Your pendant's reaction wasn't coincidence, Elena. It was recognition of a potential mate bond." The term sent a shiver through Elena. Mate bond carried profound significance in werewolf society, representing a connection deeper and more permanent than marriage. Once formed, such bonds lasted lifetimes, creating links between wolves that transcended physical distance and strengthened both partners' abilities. "That's significant terminology," she managed, her voice steadier than she expected given the thundering of her heart. "Intentionally so," Mateo confirmed, his thumbs tracing gentle circles against her palms. "I'm asking you to consider a formal mate bond, Elena. Not immediately, but as a declared intention that would give us time to explore the connection between us, with proper recognition from both packs and the wider supernatural community." The proposal, for that's what it was, despite the careful phrasing, left Elena momentarily speechless. Their connection had grown rapidly from employer-employee to something deeply personal, but mate bonds were irreversible commitments that transformed both parties on fundamental levels. Sensing her uncertainty, Mateo continued. There would be practical advantages, of course. A mate bond between Costa de Oro and Luna del Caribe bloodlines would create unprecedented stability in Miami's supernatural community. Your healing abilities, linked with my pack's resources, could address the declining pack bonds that threaten all werewolves. Together, we could potentially bridge rival factions in ways neither could accomplish alone. Political advantages, Elena noted, a small part of her disappointed that his reasoning began with practical benefits rather than purely emotional connection. Mateo's expression softened immediately. Those matter to the alpha in me, yes. But Elena, his voice dropped lower, more intimate, the man in me simply wants you, your intelligence, your compassion, your courage, your perspective that challenges and complements my own. I find myself thinking of you constantly, measuring decisions against what you might think or say, wanting to share both triumphs and concerns in ways I've never experienced before. The raw honesty in his admission melted Elena's momentary reserve. This wasn't the calculated proposal of an alpha seeking advantageous alliance, but the genuine request of a man who had found something unexpected and precious. Mateo, she began, before he gently interrupted. I'm not asking for an immediate answer, he assured her. A decision of this magnitude deserves proper consideration. Consultation with your grandmother, reflection on what it would mean for your personal ambitions and freedoms. He released one of her hands to reach into his pocket, withdrawing a small box of dark blue velvet. But I would be honored if you would wear this while considering my proposal. It's been in my family for generations, traditionally offered when a Fuentes wolf recognizes their potential mate. Opening the box revealed a breathtaking ring, platinum band, intricately carved with wolf imagery surrounding a large oval moonstone that seemed to glow with inner light beneath the quarter moon. It's beautiful, Elena whispered, genuinely moved by both the ring's beauty and the significance of such an offer from a traditionally private man. Like its potential wearer, Mateo replied simply. The moonstone changes with lunar phases, brightest at full moon, mysterious during new moon, perfectly balanced during quarters. Much like you, adapting to circumstances while maintaining your essential nature. He removed the ring from its velvet nest, holding it between them like an offering rather than a claim. Will you wear it while you consider? Not as acceptance, but as acknowledgement that you're contemplating the possibility of what we could become together. The moment balanced on knife's edge. Not quite commitment, but significantly more than casual exploration. Elena found herself wanting to accept, despite the rational part of her mind counseling caution about such a life-altering decision. I'll wear it while I consider, she agreed finally, extending her left hand, with the understanding that this is contemplation, not confirmation. Relief and joy transformed Mateo's expression as he slipped the ring onto her finger. The moonstone seemed to pulse once against her skin, a sensation similar to her pendant's occasional warmth but distinct in its particular energy. Thank you, he said simply, raising her hand to press a kiss against her knuckles just above the ring, for being willing to consider a future I never expected to find. The tenderness in the gesture brought unexpected tears to Elena's eyes. Whatever political advantages might accompany their potential union, Mateo's emotional investment was undeniably genuine. Their kiss beneath the quarter moon carried new significance, not just exploration of attraction, but acknowledgement of possible lifetime connection. Elena found herself responding with depth of feeling that both thrilled and frightened her, her wolf nature recognizing compatible strength, while her human mind cataloged unanswered questions and potential complications. When they finally separated, Mateo rested his forehead against hers in a gesture of intimate connection. Whatever you decide, he promised softly, my respect for your autonomy remains absolute. A mate bond must be freely chosen by both wolves to achieve its true potential. The walk back to the main house unfolded in comfortable silence, their entwined hands and shared glances communicating more than words could express. At the door to Elena's suite, Mateo kissed her once more, gently, with promise rather than demand, before bidding her goodnight. Alone in her room, Elena stared at the moonstone ring glinting on her finger, its opalescent depths shifting with every movement. The weight felt both foreign and strangely right, as though her hand had been waiting for precisely this adornment. She should call Abuela immediately, she knew. A potential mate bond with an alpha of Mateo's power and influence required family consultation, especially given the still mysterious circumstances surrounding her parents' deaths and the complex politics of Miami's werewolf community. Yet something kept her from reaching for her phone. Instead, Elena found herself drawn to the open balcony doors where moonlight spilled across the threshold. Stepping outside, she tilted her face toward the quarter moon, feeling its balanced energy washing over her as Yesenia had described during dinner. Neither full illumination nor complete shadow, but perfect equilibrium between opposing forces. The moonstone ring caught the light, seeming to absorb and amplify it simultaneously. On impulse, Elena slipped it off to examine it more closely in her palm. The carved wolves chasing each other around the band appeared almost animated in the moonlight, their detailed forms suggesting movement despite the solid metal. As she studied the intricate craftsmanship, the moonstone began to glow with increasing intensity, warmth building against her skin until it matched her pendant's energy. The combination of the two, her mother's crescent moon pendant and Mateo's family moonstone, created a curious resonance that hummed through Elena's consciousness. Without warning, the world around her blurred and shifted. The familiar balcony disappeared, replaced by lush tropical forest bathed in moonlight. Elena felt herself moving through dense vegetation, her perspective low to the ground as though running on 4 legs rather than standing upright. Other wolves ran alongside her, powerful forms with fur in various shades of silver, gray, and white, moving in coordinated pack formation through terrain that seemed simultaneously foreign and familiar. She recognized the Cuban Sierra Maestra Mountains from childhood stories, though she had never visited them personally. The vision, for it could be nothing else, carried startling clarity. Elena could smell the rich earth beneath her paws, feel the humid air against her fur, hear the communication between pack members that transcended human language to convey complex emotions and intentions. At the head of the running pack, a massive silver wolf with distinctive blue-gray eyes led the way, occasionally glancing back to ensure the others followed. Something about this wolf's energy called to Elena across time and space, an ancestral connection that sang in her blood despite the impossible distance separating them. As suddenly as it had begun, the vision faded, leaving Elena standing on her balcony, clutching the moonstone ring, her heart racing with exhilaration that wasn't entirely her own. The experience had felt like memory, yet she knew with certainty she had never run as wolf through Cuban mountains. The Silver Pack leader couldn't possibly be anyone she had known personally. Yet the connection had felt undeniably real, as though the ring had temporarily granted access to experiences carried in her bloodline. Memories passed through generations of Luna del Caribe wolves that normally remained locked in cellular memory rather than conscious recollection. With slightly trembling fingers, Elena slipped the ring back onto her left hand. The pulsing energy settled into gentle warmth that complemented rather than competed with her pendant's familiar presence against her skin. Whatever decision she ultimately made regarding Mateo's proposal, tonight had revealed dimensions to her heritage she had never imagined, connections to past and potential future that transcended rational understanding. The mate bond Mateo described wasn't merely political alliance or even romantic partnership, but something far more profound, a linking of bloodlines, abilities, and destinies that could reshape not just their lives, but the entire supernatural landscape of Miami. As Elena prepared for bed, the moonstone continued its subtle glow, a physical reminder of the profound decision that lay before her. The ring represented far more than a simple proposal. It was an invitation to join bloodlines that history had declared both perfectly matched and dangerously volatile. She placed the ring carefully on her nightstand, where its opalescent surface caught the quarter moon's light streaming through her window. Even at this distance, she could feel its energy. A subtle pull that resonated with her pendant in ways that defied logical explanation. Tomorrow she would speak with Abuela, seeking wisdom from the woman who had guided her through the complexities of werewolf existence since childhood. Tonight, however, Elena allowed herself to simply experience the possibilities unfolding before her, a future where isolation gave way to connection, where hidden abilities might fully awaken, where ancient bloodlines could either heal ancient wounds or reopen them with fresh power. As sleep finally claimed her, Elena's dreams were filled with silver wolves running beneath tropical moons, their paths converging and diverging through landscapes that existed both in distant memory and possible future. The past and potential of the Luna del Caribe, flowing through her bloodline like the moon's own light through midnight waters. Elena tucked the moonstone ring safely into her pocket as Miguel's battered Honda turned onto Calle Ocho. After a sleepless night filled with swirling thoughts about Mateo's proposal and the strange vision triggered by his family ring, she'd decided to keep both to herself until she could speak privately with Abuela. Miguel, for all his loyalty, couldn't keep a secret to save his life, especially one as momentous as a potential mate bond with Miami's most powerful alpha. "You've been quiet the whole drive," Miguel observed, navigating around a delivery truck double-parked outside a bodega. "Fancy wolf parties? Not as fun as they look on Instagram?" Elena mustered a smile at his teasing. "Just tired. Planning and hosting 36 werewolves from rival packs is more exhausting than a month of full moons." "I bet," Miguel replied, then whistled low as they approached Café Mendoza. "Whoa, what happened here?" Elena followed his gaze to find the cafe transformed from its previous weathered state. Fresh paint in the same traditional turquoise brightened the exterior walls. New signage featuring hand-painted lettering matched the original style, but without the fading and chipping. Planters bursting with vibrant tropical flowers lined the entrance, and through freshly cleaned windows, Elena could see new chairs and tables replacing the mismatched furniture they'd accumulated over decades. "Surprise," she said, unable to keep pride from her voice despite her complicated feelings about Mateo following last night's revelations. "I used some of my salary to invest in improvements. The rest went to paying off the bank loans." Miguel stared, clearly stunned. "This took more than a chef's salary, Prima. Even a fancy chef to rich wolves." Elena sidestepped the implied question as they parked. "Let's see what Abuela thinks of the changes." Inside, the transformation continued. New tile flooring that mimicked the original pattern, updated lighting that maintained the warm atmosphere, a state-of-the-art espresso machine gleaming behind the counter where the ancient model had wheezed its last only months ago. The kitchen doorway revealed glimpses of commercial-grade equipment that would make any restaurant owner envious. Rosita emerged from the back, her face lighting up at the sight of Elena. "You're back." She enveloped Elena in a tight hug that smelled of sofrito and café con leche. "Your abuela is at home waiting for you. She said to send you straight there when you arrived." "Is everything okay?" Elena asked, immediately concerned. "Better than okay," Rosita beamed. "The lunch crowd yesterday was twice normal size. Everyone wants to see the renovations, and 3 tourist groups stopped because the building finally looks as good as the food tastes." Pride and unease battled within Elena. The improvements were necessary, the financial salvation crucial, but the speed and scale of the transformation triggered questions about what else might change with Mateo's influence and resources. After promising to return for the dinner shift, Elena left Miguel helping Rosita and walked the 4 blocks to her grandmother's house, taking in the familiar neighborhood with new eyes. Little Havana pulsed with its usual weekend energy. Domino players gathered in Maximo Gomez Park, street vendors selling fresh fruit and tourist trinkets, music spilling from open doorways. Yet subtle signs of change were evident even here. A boutique clothing store had replaced the decades-old hardware shop on the corner. A sleek coffee shop sporting minimalist design and prices that would make locals scoff had opened next to the traditional Cuban bakery. A coming soon sign announced luxury condominiums where a family grocery had stood until recently. As Elena approached her grandmother's modest house, she noticed several neighbors gathered in animated conversation on Señora Jimenez's porch across the street. They waved to Elena with unusual enthusiasm, beckoning her to join them. "Elena Nina?" Señora Jimenez called. "Have you heard about the offers?" "What offers?" Elena asked, crossing the street with growing concern. "Developers," Mr. Rodriguez explained, tapping his cane for emphasis. "Coming door to door with buyout proposals for the whole block, offering double market value to start." My cousin on 7th Street said they're doing the same there, added Senora Jimenez. Some fancy revitalization project. They say we can stay in the neighborhood in new apartments they'll build. I've heard nothing about this, Elena replied, unease growing in her stomach. Mateo had mentioned the Wynwood initiative during their boat ride, but nothing about specific buyout offers in Little Havana. Your abuela will know more, Mr. Rodriguez suggested. A man in an expensive suit visited her this morning, very polite, very interested in the history of the neighborhood. With a promise to return with any information she gathered, Elena hurried to Abuela's house, questions multiplying with each step. Had Mateo sent representatives already? Was this why he'd proposed a mate bond so suddenly? To secure her cooperation in development plans affecting her own neighborhood? The familiar scent of Abuela's special tea greeted Elena as she approached the front door. The blend reserved for family gatherings and important conversations, its mixture of traditional Cuban herbs and subtle werewolf additions, creating a calming effect during potentially intense discussions. But beneath it lay another scent that stopped Elena in her tracks: river water, tropical wood, and a distinctive male energy she'd encountered just last night. Rafael Ortega was inside her grandmother's house. Elena pushed open the door without knocking, maternal protective instincts overriding courtesy. The sight that greeted her in the small living room defied all expectations. Abuela Carmela sat in her favorite armchair, animated in conversation with Rafael, who occupied the couch opposite, a delicate china cup in his large hands. Spread between them on the coffee table were old photographs, maps of Little Havana marked with notes, and what appeared to be architectural sketches. Both turned at her entrance, Rafael rising immediately with the fluid grace that marked him as something more than human despite his casual attire of dark jeans and a simple button-down shirt. Elena, Abuela greeted her with genuine warmth but no surprise. Right on time. Rafael has been sharing some interesting proposals for neighborhood preservation. Alpha Ortega, Elena acknowledged, unable to keep wariness from her tone as she placed herself slightly between him and her grandmother. This is unexpected. Just Rafael here, he corrected gently. I come as community advocate, not pack leader. His smile carried a disarming sincerity that even Elena's heightened suspicion couldn't entirely dismiss. Your grandmother has been gracious enough to share historical perspectives on Little Havana that will strengthen our preservation initiatives, which you've apparently been planning without consulting any of the Costa de Oro pack, Elena noted, setting down her bag with deliberate calm despite the territorial tension radiating from her wolf. Abuela's sharp look conveyed clear disapproval of her tone. Rafael's pack has been operating community support programs in Little Havana for years, Elena. The free clinic on 7th Street that treated Miguel when he had no insurance, Sombra del Rio initiative. The legal aid office that helped the Gonzalez family fight eviction last year, their program as well. The information startled Elena. She'd known these services existed but had assumed they were non-profit human organizations. The idea that another werewolf pack had been quietly supporting her community while she remained oblivious challenged her understanding of Miami's supernatural landscape. Please sit, Rafael invited, resuming his own seat with careful deference to the household's true authority, Abuela Carmela, rather than himself or Elena. I understand your caution. Territory boundaries between packs create natural tension, especially when one enters another's perceived space. Little Havana isn't Costa de Oro territory, Elena corrected, though she did sit beside her grandmother, noting the subtle scent marking Abuela had already placed on Rafael. The lightest touch on his wrist when serving tea, a traditional gesture of temporary pack acceptance that Carmela had only ever extended to family before. Not officially, Rafael agreed. Traditional boundaries place it in disputed territory, which is precisely why both Mateo's development initiatives and our preservation efforts are currently focused here. A knock at the door interrupted what promised to be a complicated conversation. Abuela nodded to Elena, who rose to answer, finding a delivery person holding an enormous arrangement of tropical flowers and a large basket of imported delicacies. Spanish chorizo, fine wines, specialty sweets from Cuba that were nearly impossible to obtain in Miami. Lyra for Carmela Mendoza, the young man announced, clearly impressed by the lavish gift. Elena accepted it with murmured thanks, bringing the items inside, where Abuela had already risen to inspect them. A small card nestled among the exotic blooms confirmed Elena's suspicion about their origin. To honor family traditions with respect and appreciation, Mateo. He doesn't waste time, Raphael observed, his tone carefully neutral, though Elena detected a hint of something darker beneath the composed exterior. Abuela's expression remained unreadable as she examined the gifts, finally placing them on the side table with neither rejection nor particular enthusiasm. "Sit, both of you," she instructed in the tone that had commanded obedience from Elena since childhood. "It seems we have much to discuss." As they settled, Elena noticed Raphael studying her with subtle but unmistakable attention, not the appreciation of a man for an attractive woman, but the assessment of a wolf sensing something significant. His gaze lingered momentarily on her left hand, where the moonstone ring had rested hours earlier, though she'd transferred it to her pocket before arriving. "Your alpha moves quickly," he commented, confirming Elena's suspicion that he somehow sensed Mateo's claim despite the absence of visible evidence. The gala was just last night, yet gifts arrive and development representatives already approach the neighborhood. The implied connection between Mateo's personal interest in Elena and business developments in Little Havana rekindled her earlier unease. Before she could respond, Abuela intervened with characteristic directness. "Elena, your hand has carried Mateo's scent since you arrived, though you wear no visible ring. Has he made a formal claim?" The blunt question left no room for evasion. Elena withdrew the moonstone ring from her pocket, its opalescent surface capturing light even in the modest living room's dim interior. "He's proposed a mate bond," she confirmed. "Last night after the gala. I've agreed to consider it, not to accept immediately." The silence that followed held weight beyond ordinary reaction. Raphael's posture had subtly tensed, while Abuela's expression shifted to something Elena had rarely witnessed, genuine fear beneath her customary strength. "May I?" Abuela extended her hand and Elena placed the ring in her grandmother's palm. The moment it touched Abuela's skin, the older woman inhaled sharply, her eyes momentarily flashing wolf gold despite decades of perfect control in human form. "Fuentes family moonstone," she identified, her voice carrying unexpected bitterness, passed through their alpha line for generations. "It's beautiful craftsmanship," Elena acknowledged, watching her grandmother's reaction carefully. "Mateo said it's traditionally offered when a Fuentes wolf recognizes their potential mate." Raphael leaned forward slightly, his attention fixed on the ring rather than either woman. "Did anything unusual happen when you wore it?" he asked, the question carrying significance beyond casual curiosity. Elena hesitated, unsure how much to reveal about the vivid vision she'd experienced. Something in Raphael's tone suggested he already suspected the answer, while Abuela's tense scrutiny indicated this was no ordinary concern about her granddaughter's romantic choices. "I saw something," she admitted finally. "Like a memory, but not my own. Wolves running through mountains in Cuba. It felt ancestral." The exchange of glances between Abuela and Raphael confirmed Elena's growing certainty that both knew far more about the implications of Mateo's proposal than she did. "I think," Raphael said carefully, "this might be the time for full disclosure, Doña Carmela. Before choices are made that cannot be unmade." Abuela nodded once, decisively, before fixing Elena with an intensity that commanded complete attention. "What do you know of blood memory, Nieta?" "Only what I've read in Mateo's archives," Elena replied. "The concept that certain experiences, particularly intense ones, can be encoded genetically and passed through bloodlines. Most werewolf researchers consider it metaphorical rather than literal." "It is very literal in certain bloodlines," Abuela corrected, her voice dropping into the storytelling cadence Elena remembered from childhood lessons, particularly ancient ones like Luna del Caribe and Fuentes. "When objects of power, like this ring, touch those with compatible blood, memories can transfer across generations." Raphael added quietly, "Mate bonds between such bloodlines don't just join two individuals, Elena. They can potentially activate dormant abilities, resurface ancient conflicts, even trigger biological imperatives that override individual choice. A chill ran through Elena despite the warm Miami afternoon. Are you saying the ring somehow manipulated me? That what I felt for Mateo isn't genuine? No, Abuela assured her quickly. True emotions cannot be manufactured, even by powerful objects, but they can be intensified, contextualized within historical patterns you have no conscious knowledge of. What patterns? Elena demanded, frustration mounting at the cryptic warnings. What aren't you telling me about my own heritage? Abuela sighed deeply, exchanging another meaningful glance with Raphael before rising to retrieve a wooden box from the cabinet where she kept her most precious possessions. The container, carved with the same crescent moon and star symbol as Elena's pendant, looked ancient, its wood darkened with age and handling across what must have been centuries. The complete history of Luna del Caribe and Fuentes bloodlines. Abuela began, opening the box to reveal a small leather-bound journal and several loose pages of yellowed parchment. Is not recorded in Mateo's archives, no matter how extensive they may be. Some knowledge was deliberately kept from written record, preserved only through oral tradition, and these private documents. She extracted the journal with reverent care. Your parents intended to share this with you when you turned 18, after proper preparation. Their deaths forced me to make different choices, to protect you through ignorance rather than knowledge until absolutely necessary. And now it's necessary? Elena's voice had softened, recognizing the pain these memories caused her grandmother. Now you wear a Fuentes moonstone and experience blood memories? Abuela confirmed grimly. Yes, it is necessary. For the next hour, Elena listened as Abuela unfolded a history far more complex and troubling than anything she'd learned in Mateo's underground library. The origins of Luna del Caribe, healers and mediators between pacts, aligned with what she already knew. But the relationship between her bloodline and the Fuentes wolves carried darker chapters entirely absent from Mateo's accounts. The Fuentes were not always business leaders, Abuela explained, referencing passages from the journal. For centuries, they were warriors, protectors of supernatural territories across Cuba and eventually Florida. Their bloodline carries extraordinary strength, tactical intelligence, and natural dominance, qualities that serve them well now in corporate boardrooms but originated in battlefield leadership. Their protection came with expectations, Raphael added quietly, allegiance, resources, and eventually bloodline access. Elena listened with growing unease as Abuela detailed how the Fuentes Pact had historically sought mate bonds with Luna del Caribe wolves, not just for the obvious healing benefits, but because combined bloodlines produced offspring with unprecedented abilities. Children born of such unions manifested accelerated healing, silver immunity, and enhanced strength beyond what either lineage could achieve independently. These children became the most powerful werewolves in the Caribbean, Abuela continued, her expression troubled. But power without balance is dangerous. Several generations of combined bloodlines created wolves who could heal or harm with equal facility, who could strengthen pack bonds or sever them completely. The last such pairing occurred in 1925, Raphael contributed, seemingly familiar with the history despite his youth. The resulting offspring became increasingly unstable as they matured, their dual nature constantly at war within them. By the 1950s, the Luna del Caribe elders established a prohibition against future bonds with Fuentes wolves, declaring the bloodlines fundamentally incompatible. Despite their superficial complementarity, Elena's mind raced, struggling to integrate this new information with everything she thought she knew about her heritage and about Mateo himself. If this prohibition existed, why would Mateo propose a mate bond knowing the risks? Because the Fuentes have always believed they could control the outcomes, Abuela replied, her tone carrying centuries of familial wariness. Their confidence in their own dominance blinds them to certain realities, and because, she hesitated, clearly reluctant to continue. Because what? Elena pressed. Because the last prohibition was violated, Raphael finished when Abuela remained silent. In 1980, against the counsel of both family elders, a Luna del Caribe healer and a Fuentes enforcer formed a secret mate bond. Their union produced a child of extraordinary ability and concerning potential. Cold realization washed through Elena as she connected historical dots to present circumstances. Mateo? She whispered. You're saying Mateo is the product of a forbidden union between our bloodlines? Abuela nodded, pain evident in her eyes. His mother was my cousin, Elena. Catalina del Mar, perhaps the strongest healer of her generation. She met Felipe Fuentes during territory negotiations after both families immigrated to Miami. Their attraction was immediate and overwhelming, what modern wolves might call a fated mate connection. Despite warnings from both families, they bonded secretly. Rafael continued the story. When Catalina became pregnant, the union could no longer be hidden. The pregnancy was difficult, the birth nearly fatal. The child, Mateo, exhibited extraordinary abilities from infancy. By age 5, he could heal injuries with a touch. By 10, he could influence pack bonds between unrelated wolves, strengthening or weakening them at will. But the balance was always precarious, Abuela added. His dual nature created constant internal conflict. Catalina dedicated herself to teaching him control, to emphasizing healing over dominance. For years, it seemed the balance might hold. What happened? Elena asked, though something in her heart already suspected the answer. The boat accident that killed Mateo's father wasn't an accident, Abuela said softly. Felipe lost control during an argument with another pack leader. Catalina intervened, and in the chaos that followed, their boat capsized in a sudden storm. Felipe drowned immediately. Catalina, her voice broke slightly. Catalina used the last of her strength to keep Mateo afloat until help arrived. She died from her injuries the next day. Mateo was 23, Elena recalled from his own account. Suddenly alpha, suddenly orphaned, and suddenly without the only person who could help him maintain balance between his conflicting bloodlines, Rafael confirmed. The Fuentes Pack elders took control, ensuring his training emphasized dominance, strategy, and power consolidation rather than the healing and mediation his mother had prioritized. Elena sat in stunned silence, processing implications that stretched far beyond a simple mate proposal. If what they described was accurate, Mateo himself represented both the potential and the danger of joined bloodlines. Power without precedent, but at constant risk of imbalance. Why wouldn't he tell me this? She asked finally. In all our conversations about bloodlines and heritage, why conceal such a significant connection? Perhaps he doesn't know the full history, Rafael suggested, though his tone conveyed skepticism. The Fuentes elders who raised him after his parents' deaths would have had reason to emphasize certain aspects of his heritage while minimizing others. Or perhaps, Abuela said more directly, he recognizes that knowledge of the prohibition might influence your decision regarding his proposal. The possibility that Mateo had deliberately withheld such crucial information stung more deeply than Elena would have expected. Their connection had felt genuine, their growing closeness built on mutual respect and understanding. The idea that he might have calculated his approach, might have selected her specifically because of bloodline compatibility rather than personal connection, threatened foundations she'd only recently allowed herself to build. Yet something in the story didn't align with the man she'd come to know. If Mateo represents such danger, such fundamental imbalance, why have I seen no evidence of it? He's controlled, measured, strategic, yes, but not unstable or threatening. You've known him only weeks, Abuela reminded her gently, and in controlled circumstances of his own creation. Besides, Rafael added, power imbalance doesn't always manifest as obvious instability. Sometimes it emerges as excessive control, as strategic dominance disguised as logical business decisions. He gestured toward the window where Little Havana continued its weekend rhythm, unaware of the supernatural forces influencing its future. The Costadoro approach to development, technically legal but fundamentally transformative of existing communities, could be seen as a manifestation of Fuentes' dominance without proper tempering from Luna del Caribe values. The observation struck uncomfortably close to concerns Elena had harbored about Mateo's development plans, despite his assurances of cultural preservation. Still, reducing his complex personality and vision to simple bloodline determinism felt equally unfair. "I need to think," she said finally, rising from her seat with the moonstone ring still clutched in her palm. "And I need to speak with Matteo directly about all of this." "Confronting an alpha with accusations rarely yields truth," Raphael cautioned, particularly one with as much at stake as Matteo Fuentes. "I'm not planning to accuse," Elena clarified. "I'm planning to listen, to give him opportunity to share what you've told me and explain his perspective," she turned to her grandmother. "Unless you believe he poses immediate danger?" Abuela considered carefully before responding. "No immediate danger, I think. Matteo has maintained greater balance than many expected after his mother's death. But Elena," her expression grew grave, "a mate bond is permanent and transformative. If you choose that path with him, you bind not just your life to his, but your bloodline abilities as well. The combination could either heal the rift between our families or resurrect dangers neither community is prepared to face." The weight of history, both known and newly revealed, settled on Elena's shoulders as she prepared to return to Matteo's estate. After assuring Abuela she would make no hasty decisions and promising Raphael she would consider his community preservation proposals with an open mind, she finally said her goodbyes with a heart considerably heavier than when she'd arrived. Miguel was waiting outside Cafe Mendoza, leaning against his car with uncharacteristic solemnity. "You okay, Prima? You look like you've seen a ghost." "More like the ghosts of several generations," Elena replied, attempting lightness she didn't feel. "Just family history lessons from Abuela, nothing unusual." Her cousin studied her with surprising perception. "This is about Rich Wolf Boy, isn't it? Abuela never liked his family, though she never said why." "It's complicated," Elena acknowledged, unwilling to burden Miguel with supernatural politics beyond his understanding as a peripheral pack member. "Isn't it always?" He started the car with a resigned shrug. "Just remember what your mother used to say. El corazón tiene razones que la razón no entiende. The heart has reasons that reason doesn't understand." The reminder of her mother's favorite saying brought unexpected tears to Elena's eyes. Lucia Mendoza had balanced pragmatism with profound emotional wisdom, qualities Elena desperately needed as she navigated the complex intersection of bloodline heritage, pack politics, and personal connection. As they drove back toward Miami Beach, Elena slipped the moonstone ring onto her finger once more. Not as acceptance of Matteo's proposal, but as acknowledgement that their conversation needed to happen with complete honesty from both sides. The stone remained cool against her skin, offering neither visions nor warmth, as though awaiting resolution of the conflicting truths now swirling through her consciousness. By the time they crossed the causeway, Elena had decided her approach. She would return the ring to Matteo, explain what she had learned from Abuela and Raphael, and request the complete history he had thus far withheld. His response, what he chose to share, to acknowledge, to explain, would reveal far more about his true nature and intentions than the conflicting historical accounts of families with their own biases and agendas. Only then, with full understanding rather than partial truths, could she consider whether their undeniable connection transcended the complicated legacy of their bloodlines, whether what existed between them represented genuine compatibility or merely the echo of ancient patterns repeating across generations. The estate came into view, its elegant architecture and manicured grounds now carrying new significance as she recognized elements that subtly honored both Fuentes' strength and Luna del Caribe harmony, design choices that suddenly seemed less coincidental than deliberate homage to dual heritage. As Miguel's car approached the gates, Elena touched her mother's pendant with her right hand while the moonstone ring rested on her left, symbolic balance between her known heritage and the uncertain future Matteo offered. Whatever revelations awaited inside those gates, she would face them with the same courage that had sustained generations of Luna del Caribe women before her. Some choices changed individual lives. Others altered the course of entire bloodlines. As the gates opened to admit her, Elena suspected her decision regarding Matteo's proposal might well accomplish both. Chapter 7, Waxing Passion. 2 days had passed since Elena's revelatory visit to Abuela's house, and the confrontation she'd planned with Matteo kept being postponed for frustratingly practical reasons. He'd been called to New York for an emergency business meeting. Then she'd been occupied with a major dinner for visiting dignitaries. Their paths crossed only briefly, allowing for polite exchanges, but nothing approaching the serious conversation her new knowledge demanded. The moonstone ring remained in her jewelry box, neither rejected nor accepted, while Elena's mind churned with contradictory emotions and information. Her attraction to Matteo hadn't diminished. If anything, understanding his dual heritage made certain aspects of his personality more comprehensible, yet questions about his intentions and knowledge multiplied daily. On the third morning, restless energy finally drove Elena to seek physical release. She found Matteo in his office before dawn, already reviewing documents with characteristic focus. "I'd like to take you up on that training offer," she announced without preamble, "before we discuss other matters." Matteo looked up from his work, genuine pleasure replacing business concentration. "I'd like nothing better." "When?" "Now," Elena replied decisively. "I need to move, to do something physical before my wolf crawls out of my skin." Understanding flickered in his dark eyes. The recognition of one wolf for another's needs that transcended human convention. The Everglades facility would be perfect for what you're describing, if you're willing to miss breakfast service. "Mrs. Vega can handle it. I left instructions yesterday." Half an hour later, they were in Matteo's Range Rover, heading west from Miami toward the vast subtropical wilderness that separated Florida's coasts. Elena had changed into practical workout clothes, fitted leggings and a moisture-wicking tank top suitable for the humid environment they were entering. Matteo drove with relaxed confidence, his own athletic wear a departure from his usual formal attire. They traveled in comfortable silence until the urban landscape gave way to increasingly wild terrain. Finally, Matteo turned onto an unmarked road that wouldn't have been visible to human eyes, following it through dense vegetation until they reached a clearing containing what appeared to be an abandoned ranger station. "Government surplus property," Matteo explained as they parked. "Officially decommissioned decades ago, unofficially maintained by Costa de Oro as a training facility where wolves can practice abilities without human observation." The weathered exterior proved deceptive once they entered. Inside, the facility had been modernized, with mats covering the floor, reinforced walls capable of withstanding supernatural strength, and equipment designed specifically for werewolf training. Large windows provided natural light, while one-way glazing prevented outside observation. "Impressive," Elena acknowledged, surveying the space. "I didn't realize packs maintain dedicated training facilities." "Most don't," Matteo admitted, setting down their gear bags. "Costa de Oro emphasizes skill development more than most. Controlled power is an advantage in both supernatural and human worlds." He moved to the center of the training floor, gesturing for Elena to join him. "Before we begin, may I ask what prompted this sudden interest in training? You've been distant since returning from your grandmother's." The direct question deserved equal directness. "I learned things about our family's history that raise questions about your proposal," Elena replied, meeting his gaze steadily. "About whether you've been completely honest regarding your intentions." Tension rippled briefly across Matteo's features before he nodded. "I suspected Carmela might share certain perspectives when she saw the ring. We should discuss that history, but you're right that physical training might help clear your mind first. Wolves process complex emotions better after exercising our primal nature." The easy acknowledgement surprised Elena, who had expected defensiveness or denial. Before she could respond, Matteo continued in a more focused tone. "Let's begin with what you already know about partial shifting. You've demonstrated eye shifts naturally. Today we'll work on extending that control to other physical aspects." For the next hour, Elena followed Matteo's guidance through increasingly complex partial transformations, shifting just her hands to claws while maintaining human fingers, extending her canines without full facial transformation, enhancing her hearing by shifting just her ears internally while maintaining human appearance. "Remarkable control," Matteo observed as Elena successfully shifted only the muscle structure in her legs to increase jumping height while keeping human appearance. Most wolves require years to achieve this precision. Elena landed lightly from a 10-foot vertical leap, perspiration gleaming on her skin, but breathing still even. "It feels natural once I understand the technique, like my body already knows how to do this, just needed permission." "Bloodline memory," Matteo suggested, handing her a water bottle. Luna del Caribe were known for transformation finesse rather than brute strength. Your cells remember what your conscious mind never learned. The casual reference to bloodline memory, the same phenomenon Abuela had described regarding the ring vision, provided natural opening to more difficult topics. Before Elena could pursue it, Mateo gestured toward a reinforced door at the rear of the facility. Ready for the outdoor course, it offers more challenging terrain for integrated skills. The outdoor course proved to be several acres of carefully maintained wilderness behind the facility, a microcosm of Everglades environments from dense hammock forest to open marsh, all enclosed within subtle but effective barriers that would prevent accidental human intrusion. We'll start with sensory integration, Mateo instructed, leading her to a wooded section. Partial shifts of multiple senses simultaneously while navigating complex environment. I'll demonstrate first. Elena watched, fascinated, as Mateo executed a seamless series of microtransformations. Eyes shifting to enhance vision, nasal structure altering to improve scent reception, muscle density changing for improved speed and agility. Within seconds, he'd become something between human and wolf. Still appearing mostly human, but moving with predatory grace that no mundane human could achieve. "Your turn," he encouraged, his voice carrying subtle harmonics from his partially shifted vocal cords. Elena closed her eyes, focusing on the distinct feeling of each sense connecting to its wolf counterpart. Unlike her previous painful full moon transformations, these partial shifts felt natural, almost pleasurable, like stretching long, unused muscles rather than forcing unwilling change. When she opened her eyes, the world had transformed. Colors intensified, scents separated into distinct information streams, sounds clarified into precise directional data. She could detect individual insects moving through undergrowth 20 feet away, distinguish between the scales of different reptiles by scent alone, feel subtle air currents against sensitive skin that mapped her surroundings through pressure changes. "This is incredible," she breathed, turning slowly to absorb the sensory feast. "I never knew transformation could feel this integrated." "Because you've never been properly trained," Mateo replied, satisfaction evident in his tone. "Full moon shifts become painful when wolves spend the rest of the month suppressing their nature. Your abilities have been fighting against artificial constraints." He beckoned her deeper into the wooded area. "Let's test your new awareness. Catch me if you can." With that challenge, he disappeared into the vegetation with supernatural speed, leaving only a fading scent trail for Elena to follow. The playful proposition awakened something primal in her wolf, the joy of chase, of using abilities for their intended purpose rather than fearing their emergence. Elena launched herself after him, her partially shifted body moving with fluid grace through terrain that would have challenged her fully human form. She tracked Mateo through scent, sound, and occasional glimpses of movement, gradually closing the distance between them as her confidence with her enhanced abilities grew. The pursuit led them through varied environments: dense vegetation requiring agile navigation, shallow water demanding different movement techniques, open areas where speed became the primary advantage. Throughout, Elena felt her skills improving almost exponentially as dormant abilities awakened under stress and stimulation. She finally cornered Mateo in a small clearing, launching herself in a calculated tackle that caught him mid-turn. They tumbled together onto soft ground, Elena landing atop him with a triumphant grin that displayed partially extended canines. "Caught you," she announced, breathless, more from excitement than exertion. Mateo's expression combined surprise and admiration, his own shifted eyes gleaming gold in the dappled sunlight. "Extraordinary speed for a first integrated training session. You're a natural hunter." The praise sent unexpected warmth through Elena's chest. Their position, her straddling his waist, his hands steadying her hips, suddenly registered as intimately charged rather than merely the result of playful pursuit. His scent intensified in her heightened awareness, calling to something primitive and powerful within her. Before either could address the charged moment, Mateo's phone vibrated against his thigh. With clear reluctance, he glanced at the screen. "Diego needs approval for security protocols at tomorrow's event. Let me respond quickly so we can continue." As he typed a brief message, Elena rolled smoothly to her feet, using the interruption to collect herself. The ease with which she'd fallen into physical sync with Mateo, the natural coordination of their movements, the instinctive understanding of each other's capabilities, underscored the compatibility Abuela had described as both blessing and curse between their bloodlines. "Ready for sparring practice?" Mateo asked, returning his phone to his pocket. "Nothing aggressive, just controlled wrestling to develop muscle memory for defensive techniques." Elena nodded, still processing the implications of their seamless physical harmony. They moved to a section of the course covered with special training mats made from materials that could withstand supernatural strength without environmental damage. "The key to effective defense isn't matching strength with strength," Mateo explained, demonstrating a basic stance. "It's understanding leverage and momentum. Even smaller wolves can defend against larger opponents with proper technique." His teaching style proved unexpectedly patient and methodical, breaking complex movements into manageable components, demonstrating each element clearly, providing guidance without dominating. Elena found herself enjoying the training despite her lingering questions about his motives and knowledge. They progressed through increasingly complex defensive techniques, Mateo adjusting his own strength and speed to challenge without overwhelming her. The training demanded complete focus, leaving no mental space for dwelling on complicated emotions or unanswered questions. After successfully executing a particularly difficult counter move that sent Mateo stumbling backward despite his superior strength, Elena felt a surge of exhilaration rush through her body. The sensation built rapidly, a warm energy that expanded outward from her core through her limbs in pulsing waves. Before she could identify or control the sensation, the energy discharged in a visible burst that extended several feet around her body. The rippling golden light washed over Mateo and two nearby training dummies, then dissipated as quickly as it had emerged. "What was that?" Elena gasped, staring at her hands where residual energy still tingled beneath her skin. Mateo didn't immediately respond. Instead, he executed a vertical leap that carried him nearly 20 feet into the air, at least twice the height he'd demonstrated earlier. He landed with perfect balance, his expression a fascinating mixture of surprise and calculation. "I believe," he said carefully, "you just manifested another aspect of Luna del Caribe abilities, pack enhancement. The energy you released temporarily amplified my physical capabilities." He approached a training apparatus designed to measure Werewolf's strength, gripping the sensor bar and exerting pressure. The digital readout displayed numbers that clearly exceeded normal parameters based on his reaction. 30% strength increase, he noted, producing a small journal from his training bag and jotting quick notes. "Fascinating. Historical accounts mentioned Luna del Caribe healers could enhance pack members' abilities during conflicts, but the mechanism was never fully documented." The clinical assessment contrasted sharply with Elena's emotional experience of the energy discharge. "It didn't feel calculated," she explained, still processing the sensation, "more like joy or satisfaction overflowing into something physical." Mateo's expression softened as he finished his notes. "The strongest werewolf abilities are often tied to emotional states rather than conscious direction. Fear triggers battle shifts, contentment facilitates healing. Your enhancement ability seems linked to feelings of accomplishment or triumph." The explanation made intuitive sense, though Elena found herself troubled by how quickly Mateo had transitioned from training partner to clinical observer. His journal, filled with precise notations about her demonstrated abilities, reminded her uncomfortably of the bloodline interest Abuela had warned might overshadow personal connection. "Is that why you proposed a mate bond?" she asked directly, her earlier resolve to postpone difficult conversations overtaken by immediate concerns. "To gain access to enhancement abilities that would strengthen your pack?" Surprise flickered across Mateo's features before understanding replaced it. "Ah, Carmela told you about the historical prohibition. About my parents." "She did," Elena confirmed, along with the reasons Luna del Caribe and Fuentes bloodlines were declared incompatible despite superficial complementarity. Mateo closed his journal deliberately, giving her his full attention. I intended to discuss this with you properly, after you'd had opportunity to explore your abilities without prejudgment. Perhaps that was a miscalculation. Perhaps, Elena agreed, though his evident willingness to address the topic directly eased some of her suspicion. Why don't we start now? Before Matteo could respond, the distinctive sound of an airboat engine interrupted the moment. Both wolves tensed, their enhanced senses tracking the approaching craft through waterways that shouldn't have been accessible to casual visitors. "We have company," Matteo noted unnecessarily, his posture shifting subtly toward protective positioning. "Someone who knows how to navigate the restricted channels." The airboat came into view at the property's edge, where a natural waterway marked the boundary of the training ground. Two figures occupied the craft, one piloting, the other photographing and documenting the surrounding environment with scientific equipment. Elena recognized the second figure immediately. Raphael, she identified, watching as the rival Alpha recorded something on a tablet computer while his companion navigated their vessel closer to the training facility's perimeter. Matteo's expression darkened, though he maintained outward composure. "Apparently, our neighboring pack has developed sudden interest in environmental documentation, directly adjacent to Costa de Oro property. How convenient." He strode toward the boundary, Elena following close behind. As they approached, Raphael looked up from his tablet, his surprise at seeing them quickly masked by a polite nod. "Matteo! Elena! Unexpected pleasure on a scientific expedition." "Scientific expedition on private waterways?" Matteo countered, his tone maintaining civil diplomacy despite evident territorial tension. "You're well outside public access channels, Raphael." The Sombra Alpha gestured toward disturbed vegetation along the waterline. "The channels may be private, but the environmental impact extends well beyond property boundaries. We're documenting changes in water flow and wildlife migration patterns." He held up his tablet, displaying charts and photographs. "Preliminary findings suggest significant disruption from the Palm Isles development project." Elena recognized the reference to one of Matteo's most ambitious real estate ventures. Luxury residential islands being constructed in previously undeveloped wetlands southwest of Miami. "Palm Isles has passed every environmental impact assessment required by state and federal regulations," Matteo replied smoothly. "The project includes substantial habitat restoration and conservation easements." Raphael's expression conveyed polite skepticism. "Regulatory approval and actual environmental impact don't always align perfectly, particularly when regulators have financial interests in development outcomes." The implied accusation of corruption hung in the humid air between them. Elena observed the interaction with growing unease, noting how both alphas maintained superficial courtesy while territorial and ideological tension simmered just beneath the surface. "The Everglades need both preservation and controlled development," Matteo countered. "Absolute conservation ignores human needs, while absolute development destroys irreplaceable resources. Balance requires compromise, something your pack consistently rejects in favor of rigid traditionalism." "We reject profit-driven destruction of heritage lands," Raphael clarified, his gaze shifting briefly to Elena. "Lands that have spiritual and practical significance to all Miami packs, not just those with investment portfolios." Elena felt caught between competing worldviews that each contained partial truths. Matteo's vision of balanced development versus Raphael's commitment to preservation represented the same fundamental division she'd observed at the Pack Council dinner. Both valid perspectives that somehow needed integration rather than opposition. "Perhaps there's room for collaborative assessment," she suggested, drawing surprised looks from both men. "Independent environmental monitoring with participation from all three Miami packs. Shared data rather than competing claims." Raphael recovered first, a smile warming his features. "A characteristically balanced proposal from a Luna del Caribe. I would welcome such collaboration." Matteo's reaction proved harder to read. Appreciation for her diplomatic instinct warring with alpha resistance to external oversight. After a brief internal struggle visible only to someone who knew him well, he inclined his head slightly. "Conditional cooperation might be arranged," he allowed, "with clearly defined parameters and mutual territory respect." The tentative agreement, imperfect though it was, eased immediate tension. Raphael's companion restarted the airboat engine, preparing to depart. We'll continue our survey downstream, Rafael announced, away from Costa de Oro territory as requested. Elena, he added with deliberate courtesy, it was good to see you training. Your grandmother would be pleased to see your abilities developing. The personal comment clearly irritated Mateo, though he maintained his composed exterior. As the airboat disappeared around a bend in the waterway, he turned to Elena with carefully neutral expression. You've spoken with Rafael beyond our encounter at the gala? He observed. Not quite a question, but clearly seeking confirmation. He was at Abuela's house when I visited, Elena acknowledged, seeing no reason to hide information Mateo would eventually discover through pack channels. Discussing neighborhood preservation initiatives for Little Havana, they seemed to have established some rapport. Something complex flickered across Mateo's features. Calculation, concern, perhaps a touch of jealousy. Carmela Mendoza is not known for welcoming rival pack members into her home. Her acceptance of Rafael suggests unusual circumstances. The circumstances being protection of her community, Elena replied, unwilling to apologize for her grandmother's choices. Rafael's pack has apparently been operating health clinics and little aid services in Little Havana for years, services that benefit both human and werewolf residents. Mateo absorbed this information with thoughtful consideration rather than immediate dismissal. The Sombra approach has merit in certain contexts, he acknowledged, though their resources limit the scale and sustainability of such efforts. His willingness to recognize value in a rival strategy surprised Elena. Before she could respond, he glanced at his watch. We should return. I have meetings this afternoon, and you mentioned wanting to visit the restaurant. The abrupt conclusion to their training session left many questions unanswered, particularly regarding his knowledge of their bloodline's complicated history. Yet Elena sensed pushing further would only result in careful deflection, rather than the comprehensive conversation they needed. As they traveled back through the Everglades on an airboat piloted by Mateo with impressive skill, Elena studied his profile against the wild landscape. The man who had patiently taught her control over her abilities, who had shown genuine delight in her progress, seemed at odds with the calculating alpha who documented her powers in a private journal and deflected questions about his heritage. Which version represented the true Mateo Fuente? Perhaps both were authentic aspects of a complex man shaped by equally complex circumstances. The product of forbidden bloodlines, orphaned at a formative age, thrust into alpha responsibilities before reaching full maturity, his contradictions made perfect sense in context. The question wasn't whether Elena could understand Mateo's complexity. The question was whether that complexity aligned sufficiently with her own values and needs to justify the permanent bond he proposed, a decision that would require more information than she currently possessed. Cafe Mendoza hummed with Sunday afternoon energy, locals lingering over coffee and dessert, tourists discovering the authentic Cuban cuisine that online reviews had increasingly brought to their attention. Elena moved through the dining room with professional efficiency, having insisted on working a full shift despite Rosita's protests that the boss shouldn't wait tables. I'll always be a waitress at heart, Elena had replied, tying an apron around her waist with practiced ease. Besides, I need to connect with our customers, hear what they think of the changes. The feedback proved overwhelmingly positive. Regular patrons appreciated improved comfort without sacrifice of traditional atmosphere. New customers commented on the perfect balance between authenticity and accessibility. Everyone raved about the food, which remained gloriously unchanged despite upgrades to everything else. Yet, beneath the surface success, Elena sensed undercurrents of neighborhood concern. Conversations frequently turned to development rumors, property buyout offers, fears of cultural erasure behind promises of revitalization. The same anxieties she'd heard during her last visit had only intensified, creating a low-grade community tension that contrasted sharply with the cafe's immediate prosperity. During a brief lull between the lunch and dinner rushes, Elena retreated to the kitchen, where Miguel had been assisting with prep work. Her cousin looked up from the onions he was dicing with supernatural precision, raising an eyebrow at her pensive expression. "Trouble in paradise?" he asked, the question lighter than his perceptive gaze. Just thinking about the neighborhood, Elena replied, automatically reaching for ingredients to prepare staff meal. Cooking had always helped clarify her thoughts, the familiar routines freeing her mind to process more complex matters. The buyout offers, you mean? Miguel nodded. The Mendez family got one yesterday. Triple market value for their bakery. They're considering it. The information troubled Elena more than she wanted to admit. The Mendez bakery had been a Little Havana fixture for nearly 50 years. Their departure would remove another piece of the neighborhood's cultural foundation. Where would they go, she asked, knife moving efficiently through peppers and garlic for sofrito base. The offer includes relocation assistance to Kendall, or financial support to open in the revitalized district once construction finishes. Sounds good on paper, but he trailed off, the unspoken concern hanging between them. But would it still be Little Havana once revitalized? Would the soul of the community survive strategic modernization, no matter how well-intentioned? These questions had haunted Elena since learning of Mateo's development interests in the area, complicated further by his assurances of cultural preservation alongside necessary evolution. I'm taking these empanadas to the free clinic, she decided abruptly, packaging the staff meal she'd prepared into portable containers. They're always short on food for their waiting room. Back in 30 minutes. Miguel's knowing look suggested he recognized the flimsy pretext, but he merely nodded. Say hello to Dr. Wolf for me, he called after her, confirming he knew exactly where and to whom she was headed. The Sombra del Rio Community Clinic occupied a modest building 3 blocks from Café Mendoza. From outside, it appeared little different from other small medical offices. Simple signage, wheelchair-accessible entrance, pamphlets visible through windows advertising health services in multiple languages. Only someone with werewolf senses would detect the subtle, territorial markers, identifying it as pack-protected space. Inside, the waiting room bustled with Sunday activity. Families with children, elderly patients, individuals of various ages all waiting for healthcare that Elena suspected many couldn't afford through conventional channels. The receptionist, a young woman whose scent marked her as werewolf despite her entirely human appearance, looked up with a practiced smile that warmed further when she recognized Elena. Miss Mendoza, welcome to Comunidad Health Partners. Elena placed the container of empanadas on the counter. Just bringing some food from the cafe. We had extra, and I thought your patients might appreciate a snack during their wait. That's incredibly kind, the receptionist replied, genuine appreciation in her tone. Dr. Ortega is just finishing with a patient. If you'd like to say hello personally, I'm sure he'd want to thank you. Before Elena could decide whether accepting the invitation would reveal her flimsy pretext too obviously, a door opened and Rafael emerged from an examination room, escorting an elderly woman who leaned on his arm with familiar comfort. He spoke to her in rapid Spanish about medication schedules, his manner both professionally competent and personally warm. After ensuring the woman had proper care instructions and walking her to a waiting family member, Rafael turned and noticed Elena. Surprise flickered briefly across his features before a pleased smile replaced it. "Elena," he greeted her, approaching with the same direct warmth he'd displayed at Abuela's house. "This is an unexpected pleasure. Are you here as patient or neighbor?" "Neighbor bearing gifts," she replied, gesturing to the empanadas. "Café Mendoza's contribution to your waiting room." Rafael's appreciation seemed entirely genuine. "Generous and thoughtful, though I suspect not the only reason for your visit, given this morning's encounter in the Everglades." His perceptiveness matched Mateo's, though expressed with more open acknowledgement. Rather than feeling exposed, Elena found his directness refreshing after weeks of careful navigation around supernatural politics. "I have questions," she admitted, "about your clinic, about your PAC's approach to community integration, professional curiosity. Professional curiosity I'm happy to satisfy," Rafael replied with a slight smile. "Would you like a tour while we talk? Sunday afternoons are busy, but manageable." The next hour provided Elena with fascinating glimpses into an entirely different model of werewolf-human interaction than she'd experienced with Costa de Oro. The clinic operated on multiple levels, providing conventional medical care to human patients while subtly incorporating supernatural healing for werewolves and those humans who suffered conditions beyond standard treatment. We maintain strict separation between human and supernatural treatment spaces, Raphael explained, showing Elena a restricted area accessed through specially secured doors. Humans receive excellent conventional care. PAC members and certain human patients with appropriate clearance can access additional options. The supernatural treatment room looked superficially similar to standard medical facilities, but Elena immediately noticed significant differences. Specialized equipment designed to accommodate werewolf physiology, cabinets containing herbs she recognized from Abuela's garden, treatment beds reinforced for patients experiencing partial transformations during healing processes. How do you fund this? She asked, genuinely curious about the economics of such an operation in an underserved neighborhood. Multiple streams, Raphael replied. Conventional insurance and Medicaid for standard services. PAC resources for supernatural aspects, private donations, some grant funding for specific programs. He paused beside a treatment table where a young werewolf, no more than 16, was receiving care for what appeared to be a silver injury. The attending healer, an older woman with gentle hands and focused expression, applied a poultice containing herbs Elena recognized from her research into Luna del Caribe healing traditions. Lucia is using your bloodline's techniques, Raphael noted, following Elena's gaze. Adaptations of Luna del Caribe healing methods have been particularly effective for our younger PAC members struggling with control during transformation. The casual acknowledgement of her heritage's practical value, not as power to be acquired but as knowledge to be respected and implemented, touched Elena unexpectedly. Here, her bloodline represented healing tradition rather than political advantage or genetic potential. Why this approach? She asked as they continued their tour. Most PACs maintain rigid separation from human communities. Costa de Oro operates through influence rather than integration. What drove Sombra del Rio toward direct service? Raphael considered the question with evident seriousness, necessity initially. When my grandfather became Alpha in the 1970s, our PAC had limited financial resources but significant healing knowledge. Serving underserved communities created territorial acceptance while allowing us to practice our abilities constructively. They paused at a window overlooking the waiting room, where patients of various ages and backgrounds sat together, unknowingly sharing space with supernatural caregivers. Over time, we discovered something unexpected, Raphael continued. Integration strengthened rather than weakened our wolf nature. Regular, controlled use of abilities in service contexts improved PAC members' transformation control. Meaningful connection to place and people created territorial bonds stronger than mere dominance markers. The philosophy resonated with values Elena had absorbed from her parents and grandmother, the belief that werewolf abilities existed for purpose beyond power or self-protection. Yet she recognized limitations in the approach as well. The clinic, valuable though it was, remained small-scale compared to the systemic influence Costa de Oro wielded through corporate and political channels. Different paths to similar goals, she mused aloud. Raphael's expression suggested both agreement and reservation. Perhaps, though I question whether preserving supernatural well-being through displacement of vulnerable communities truly serves similar ends to direct support of those same populations. The gentle challenge brought Elena's thoughts back to Little Havana, to the buyout offers and development plans that threatened to transform her childhood neighborhood regardless of promised cultural preservation measures. Before she could respond, Raphael's phone chimed with a message alert. Emergency case arriving, he explained after checking the screen. I need to prepare. But Elena, he added, his expression growing more serious, whatever you decide regarding Mateo's proposal, know that Sombra del Rio respects your autonomy and values your bloodline's traditions, without condition or expectation. The statement, offered without pressure or agenda, contrasted sharply with the complex political calculations surrounding her relationship with Mateo. As Elena left the clinic and walked slowly back toward Cafe Mendoza, she found herself weighing two fundamentally different approaches to supernatural existence in the modern world. Costa de Oro offered protection through power, influence through wealth, cultural preservation through controlled development. Sombra del Rio provided direct service, community integration, preservation through active participation in existing structures. Both models contained validity, both revealed limitations. Neither fully aligned with Elena's emerging understanding of her own values and potential. By the time she reached the cafe, a decision had crystallized, not from careful analysis of competing options, but from deeper recognition of her own nature and needs. The Luna del Caribe had historically served as mediators between competing interests, as healers who bridged divides rather than enforced particular visions. Perhaps that legacy offered guidance for her personal choices as well. Moonlight silvered the waves as Elena walked along the private beach adjoining Mateo's estate. She'd returned from Little Havana determined to have the conversation they'd postponed too long, about bloodline history, about his development plans, about the true nature of the connection between them that transcended political advantage or supernatural genetics. She found him where she expected, at the far end of the beach, where natural rock formations created a secluded cove perfect for solitary contemplation. He sat on the sand, gazing out at the horizon, his posture suggesting deep thought rather than mere relaxation. "I wondered when you'd arrive," he said without turning, Werewolf senses having detected her approach long before she came into view. "Your scent carries determination tonight." Elena smiled despite herself. Mateo's ability to read her mood through subtle chemical signals had initially unnerved her. Now it felt like natural communication between compatible wolves, one aspect of supernatural existence she'd grown to appreciate rather than fear. "We need to talk," she replied, settling beside him on the cool sand. "About several things I've been avoiding." "The ring." Mateo nodded toward her left hand, which bore only her mother's pendant wrapped temporarily around her wrist. "You've made your decision." The simple statement carried complex emotions beneath its controlled surface. Resignation, disappointment, perhaps genuine grief carefully contained. Elena studied his profile in the moonlight, struck again by the contradictions embodied in the man beside her. Power balanced with restraint, strategic calculation alongside genuine feeling, dominance tempered by respect for her autonomy. "I have," she confirmed, "but not the decision you're assuming." Interest flickered in his expression as he turned to face her fully. "I'm listening." "First, we need complete honesty between us," Elena began, meeting his gaze directly. "I know about the prohibition between our bloodlines, about your parents breaking that prohibition, about the concerns regarding combined Luna del Caribe and Fuentes abilities." Mateo nodded, neither denying knowledge nor expressing surprise at hers. "My mother was Catalina del Mar, perhaps the strongest Luna del Caribe healer of her generation. My father was Felipe Fuentes, Alpha of Costa de Oro. Their union was opposed by both families for reasons that proved unfortunately valid." The calm acknowledgement reassured Elena that he hadn't intended to hide this history permanently, merely chosen questionable timing for its revelation. "Why didn't you tell me this when you first identified my bloodline? When you proposed?" "Partly strategic calculation," Mateo admitted with characteristic honesty. "Information that casts potential mate bonds in negative light is typically reserved until positive connection is established." "And partly," Elena pressed, sensing more personal reasons beneath the pragmatic explanation. Something vulnerable flickered across his features, an expression she'd glimpsed only rarely beneath his controlled exterior. "Partly fear," he acknowledged quietly. "Fear that you would see only the bloodline risks rather than the potential for something different between us. That history would overshadow possibility." The admission touched Elena unexpectedly. This powerful alpha, this strategic businessman who calculated outcomes with precision, harbored very human fear of rejection, based on circumstances beyond his control. "I've spent my life balancing contradictory aspects of my heritage," Mateo continued, gazing out at the moonlit ocean. "The dominance and protectiveness from my father's bloodline, the healing and connection from my mother's. After their deaths, my father's family emphasized power, while suppressing the Luna del Caribe aspects they considered potentially destabilizing." He turned back to Lena, his expression more open than she'd yet witnessed. "Meeting you awakened aspects of myself I'd been taught to control rather than embrace. Your approach to abilities intuitive rather than calculated. balanced rather than dominant. Reminded me of my mother's teachings before I lost her. The personal revelation carried more weight than any political advantage or supernatural benefit he might have cited. This wasn't merely strategic alliance between compatible bloodlines, but genuine recognition between two people who each carried similar internal dualities. I haven't been completely forthcoming either, Elena admitted. I visited Raphael's clinic today, saw how his pack integrates with the community, provides direct service rather than indirect influence. It made me question aspects of Costa de Oro's approach, particularly regarding Little Havana development. Instead of territorial defensiveness, Mateo responded with thoughtful consideration. Raphael's model has significant merit in certain contexts. Direct service creates immediate positive impact. His pack's integration with local communities builds genuine bonds that transcend traditional territory markers. The balanced assessment surprised Elena, who had expected more rivalry between competing alphas. You see value in his approach? I see completion, Mateo clarified. His strengths address my approach's weaknesses, while Costa del Oro's resources and influence could expand Sombra del Rio's impact beyond current limitations. The packs aren't natural enemies, Elena. They're potential complements. If old rivalries and territorial thinking could be transcended, the vision he described, cooperation rather than competition between Miami's werewolf packs, aligned surprisingly well with Elena's own emerging understanding of her bloodline's historical role as mediators and healers between competing interests. That brings me to my decision, she said, meeting his gaze with newfound clarity. I will accept your proposal, Mateo, but with one non-negotiable condition. Interest flickered in his expression. I'm listening. Little Havana remains untouched by Costa de Oro development, Elena stated firmly. Not just Cafe Mendoza, but the entire cultural heart of the neighborhood. No buyouts, no revitalization that displaces current residents, no gradual transformation that erases what makes the community unique. Mateo studied her with thoughtful consideration. You would make the protection of a neighborhood your condition for accepting a mate bond? Not just any neighborhood, Elena clarified. The community that sheltered my family when our pack was decimated. The people who accepted us without knowing our true nature, the cultural heritage that sustained us when supernatural connection was lost. She leaned forward slightly, emphasizing her resolve. My bloodline's abilities are rooted in connection, Mateo. I cannot abandon the connections that preserved us just to form new ones. For a moment, Mateo seemed to weigh complex calculations behind his composed expression. Then, surprising her, he smiled with genuine warmth rather than strategic acceptance. Agreed, he said simply. Costa de Oro will redirect development resources to enhance rather than replace Little Havana's existing structures. No displacement, no cultural erasure, no predatory acquisitions. He extended his hand toward her. Is that acceptable? The ready agreement without haggling or qualification caught Elena off guard. Just like that? Just like that, Mateo confirmed. Your connection to community is part of what makes you who you are, Elena. I may not fully understand it, but I respect its importance to you. His expression softened further. Besides, there are many paths to neighborhood improvement that don't require demolishing existing cultural foundations. Relief washed through Elena as she placed her hand in his, feeling the now familiar current of energy that passed between them at each touch. Then yes, I accept your proposal. I will be your mate under Costa de Oro and Luna del Caribe traditions. Mateo's smile transformed his entire face. Years of alpha responsibility momentarily giving way to simple joy. He reached into his pocket and withdrew the moonstone ring she had returned while considering her decision. May I? He asked, holding the ring between them. Elena nodded, extending her left hand. As the moonstone slid into place on her finger, she felt that now familiar warmth spreading up her arm and throughout her body. Not foreign invasion, but recognition. Bloodline acknowledging bloodline across centuries of separation and conflict. The full moon is in 10 days, Mateo said, his voice carrying reverent wonder as he looked at the ring on her finger. The perfect time for a ceremonial mating that honors both our heritages. 10 days, Elena echoed, the reality of her decision settling around her like a mantle of both responsibility and possibility. The choice she had made would transform not just her life, but potentially the balance of supernatural power throughout Miami. Bloodlines rejoining after generations of separation, abilities combining in ways both promising and unpredictable. As they walked back toward the estate, hand in hand, the Miami skyline glittering against the night sky before them, Elena felt her wolf stirring with anticipation of the union to come. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever adjustments their joining might require, she had made her choice with both heart and mind aligned. The protection of her community secured alongside the supernatural connection her wolf had always craved. The moon continued its waxing journey toward fullness, casting silver light across the path before them, two wolves from bloodlines both complementary and contradictory, choosing partnership where history had dictated division, creating possibility where tradition had seen only danger. No, absolutely not. Elena stared at the elaborate dress displayed on the mannequin, its silver-white fabric adorned with crystals that caught the boutique's lighting in dazzling pattern. "I'd look like a werewolf Disney princess," Veronica arched one perfectly sculpted eyebrow. "That is rather the point of a mating ceremony, Elena. The visual impact reinforces the significance of the union to all witnesses." 3 days had passed since Elena had accepted Mateo's proposal with her Little Havana protection condition. 3 whirlwind days that had transformed her from chef to maid-to-be with dizzying speed. The entire Costa de Oro pack had mobilized around preparations for the ceremony scheduled to coincide with the approaching full moon, an event apparently significant enough to warrant interrupting normal pack operations. When Mateo had informed her that Veronica would serve as her ceremonial guide, Elena had nearly choked on her coffee. The beta had been coldly civil since Elena's arrival at the estate, their interactions characterized by thinly veiled territorial tension. Being forced to spend hours together selecting ceremonial items seemed like a recipe for mutual torment. "Isn't there something less princess-like?" Elena gestured at the gown with its 15-foot train and bodice so encrusted with crystals it probably weighed more than she did. "Something that allows actual movement?" The boutique owner, a human woman with the carefully neutral expression of someone accustomed to wealthy clients' eccentricities, hovered nearby. "Perhaps the Lunari collection in the private showroom," she suggested. "More streamlined silhouettes, while maintaining ceremonial elegance." Veronica nodded her approval, and they followed the woman through the exclusive Miami Beach boutique to a sealed room requiring actual fingerprint access. Inside, the collection took Elena's breath away. Gowns in shades of silver and white that seemed to capture moonlight in fabric form, their designs somehow both ancient and contemporary simultaneously. "These are..." Elena trailed off, touching a sleeve of material that felt like liquid silk beneath her fingers. "Designed specifically for werewolf ceremonies," Veronica completed quietly, ensuring the boutique owner remained out of earshot. "By pack-affiliated designers who understand our physical requirements and cultural symbolism." Elena examined the collection with new appreciation, noting subtle details she'd initially missed. Strategic seaming that would accommodate partial transformations, fabric durable enough to withstand supernatural strength, cuts that emphasized werewolf physicality while maintaining human elegance. This one, she decided, drawn to a design with clean lines and subtle lunar phase embroidery along its modest train. The silvery fabric contained threads that seemed to shift from white to blue depending on the viewing angle, reminiscent of moonlight on water. Veronica studied her choice with inscrutable expression. "Interesting. Less traditional than expected, yet undeniably ceremonial. Perhaps your taste isn't entirely hopeless." Coming from the perpetually critical beta, this bordered on effusive praise. Elena bit back a sarcastic response, reminding herself that cooperation would make the next week more tolerable than conflict. "The dress is merely the beginning," Veronica continued as they completed the purchase with Mateo's black card, another aspect of pack life Elena was struggling to accept. The ceremonial shopping list is extensive. By mid-afternoon, Elena's feet ached and her patience had worn dangerously thin. They'd acquired ceremonial jewelry, ritual implements whose purpose remained unexplained, specific herbs and essential oils for pre-ceremony purification, and various items Veronica described only as necessary for proper bloodline acknowledgement. "Please tell me we're done," Elena pleaded as they exited yet another exclusive shop tucked discreetly into a renovated Art Deco building. "My wolf is going to claw her way out of my skin if we enter one more retail establishment." Veronica checked something on her phone, then nodded with evident relief. "The ceremonial acquisitions are complete. We have 1 hour before our appointment at the sanctuary for ritual space preparation." 1 hour of freedom? Elena's mood lifted immediately. "There's a Cuban cafe around the corner that makes decent cortaditos. Not as good as Cafe Mendoza's, but acceptable in emergencies. And this definitely qualifies as an emergency." To her surprise, Veronica agreed without argument. Minutes later, they sat at a small outdoor table, strong coffee and pastries between them, an awkward silence stretching as both women realized this was their first non-supervised, non-ceremonial interaction. "So," Elena ventured, deciding directness might break the ice, "how long have you been in love with Mateo?" Veronica's coffee cup froze halfway to her lips, her expression shifting from shock to cold anger before settling into something more complex. "Blunt as ever, I see." "Life's too short for subtle circling, especially between wolves," Elena shrugged, sipping her own coffee. "Your scent changes when he enters a room. Your eyes track his movements. These aren't judgments, just observation." For a moment, Elena thought she'd pushed too far. Then something unexpected happened. Veronica laughed. A genuine sound, entirely different from her usual controlled responses. "You are nothing like what I expected," the beta admitted, setting down her cup. "Most wolves would avoid acknowledging the obvious tension, especially with a higher-ranked pack member. I'm not most wolves," Elena reminded her, "and hierarchical deference hasn't been part of my upbringing." "Clearly." Veronica studied her with new assessment. "To answer your inappropriately direct question, I've known Mateo since childhood. Our families assumed we would eventually mate, cementing the alliance between two prominent Costa de Oro bloodlines." She broke a pastry into precise pieces, her manicured nails gleaming against the flaky crust. "It wasn't merely a strategic arrangement. We were compatible. Understanding each other's positions, responsibilities, ambitions. What humans might call friendship evolved into something deeper over years." Elena hadn't expected such candor, nor the genuine emotion evident beneath Veronica's carefully controlled exterior. "What happened?" "You happened." The words carried no accusation, merely factual acknowledgement. "More precisely, Mateo's discovery of your existence happened. He became obsessed with finding the last female Luna del Carrai. Initially, it appeared purely academic, bloodline research, historical documentation. Then his interest shifted from abstract to personal." Veronica's gaze met Elena's directly. "The first time he mentioned you by name, I knew. His scent changed, his focus narrowed. 20 years of assumed future disappeared in an instant." The revelation hit Elena with unexpected force. Not just the knowledge that Veronica had legitimate reason for her initial hostility, but the realization that Mateo's interest had preceded their first meeting by considerable time, that his appearance at Cafe Mendoza had been the culmination of deliberate search rather than fortunate coincidence. "I'm sorry," Elena said simply, meaning it despite the complexity of their situation. "That must have been painful." Veronica's expression suggested surprise at the genuine empathy. "It was. Adjustment. Werewolf society doesn't allow much space for personal disappointment when pack interests are involved." She straightened slightly, professional mask returning. "Mateo's connection to you is undeniable. Your bloodlines are complementary in ways mine could never be. The pack will benefit from your union." The clinical assessment contrasted sharply with the personal pain evident beneath Veronica's composed exterior. Elena recognized the significant concession the beta had made in acknowledging both her feelings and their irrelevance to pack decisions. "Is that why you agreed to be my ceremonial guide?" Elena asked. "To demonstrate acceptance of pack priority over personal preference?" A hint of the earlier genuine smile returned to Veronica's features. "Partially. Also because watching you navigate traditional protocols promised to be entertaining. Your expression when I described the lunar immersion ritual was priceless." "Naked moonbathing with 7 witnesses still seems excessive," Elena muttered, remembering her horror at that particular ceremonial requirement. I may have exaggerated certain elements, Veronica admitted, with the first hint of mischief Elena had witnessed from the typically serious Beta. The actual ritual involves moonlight meditation while wearing ceremonial robes, with 2 witnesses at most. Elena narrowed her eyes. You deliberately misled me. Consider it mild hazing, Veronica replied, finishing her coffee with evident satisfaction. New pack members traditionally endure some discomfort during integration. Your situation bypassed many normal protocols. The explanation, while not precisely an apology, suggested a shift in their relationship, from cold hostility to something approaching normal pack interaction, complete with the testing and teasing common among wolves establishing position. As they gathered their purchases and headed toward the sanctuary appointment, Elena found herself reassessing Veronica. Beneath the perfect exterior and intimidating competence lay a wolf with genuine feelings and legitimate grievances who had nevertheless chosen pack loyalty over personal resentment. For what it's worth, Elena offered as they loaded bags into the Beta's immaculate BMW. I think you'll make an excellent ceremonial guide. You clearly know the traditions inside out, and you haven't actually tried to sabotage me. Yet, the ceremony isn't over, Veronica replied dryly, though humor lurked beneath the warning. And the truly challenging preparations begin now. Veronica hadn't exaggerated about the difficulty of ceremonial preparations. By the 5th day of intensive training, Elena's muscles ached from practicing the precise partial shifts required for key ritual moments. Her brain struggled to retain the complex sequence of traditional phrases in ancient wolf speak, and her patience had worn dangerously thin. Again, Veronica instructed from her position at the center of the training room specially configured for ceremonial practice. The 3rd transformation must be precisely timed with the 12th phrase. Your timing remains consistently off. Elena bit back a growl of frustration, forcing her exhausted body into starting position. The mating ceremony, she had discovered, involved far more than exchanging vows and rings. Werewolf tradition required demonstrating bloodline abilities through partial transformations synchronized with ancient vocalizations, creating a supernatural resonance that supposedly strengthened the mate bond being formed. For someone with Elena's inconsistent training history, mastering these precise techniques in days rather than months proved nearly impossible. Perhaps we should rest, suggested Sophia, another pack member assisting with preparations. Elena has been practicing for 6 hours straight. Veronica checked her watch with evident reluctance. 20 minutes. Then we resume with the pack acknowledgement sequence. The moment Veronica left the room, Elena collapsed onto a training mat with an undignified groan. Is this typically how mating ceremonies are prepared? Because if so, the species should have died out centuries ago from sheer exhaustion before reproduction. Sophia laughed, handing Elena a water bottle and energy bar specially formulated for werewolf metabolism. Most couples have months to prepare, not days. And typically, both wolves have grown up witnessing ceremonies, absorbing the traditions gradually rather than through crash courses. Why the rush? Elena asked, the question that had been bothering her throughout the frantic preparations. I understand the full moon timing, but surely waiting for the next lunar cycle would allow for more thorough preparation. Sophia hesitated, her expression suggesting she was weighing appropriate responses. Pack politics, she said finally. The alpha's mate choice affects alliance opportunities, territorial negotiations, bloodline strategies. Once Matteo announced his intention to claim you, certain timelines accelerated. The oblique explanation raised more questions than it answered, but before Elena could press further, Veronica returned with several scrolls that turned out to contain yet more ceremonial instructions requiring memorization. The preparation schedule had proven so demanding that Elena barely saw Matteo outside formal training sessions where he demonstrated specific ceremonial movements. He seemed perpetually occupied with business matters, pack responsibilities, and long meetings with elders, from which Elena remained excluded, despite her pending Mate status. By the 7th day of preparations, with the full moon ceremony less than 48 hours away, Elena's frustration reached breaking point. After a particularly grueling practice session where she failed repeatedly to master a complex shifting sequence, she finally confronted Veronica directly. This isn't working, she stated flatly, toweling sweat from her face. I can't master these techniques in the time remaining. Something needs to change. Veronica's expression suggested she'd been expecting this confrontation. The techniques are non-negotiable for a proper Cosa de Oro mating ceremony, especially with bloodlines of your significance. Then perhaps the ceremony should be postponed, Elena suggested, ignoring the immediate tension her words created among the practice assistants. Until I've had sufficient training to perform it properly. Before Veronica could respond, the training room door opened and Matteo entered. His timing suggested he'd been monitoring the situation from outside, another example of the constant supervision that had characterized the preparation period. Elena's suggestion has merit, he said, surprising everyone, including Elena herself. Traditional ceremonies require months of preparation. We've compressed that timeline significantly. Veronica's posture stiffened with unmistakable disagreement. The elders have been clear about the astrological significance of this particular full moon for bloodline bonding. Postponement would forfeit optimal conditions. Optimal conditions mean nothing if Elena isn't comfortable with the process, Matteo countered, his tone leaving no room for argument despite its reasonable volume. Everyone out, please. I need to speak with my mate-to-be privately. The immediate compliance with his request, even from Veronica, whose expression suggested significant reservation, reminded Elena forcefully of the power dynamics underlying pack structure. For all their progress toward personal understanding, these wolves responded to alpha authority with instinctive deference. Once alone, Matteo's authoritative presence softened considerably. He crossed to where Elena stood, concern evident in his expression. "You're exhausted," he observed, fingers gently brushing a strand of hair from her damp forehead. "I should have monitored the preparation intensity more closely." The tender gesture contrasted sharply with his recent distracted behavior. Elena leaned into his touch despite her frustration, her wolf responding to his presence with immediate comfort after days of stressful training. "Where have you been?" she asked, unable to keep slight accusation from her tone. "I've barely seen you all week, and when I have, you've seemed completely preoccupied with whatever you're discussing with the elders behind closed doors." A flash of guilt crossed his features before being replaced with apologetic sincerity. Pack business has been unusually demanding with the ceremony approaching. Territorial allies require reassurance, ceremonial protocols need authorization, security arrangements demand personal oversight. The explanation seemed reasonable, yet somehow incomplete. Before Elena could press further, Matteo continued, "But that's no excuse for neglecting you during this significant transition." His hands encircled her waist, drawing her gently closer. "Tell me what you need. If postponement is your preference, we can rearrange despite traditional timing preferences." The offer seemed genuine, yet Elena had overheard enough fragments of discussion between Matteo and the elders to recognize the importance they placed on this particular moon phase for reasons that remained unclear to her. Phrases about bloodline preservation and ritual requirements had filtered through closed doors, suggesting complexities beyond simple ceremony timing. "I don't want postponement," she clarified, meeting his dark gaze directly. "I want understanding of why this specific ceremony on this specific date matters so much to your elders. I want to know what they're telling you in those meetings I'm not invited to join. I want transparency, Matteo." His expression grew more guarded, though he didn't release her from his embrace. "The elders are traditionalists. They believe certain moon phases offer optimal conditions for bloodline bonding, particularly between lineages with your unique heritage in mind." "And," Elena prompted, sensing significant omission in his explanation. Matteo sighed, his thumb tracing small circles against her lower back in an unconsciously soothing gesture. "And they're concerned about ensuring our union preserves the strongest aspects of both bloodlines. The healing abilities of Luna del Caribe, the strength and dominance of Fuentes." The careful phrasing triggered Elena's suspicion. "Preserve how, exactly?" A moment of hesitation preceded his response. "Through traditional ceremonial elements designed to harmonize potentially divergent supernatural genetics. Nothing harmful," he added quickly, reading her growing concern. "Simply ancient practices intended to support successful blending of powerful bloodlines." Though his explanation remained frustratingly vague, his evident reluctance to discuss elder concerns in detail suggested pack politics beyond her current understanding. Elena made mental note to investigate further when opportunity allowed, but her immediate physical exhaustion demanded resolution of the training issue. If postponement isn't feasible, then I need the ceremony simplified, she stated pragmatically. Focus on essential elements rather than every traditional flourish. I'd rather perform fewer techniques perfectly than fumble through the complete historical sequence. Relief crossed Mateo's features at her practical approach. Absolutely. I'll speak with the ceremonial coordinator immediately. His expression softened further, genuine concern replacing political calculation. And I'll ensure you have proper rest periods regardless of what Veronica recommends. Her enthusiasm for tradition sometimes overshadows practical considerations. Elena allowed herself to lean fully against his chest, drawing comfort from his solid presence and familiar scent after days of stressful separation. Despite her lingering questions about elder discussions and ceremonial requirements, the fundamental attraction between them remained undeniable. Her wolf recognizing something in him that transcended rational analysis or political advantage. "I've missed you," she admitted quietly against his shirt. "This week has been overwhelming in ways I didn't anticipate." His arms tightened around her, his cheek resting against her hair in a gesture that felt more genuinely affectionate than calculated. "I've missed you too." More than protocol would suggest, appropriate for an alpha distracted by pack responsibilities. The hint of self-deprecating humor reminded Elena of why she'd agreed to this union despite her reservations and unanswered questions. Beneath his alpha authority and strategic calculation lay genuine warmth and surprising vulnerability that emerged in unguarded moments. 2 more days, she murmured, allowing herself to imagine the ceremony's completion, the formal recognition of their connection, the integration into pack structure that would ease her wolf's lifelong isolation, the security for her family and community that their union would provide. 2 more days, Mateo echoed, his voice carrying promise and something that sounded remarkably like genuine anticipation rather than strategic satisfaction. As they stood together in the training room, temporarily insulated from pack politics and ceremonial demands, Elena permitted herself cautious optimism. The preparation process had proven far more complex than anticipated, raising questions about elder motivations and traditional requirements that still required answers. Yet the fundamental connection drawing her to Mateo remained constant beneath those complications, a recognition between wolves that transcended rational analysis. 2 more days until the full moon ceremony that would formalize their mate bond, merging bloodlines that tradition had declared both complementary and dangerous. Despite her lingering concerns about ritual requirements and elder expectations, Elena found herself increasingly committed to the path she'd chosen, believing that becoming Mateo's mate would finally provide the pack connection her wolf had always craved, while securing protection for the community and family she cherished. What remained unclear as she finally extricated herself from Mateo's embrace to resume modified training was whether the elders' interest in their union truly aligned with her own reasons for accepting it. A question that would continue troubling her as ceremony preparations entered their final, most intensive phase. That's the end of part 1. If you're ready for more drama, romance, and shifter magic, part 2 is waiting for you. Find the link in the comments or description below. Thanks for listening and see you in the next part.